Right.
Good morning, sir.
Very good morning.
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
Very good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Very good morning.
Good morning.
Namaskar, namaskar.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, madam.
Namaste, sir.
Namaskar.
Yes, sir. Registrar KSL, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Very good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Participants.
ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಸರ್, ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಸಾಹೇಬ್.
ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಗುಡ್ ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್. ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದ್ದೀರಿ
ಸರ್? ತಮ್ಮ ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದ ಸರ್. ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ,
ದೇವರ ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದ.
Good morning, sir.
ವೆರಿ ಗುಡ್ ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್.
Good morning, sir. Morning.
ವೆರಿ ಗುಡ್ ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಸರ್. ಸೇಮ್ ರಿಲೇಟ್ ಬಂದಿದ್ವಲ್ಲ.
ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಸರ್.
ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ.
Good morning, sir.
ಗುಡ್ ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್. ಗುಡ್ ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್.
Sir, good morning.
ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಸರ್.
ಸರ್ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ.
ಮಂಜುನಾಥ್ ಅವರು ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಸರ್.
ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ.
ಈಶ್ವರ್ ಭಟ್ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ.
ಸಾರಿ ಸರ್, ಐ ಕುಡ್ ನಾಟ್ ರೆಕಗ್ನೈಸ್ ಯು. ಸಾರಿ.
ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಜಾಯ್ನ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. Honorable Law Minister also has joined, it appears.
Yes sir. Just now I wished him.
Kila, I think we can start.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Certainly, sir. Rashmi?
Yes, ma'am. We'll start. Okay. So, a very good morning, everyone. This is Rashmi P. Mandi, student, KSLU's Law School, and it gives me immense pleasure to extend a warm and cordial welcome to all the dignitaries, distinguished invitees, and participants to the national webinar on emerging trends in water resource management and law, with special reference to Karnataka, organized by the Center for Research in Water Resource Management and Law, Karnataka State Law University, in collaboration with the Ministry of Minor Irrigation, Government of Karnataka. As a tradition, let us commence by invoking the blessings of the Lord Almighty, for which I invite Ms. Lavanya and team, students of KSLU's Law School.
Gange Chayamune Chaiva Godavari Saraswati Narmade Sindhu Kaveri Jalismin Sannidhim Kuru. Gange Chayamune Chaiva Godavari Saraswati Narmade Sindhu Kaveri Jalismin Sannidhim Kuru. Mahadanapada Nimahi Mahadanapada Nimahi Mahadanapada Nimahi Nandali Poganda Natarama Ganapade. चिरकालमी कही नाम संकीर्तन मुझे तलची मी केले प्रेम तो నేను వేడుకొని ఉన్న నాపై కృప గగవయ్యా సుందరేశ ప్రేమ మహాగణపతి నీమా లెంతని పొగడ నాథ రామ గణపతి.
Thank you so much, Lavanya. We all feel blessed indeed. May I request Professor Dr. Ratna R. Bharamgowda, Dean and Director, KSLU's Law School, to kindly welcome the dignitaries and participants. Please, ma'am.
A very good morning to everyone. Esteemed dignitaries, esteemed syndicate and academic council members, esteemed resource persons, invitees, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen. Scholarly research and pursuit for knowledge is the heritage of Karnataka State Law University. As part of this scholastic design, Center for Research in Water Resource Management and Law has been established under Karnataka State Law University to ensure an integrated approach to water resource development. Today's national webinar has been organized by the Research Center in collaboration with Ministry of Minor Irrigation, Government of Karnataka. On this occasion, it's a great privilege to have esteemed Shri J.C. Madhuswami, Honorable Minister for Law, Parliamentary Affairs and Legislation and Minor Irrigation and Pro-Chancellor of our university as President of the inaugural ceremony. We are highly honored by your presence, sir. On behalf of Karnataka State Law University, I extend a cordial welcome to Shri J.C. Madhuswami. Welcome, sir. We have Honorable Justice Shri K.L. Manjunath, Chairman, Karnataka Border and Rivers Protection Commission, Bengaluru, to inaugurate this national webinar. It's a great honor to have you with us, sir. On behalf of university, I extend a hearty welcome to Honorable Justice Shri K.L. Manjunath. Welcome, sir. Esteemed Dr. Avdesh Pratap, Water Law and Management Expert Member, Task Force, Ministry of Jal Shakti, Government of India, will be delivering the keynote address. We are extremely happy to have you with us for the inaugural ceremony. On behalf of university, I extend a cordial welcome to you, sir. Welcome, sir. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor P. Ishwar Bhatt, renowned scholar and eminent academician, who is also heading the Center for Research in Water Resource Management and Law. I extend a hearty welcome to our Honorable Vice Chancellor. Welcome, sir. I extend a warm welcome to esteemed Shri Venkatesh Nayak, Principal Secretary, Law Department, and also to our esteemed syndicate and academic council members. Welcome, sir. A cordial welcome to our registrar, Mr. Mohammad Zubair, who has always extended wholehearted support for all our academic endeavors. Welcome, sir. I extend a hearty welcome to Professor G.B. Patil, Registrar Evaluation, Professor C.S. Patil, former Dean. Welcome, sir. A warm and sincere welcome to our esteemed resource persons, invitees, esteemed principals and faculty from our affiliated colleges and delegates. I extend a hearty welcome to research assistants, Dr. Akila Baslalli and Ms. Nayashri Bogse, and a team of our committed students who have put in lot of efforts in organizing this event, and also a warm welcome to our dear faculty members and dear students. A warm welcome to all of you. With this, I conclude. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I would also extend a hearty and a cordial welcome to you for the webinar. Welcome.
Thank you, Rashmi.
Now, may I request Professor Dr. P. Ishwar Bhatt, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Karnataka State Law University, to kindly deliver the opening remarks. Please, sir.
Shri J.C. Madhuswamy, Honorable Minister for Law, Justice, Human Rights and Minor Irrigation and Parliamentary Affairs, Honorable Justice K.L. Manjunath, River Commission Chairman and eminent scholar in the field of water law, Shri Avdesha Pratap, Senior Officer in Jalashakti Union Ministry for Irrigation and Water, all the resource persons, dignitaries, invitees, students, and also Shri Venkatesh Naik, Principal Secretary to Law Department, and all other invitees. At the outset, let me thank Karnataka State government for collaborating with us in conducting this national webinar on water resource management and law, emerging trends. As you are aware, water is an elixir of life. It's an essential thing to all living beings. Its sources are several. The problems relating to water arising out of scarcity, pollution, and competitive use are also several. There is a need for an integrated approach relating to water. When we in the Center for Water Studies and Management thought of organizing a seminar, we thought that a comprehensive theme relating to emerging trends will be providing a lot of input, because the problems relating to water, the solutions that can be provided to various problems are to be discussed from different perspectives, from different angles, and a multidisciplinary approach is very much required. Legislature, executive, judiciary, and various layers of government, especially Panchayat Raj, municipal corporations, and various other bodies, they contribute quite significantly. And in addition to interstate water departments of various states and also the Central Water Commission, the role played by minor irrigation department is also crucial, because in rejuvenating and restoring the traditional tanks, or in combining the factors like land management and water management, and also afforestation. There is a Jal, Jameen, and jungle combination of these factors that actually contributes towards a holistic approach relating to water conservation, water management, etc. That's how best we can build up our catchment areas with green forestry. That becomes quite crucial. Post-project experience relating to Malaprabha or various other basins, including Kaveri, has been that because of deforestation or because of lack of conservation of natural resources like traditional tanks, etc., the basins have suffered. There is a need for an integrated approach. Karnataka is known for the tradition of tanks, but we have lost so many tanks for a number of reasons. Thus, a holistic discussion is very much essential at the university level, and the research center, which is a hub of various activities relating to water law, thought it fit that university as a forum for generating new ideas can better organize these types of webinars, so that through discussion, through interactions, and through such scholarly presentations, new sparks of ideas will emerge, and new thoughts will emerge, and new solutions will also emerge. Thus, we have this 2 days seminar where not only scholars but even students are also participating. I'm very happy that as many as 8 to 10 students have prepared their papers on a very important issues, and it is quite likely that we can come up with a good publication as a result of this national webinar. With this, let me conclude. Let me thank all the dignitaries, especially Honorable Minister Mr. Madhuswamy, Shri Honorable Justice K.L. Manjunath, Shri Avdesh Pratap, and various other dignitaries for participating and making this program a success. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. May I request Ms. Nayashri, Junior Research Assistant, Center for Research in Water Resource Management and Law, Karnataka State Law University, to kindly introduce the guest of honor, Honorable Mr. Justice K.L. Manjunath, former Judge, High Court of Karnataka, and Chairman, Karnataka Borders and Rivers Protection Commission. Please, ma'am.
Good morning, all. It is a great honor for me to introduce the guest of honor, Honorable Shri Justice K.L. Manjunath. Honorable Shri Justice K.L. Manjunath was born on 21st April 1953 at Kagrajpura village, Chandrai Patna Taluka. Honorable Justice Shri K.L. Manjunath's father was a freedom fighter and was imprisoned for more than 2 years on different occasions during freedom struggle. Justice Shri K.L. Manjunath obtained his graduation from Bhuvendra College, Karkada in 1971 and law degree from Government Law College, Bangalore, 1974. Justice Shri K.L. Manjunath enrolled as lawyer in September 1974 and practiced right from civil court up to Supreme Court on all branches. Justice Shri K.L. Manjunath also served as President of Advocates Association Bengaluru, Secretary of Advocates Association Bengaluru, and member of State Bar Council. Justice Shri K.L. Manjunath is also founder of Nyaya Mitra Cooperative Bank, President of Advocates Cooperative Bank, and Secretary of Advocates Cooperative Bank and various other organizations. As an advocate, Justice Shri K.L. Manjunath is connected with various organizations. Sir has worked as an advocate in many commissions like Justice P.K. Shyam Sundar Commission, Justice N.D. Venkatesh Commission, A.V. Balasubramaniam Commission, Justice H.T. Balkrishnan Commission, Justice M.P. Vishwanath Commission. Justice Shri K.L. Manjunath was elevated as a judge of Karnataka High Court on 11th December 2000 and retired on 20th April 2015. Justice Shri K.L. Manjunath has delivered more than 68,000 judgments, and during this period, Justice K.L. Manjunath worked as Chairman Legal Service Committee, Founder, President of Karnataka Arbitration Center, Chairman of Bangalore Mediation Center, and Director of Karnataka Judicial Academy. Justice Shri K.L. Manjunath passed the landmark judgment on human organ transplantation, which is reported in Karnataka Law Journal in case of Malligamma versus State of Karnataka, wherein direction was issued to government to investigate into the racket behind working as commission agents to secure the donors only from Taluk of Ramnagara, Magdi, Neklamangla, etc. Though the donors are from different places and have no connection whatsoever between the donors and donee. Later, a racket was busted by the police after several years. Justice Shri K.L. Manjunath, as a High Court judge, was able to secure more than 1,500 donors, including all judges of High Court of Karnataka, who pledged their eyes. PIL was entertained on Justice Shri K.L. Manjunath's letter to rehabilitate the victims of endosulfan in Karnataka. As a High Court judge, As a High Court Legal Service Committee Chairman, several directions were issued by Justice Sri K.L. Manjunath to prevent the pollution of lakes like Belandu Tank and to clear Rishabhavati Valley, Hebbar and Chalagata valleys. After retirement, Justice Sri K.L. Manjunath worked as Chairman of Backward Classes Commission, Andhra Pradesh, and at present, the Chairman of Karnataka State Border and Rivers Protection Commission. We are humbled to have you, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am. This morning, we have with us Honorable Mr. Justice K.L. Manjunath, former Judge, High Court of Karnataka and Chairman, Karnataka Borders and Rivers Protection Commission. May I request, sir, to kindly address us? Please, sir.
And he will also inaugurate. I mean, he will inaugurate.
Yes, sir. Sir is muted, sir. Sir, kindly unmute, sir.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Honorable Shri J.C. Madhuswamy, Honorable Minister for Land and Parliamentary Affairs and Minor Irrigation, Shri Ishwar Bhatt, the Learned Vice Chancellor of our University, Mr. Akhil, Dr. Avdesh Pratap, Water Law and Management Expert Member, Government of India, and other dignitaries who are participating in today's webinar. At the outset, I would like to thank the organizers for having given me the opportunity to inaugurate the national webinar on water issues. I also thank Honorable Shri J.C. Madhuswamy, the Minister for Land, Parliamentary Affairs and Minor Irrigation, who has taken keen interest in organizing this webinar, which is of national importance. Several speakers are going to submit their papers, which would be food for thought in conserving, preserving water for the future generation, and would provide an input for the policymakers. So, rivers are national assets. Providing clean drinking water is the obligatory function of a state. Likewise, it is also fundamental duty of a citizen to preserve, conserve, and maintain river water bodies without contaminating the same. The organizers have selected the topics which are concerned with the present global challenges of water management. Several states in India are receiving scanty rainfall, and the water table is depleting day by day. And there is a crisis for potable water during summer, more particularly in the districts of North Karnataka. It is the responsibility of the welfare state and the people to conserve the water, either by rainwater harvesting, maintenance of water bodies, and reusing of water after treatment by the industries, municipalities, corporations, village panchayats. Providing clean water, drinking water would be the responsibility of all of us. Interlinking of rivers and intra-basin transfers is one of the vital issues concerned with the many states. Sir, we are trying to interlink the rivers from one river to another river. But whereas as a chairman, what I have noticed is some of the riparian states are not willing for diverting the water from one basin to another basin. Why? In the case of Tamil Nadu, the farmers of Tamil Nadu are not allowing the state of Tamil Nadu from diverting the Kaveri water from Kaveri basin to non-Kaveri basin. This is the mentality of our people. You know, this is a vital and larger interest in the larger interest of the country. The interlinking of rivers and diversion of water from one basin to another basin is a necessity and must. Sir, many states are objecting for diversion of water from one basin to another. But tribunals have repeatedly held that such permission has to be granted accordingly. In the dispute of Krishna River, tribunal has held the permission. Tribunal has allowed the permission from diversion from one basin to another basin. A similar view is also taken in the case of Madai River. As a matter of fact, interlinking of water is a very important issue because rivers born in North India would flow and join Bay of Bengal, and many times it causes casualties due to flood taking away the lives and properties. Southern rivers are all seasonal rivers, and rivers of North India are perennial in nature. If the rivers are linked, instead of allowing the river waters to join the ocean, the same can be used by the state, which are in need of both for drinking water and for consumption and agriculture, and also prevent natural calamities. In regard to interstate water dispute, my experience as chairman is that many riparian states, without any reasons or rhyme, are keeping the issues alive without there being an amicable settlement. They think that it's an adversarial system. As a matter of fact, before the tribunal, the matters are dragged on for 10 years, 15 years. For example, Kaveri dispute has taken 28 years. Do you know the cost of litigation of Kaveri dispute? We have spent more than 60 crores on litigation expenses only. To get 7 TMC of water by Pondicherry, Pondicherry state has to fight for 28 years. To get 30 TMC of water by Kerala state, the same amount has to be spent. Similarly, Madai is one of the most smallest rivers in Karnataka, in South India. She runs only 115 kilometers. The availability of water in normal year would be 180 TMC. It's unfortunate that out of 180 TMC, 137 TMC is allowed to go to sea. It is neither allocated to Goa or state of Maharashtra or to Karnataka. She runs only from May till November. After November, river will be completely diffused because it's a seasonal river. Out of 6 months, 180 TMC would be generated, out of which 137 TMC is allowed to go to sea, only on the ground that environmental need. Is it required? Is it in the interest of the states of India? You have to think over. 1 TMC, 1.33 TMC of water has been allocated to Maharashtra. For that, Maharashtra state has to get it, has to fight for 10 years. Similarly, even to get a paltry sum, we have spent more than 25 crores on litigation expenses. Is it not necessary for all the states to sit together, thrash out the problem, and put an end to this? Sir, Krishna Water Dispute Tribunal Award was passed in 2010. We are in 21. We are unable to implement the second tribunal award. Tribunal award would come to an end by 50. As per the estimated cost, 65,000 crores was estimated in 2014-15. Now we are in 22. The cost of land acquisition has increased by many-fold. Now, to complete that, is it possible for the state of Karnataka do it in a time bound? Is it possible for us to get the water before the end of the tribunal's award, which would come to by a 50? Award is yet to be published. How many years we are going to take? Where is the end for all these things? Is it required for the tribunal to consider? These are the matters concerning with the sister states of the state. Therefore, in this background, about 3 years back, I addressed a letter to Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji to look into it, to sit as a mediator and mediate the cases wherever it is possible in respect of all interstate river disputes. Otherwise, we are not going to utilize even a drop of water. This is one aspect to the matter. Now, interstate water dispute amendment bill 2019 is also brought, but still it is asked to be looked into. Even I have given my suggestion to Honorable Prime Minister, the manner in which it requires little more amendment, be that as it may. Now, sir, Till 1960, our farmers were not accustomed to use chemical manure and pesticides for agricultural operations. We were mainly depending upon the cow dung, compost, green manure, which had no side effects on the crop and the soil which they have grown. Later, the government of India encouraged all the farmers to use chemical manure only to secure food security. To grow more food scheme, we have allowed the farmers to use most chemical manure, which has resulted in disaster to human lives. The local bodies have also failed to take corrective measures in not treating the sewage water, mainly in urban areas, in discharging the sewage water into water bodies, which ultimately pollute the lakes, rivers, reservoirs, ponds, and streams. Sir, I worked as a chairman of High Court Legal Services Committee. While working, Sri Ellappareddy, an environmentist, was one of my co-members. We have undertaken a lot of projects on the river issues. For example, Bellandur tank, which was once upon a time a live tank, was been completely contaminated. Now Bangalore people are suffering. If they had taken preventive measure at the right time, this disasters would not have possible. Sir, as per Lakshman Rao committee, in and around Bangalore, more than 600 water bodies were there, live tanks. Now, on account of this Bangalore Development Authority, most of the live tanks have been diffused. They are converted into park or as a bus stand. As a result, now the global warming is also one of the issues. It's high time for us to revive the diffused tanks and remove the encroachment made by the land grabbers. Not only in and around Bangalore, throughout the state, it is the same phenomena. It is the responsibility of all of us to revive the diffused tanks. And I request the Honorable Minister for Minor Irrigation to take a keen interest in this subject. Sir, Pushpavati is a river. It was once upon a time a live river in Bangalore. People of Bangalore and around were utilizing the water both for consumption and for agriculture till 1970. Thereafter, due to unorganized development of Bangalore and due to industrialization, entire river has been completely polluted. It has affected the flora and fauna. Having noticed the pollution and contamination of river Pushpavati, Challagatta Valley, Koramangala Valley, as the chairman of High Court Legal Services Committee, I directed the State Pollution Control Board to test the borewell waters situated on the bank of all the three valleys. 1,200 samples were drawn from different borewells. The result was shocking. All the borewells water was unfit for human consumption because it had contained arsenic, lead, zinc, mercury, fluoride, and other heavy metals, including pollen content, which has affected the liver, lungs, kidney, skin, and several organs of human body. On further inspection, I noticed that the farmers were using the same water for agriculture and also for livestock. The water was also used for livestock, as a result of which milk was contaminated. Milk was found to be unfit for human consumption. Similarly, all major hospitals, Victoria, Minto, Bowring, Jaideva, Cancer Institute, Kempegoda Medical Hospital, Chinmaya Mission Hospital, Cancer Institute, they were all KC General Hospital. They were all discharging the biomedical waste without bearing a treatment. Therefore, as a chairman, I directed to construct the influent plant and thereafter discharge the water, failing which a further direction was issued to close down all these hospitals. There is a hue and cry how a high court can direct the state government to close the government hospitals. Later, they realized because they were the main polluters. They constructed the effluent plant and now they are discharging the water, sewage water. Similar direction was also issued to BWSSB, construct the treatment plants and discharge the treated water only to the valley. Sir, now Pushpavati Valley water is being discharged into Bairamangala tank. Bairamangala tank later discharged into Kaveri River. So entire Kaveri River is polluted on account of Bangalore. Who is responsible for this? And what are the adequate measures we have to take to prevent this. Sir, farmers are using pesticides and chemical manure indiscreetly. Crops grown by them are also completely affected. The toxic food is being consumed by all of us. The excess water from the field is being discharged into streams, ultimately would join the river. Similarly, major portion of the water used for agriculture and domestic use also revert back to the water bodies as a reverse flow, without there being any treating the contaminated water. Sir, in the district of South Kendra, North Kendra, Udupi, Chikmagalur, Shumaga, in Karnataka, and some of the other adjoining districts of Kerala, on account of the aerial spray of endosulfan cashew plantation, the potable water was completely polluted. The innocent villagers, having consumed the endosulfan contaminated water, are suffering for more than 25 years. Neither the executive nor people representatives took interest to rehabilitate the victims of endosulfan. The sufferings of endosulfan victims are no way unequal to the victims of Bhopal gas tragedy. Having noticed the sufferings of victims, as a sitting judge of High Court of Karnataka, I requested the Honorable Chief Justice bringing this notice in detail about the sufferings of the victims of endosulfan to issue necessary actions to the government of Karnataka to provide medical facilities and to rehabilitate them and to allow them on live in dignity till their death. My letter was treated as PL. On conducting a survey, it was found that more than 15,000 people in Karnataka were victims of endosulfan. Thereafter, necessary directions were issued to the government to provide them medical facilities and also nursing facilities, food, clothing, and also monthly maintenance. Sir, particularly from your district, Pavagada and Kortegere Taluk, the people are suffering from fluorosis because of fluoride content in the groundwater. As a judge, I directed the government of Karnataka to put up RO plant and supply water free from fluoride contents to the people of Pavagada and Kortegere. The same is also in the case of some of the taluks of Kolar, Chitradurga, and other districts. Due to discharge of effluents from Harihara polyfibers, the water of Tungabhadra river was completely intoxicated, which resulted in the death of livestock, fish, and had a great impact on flora and fauna, and also affected human lives. Using of copper sulfate by Areca growers in Malnad and coastal area has also resulted in water contamination, and it is visible from the color of the water of Tungabhadra river reservoir. During rainy season, the reservoir water will be bluish in color. Due to the use of pesticides and chemical manure in and around Gangavati, Koppal, and Raichur district, which is the rice bowl of Karnataka, the land has become saline and fertility of the land is lost. These, on account of discharge of untreated water from dyeing factories of near Nanjanagodu industrial area, the groundwater was completely contaminated. The color of the water in the borewell and open wells in Nanjanagodu area and surface water of Karbini river changed completely due to chemical release into the water into the water and due to percolation. I salute the Honorable Prime Minister for India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, for having taken up the task of cleaning Ganga in Varanasi and has made a sincere efforts to revive the holy Ganga. And similar authorities are to be required to be established for all the rivers of India. A time has come for the nation to encourage organic farming and to shut down all chemical manure industries in and around in order to bring back the fertility of the soil and also abolish the pesticides industries in the larger interest of the country. A time has come to find out alternative solutions for organic farming and using of natural pesticide prepared out of eco-friendly material, failing which the country has to face a great disaster. In fact, as a chairman of Backward Classes Commission of Andhra Pradesh, I've come across similar problems there also. In the district of Srikakulam, Kavati Mandal is there. There more than 15 to 20,000 youngsters who are in the age group of 25 to 30 are suffering from chronic kidney disease. Reason is unknown. Either the Union of India or the state of Andhra Pradesh were unable to find out the cause for such chronic disease in the youngsters. Therefore, in my report, I directed the state of Andhra Pradesh to abandon these villages and shift these villagers to some other place and to rehabilitate them. Similarly, in the area of Markapuram in Angol district, the people are suffering from this is similar to that of our Pavagada, Kotigere and other area due to fluoride contents in the groundwater. So a direction was issued by me to supply them with surface water instead of allowing them to draw water from the borewell and open wells to prevent that. Now, sir, if you don't realize this disaster of contamination of water, a day would come when all the reservoirs, lakes, ponds would be unfit for human consumption and agriculture. Therefore, in this background, today's webinar is an eye-opening for both the people and the state in conserving natural water bodies and its importance. With the above remarks, I happily inaugurate this webinar, throwing the subject for discussion and deliberation. I hope that today's webinar and its deliberation would be an indicator for the state and also for other states, the importance of conservation and preservation of clean water, and also for the policy makers to bring necessary reforms on this subject. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. May I now request Dr. Akhila Baslali, Senior Research Assistant, Center for Research in Water Resource Management and Law, Karnataka State Law University, to kindly introduce the keynote speaker. Please, ma'am.
Thank you, Rashmi. It gives me a great pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. Avdesh Pratap, to you. Dr. Pratap is a chartered civil engineer and has a doctorate in water laws. He has been practicing law since 2001, and from 2001 to 2009, he has practiced in the district courts and session courts of Delhi and Meerut. From 2009 to 15, along with the practice, Sir has been teaching at the Institute of Legal Studies, Chaudhry Charan Singh University, Meerut. Currently, Dr. Pratap is a practicing advocate in the Supreme Court, High Court of Delhi, and National Green Tribunal. Sir is also a member of the group of legal experts for interlinking of rivers under the Task Force for River Development and Ganga Rejuvenation, Ministry of Jal Shakti, Government of India. He has been contributing to the decision-making of the task force both strategically and functionally. Dr. Pratap has also been the part of collegiums for drafting of National Water Law Framework Bill 2013 at Hyderabad. He also has been training the future officers at the IAS Training Academy, Mussoorie, on water laws. His scholastic achievements include him being the resource person on water laws for the Ministry of Jal Shakti, Government of India, National Center for Good Governance, Lal Bahadur Shastri National Academy of Administration, Mussoorie, Department of Water Resource and Management, IIT Roorkee, Department of Civil Engineering, IIT BHU, Central Water Commission, New Delhi, National Water Development Agency, New Delhi, Central Board for Irrigation and Power, New Delhi, Tamil Nadu Water Investment Company, Chennai, Tamil Nadu. Sir has also presented many research papers. He has been invited as a resource person for the workshop conferences organized by the Ministry of Environment and Forest, Government of India, Ministry of Law and Justice, Government of India. He has also been participant of many delegations to the United Nations Organization. He has presented papers for the Government of Austria. Ministry of Jal Shakti, Government and India also has had him as a resource person. Sir has presented papers in IIT Consortium on National Mission for Clean Ganga and Ministry of Water Resource Development, Ganga Rejuvenation, Government of India. He has also presented papers for the Indian Law Institute, UPS School of Law, Dehradun, Center for Sustainable Development, Bangalore, India Water Week, and he has designed the syllabus on the subject water law and governance, which is being introduced by the IITs in their BTech and MTech course curriculum. Sir has supervised more than 10 dissertations for the courses run by the Department of Legal Studies, Chaudhry Charan Singh University Campus, Meerut. Sir, thank you very much for joining us in this webinar. We are very delighted to have you as our keynote speaker. We look forward to your talk on interlinking of rivers. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It is indeed a privilege to have Dr. Avdesh Pratap, Water Law and Management ex-member, Group of Legal Aspects for Interlinking Rivers under Task Force Ministry of Jal Shakti, Government of India. May I request sir to kindly deliver the keynote address. Please, sir.
Hello, very good morning, and I congratulate the organizers of this conference, Emerging Trends in Water Resources, Management and Law, with a special reference to state of Karnataka. Akhila, may I audible?
Yes, yes, sir, you are audible, sir.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
I started my lecture with very important lines regarding water written by Mikhail Gorbachev. These are relevant each and every time. Water, like religion and ideology, has the power to make power to more millions of people. More people move. I start again. Water, like religion and ideology, has the power to move millions of people. People move when there is too little of it. People move when there is too much of it. People journey down it. People write, sings and dance about it. People fight over it. And all people everywhere and every day need it. These are the lines written by Mikhail Gorbachev, and these are the very, very relevant lines regarding water resources. And when we are talking about water resources management, international community and Indian community is doing very well. But after 1980 and 1990, water resources law and management conferences and conventions, meetings were held. But prior to 1980 in India, we did not do nothing regarding water. Like after independence, we have no ministry, separate ministry in Government of India related with water. In 1980, Mrs. Indira Gandhi, the then Prime Minister, initiated a water resource ministry. Now, I started with international principles regarding international water courses. In 1986, and after 1986 in 2000 is the most important year for international water courses legal development. In Hague, there was a conference of international ministers, and they prepare international water courses law, and in subsequent world water forums, it was elaborated and discussed. And we have problems this time around the globe regarding scarcity of potable or drinking or fresh water. That is, problems are very severe in Middle East, South Asia, and Northern Africa. And international lawmaking was initiated for riparian states in 1997 by UN General Assembly. And a law was prepared on non-navigational uses of international water courses. And there are two most important rules of water sharing. One is Herman Doctrine and other one is Equitable Use Doctrine. Two doctrines. One is Herman Doctrine, initiated in 1885, and one is Doctrine of Absolute Sovereignty. But there was conflict between these two doctrines, and another most important doctrine was emerged because of conflict of these doctrines, that is equitable sharing, doctrine of equitable sharing. And most important international rule regarding international water courses is Helsinki rule. It was developed in 1966, and Article 6 of this rule states a use or category of uses is not entitled to any inherent preference over any use or category of uses. Almost similar provision is also there in 1997, Article 10, Clause 1, UN Convention on the Law of the Non-Navigational Uses of International Water Courses. And when we are talking about right to clean drinking water in India, since 1976, after emerging public interest litigation and judicial activism in the area of environment protection and water conservation and water pollution control, some important PIL was filed the Supreme Court, and Supreme Court decided many doctrines in the era of right to clean drinking water and conservation of water, management of water. And there are many cases, many PIL decided by Supreme Court, filed by MC Mehta. A very important PIL regarding clean drinking water matter and water pollution matter and water conservation and management matter is MC Mehta versus Union of India, Ganga Pollution Case 1, Ganga Pollution Case 2, and MC Mehta versus Union of India, Aravali Hills groundwater case. These are very important cases, and doctrine of public trust and doctrine of absolute liability was emerged in our Indian legal system and was accepted by international legal system in natural resources management. And there are so many cases in which clean drinking water is declared right with right to life and personal liberty. That is Subhas Kumar versus State of Bihar, Hamid Khan versus State of Madhya Pradesh. Justice Honorable Manjunath just elaborated about contamination of water of fluoride. This case was related with fluoride contamination, Hamid Khan versus State of Madhya Pradesh. And one is Visakha Kochi Kuddivela Samarakshana Samiti versus State of Kerala. It was decided in 2006. It was again with right to clean drinking water and was related with contamination of fluoride and other harmful chemicals. And when we are talking about right to water, there are so many cases in which higher judiciary, including high courts and Supreme Court of India, given so many verdicts regarding water disputes, regarding other water resource management matters. And we can understand right to clean drinking water and value of water by a British colonel who was architect after M. Visvesvaraya in South India to develop canal structure, irrigation structure in South India, including Karnataka. He was Mr. Arthur Cotton. And his quote is, "Water in India is more valuable than gold of Australia." And he started to design irrigation system in Karnataka or in South India. Then he taught a lesson to his engineers and said to them that if you want to develop and generate more revenue to British Empire, then you must develop irrigation structures in South India. And he quote, I already quote, "Water in India is more valuable than gold of Australia, because there were gold mines in Australia at the time, and they acquire rights to their mines, and they same time they acquire rights to our revenue system. The revenue system was taken into their hand in 1770. And when we are talking about interstate water disputes, when we are talking about mechanism to resolve our interstate water disputes, there is a mechanism in our constitution under Article 262. An Interstate Water Dispute Act was formed to give power to this Article 262, and it is amended many times. Finally, it is amended and redrafted in 2019. And Sarkaria Commission in 2002 gave power to award of tribunal and declare that award of tribunal equivalent to will have power equivalent to decree of Supreme Court judgments. And in US, Supreme Court has jurisdiction, interstate water dispute comes under the jurisdiction of US Supreme Court. In India, there is a strong recommendation to constitute a permanent water dispute to settle interstate water dispute quickly and effectively. And we know about all the disputes. I think all people know the most new dispute is Mahadai River water dispute and Vansadhara River water dispute. And prior to that, we have Krishna water, Kaveri, Satluj Ravi, Yamuna water dispute, Mahi water dispute, and two are most new disputes, Mahadai and Vansadhara. Water disputes can be categorized in three categories. One is interstate water dispute, and other one is transnational water disputes like India-Bangladesh Ganga River water dispute, Mahakali River water dispute, India-Nepal, Indus Valley dispute, India-Pakistan, Tulbul Navigation Project dispute, India-Pakistan, and third one is international water disputes. And according to our experience, international water disputes have been resolved by three mechanisms, that is international arbitration, permanent international tribunal, and international court of justice. I elaborate some dispute and deciding authorities. One is Lake Lennox case. It was decided by permanent arbitral tribunal. Helmand River case, arbitral tribunal. Trail smelter case, arbitral tribunal. And then Belgium Netherlands treaty, permanent court of international justice. Costa Rica Nicaragua treaty of limits, that was done in 1958, permanent arbitral tribunal, and Central American Court of Justice. France-Italy Convention, Court of Session, France-Spain Treaty, Arbitral Tribunal, Russia-USA Convention, Arbitral Tribunal, Treaty of Versailles, that is Permanent Court of International Justice. And the new other topic of the conference is pollution of water bodies. To tackle the pollution of water bodies, we have Government of India drafted a law, that is Water Act, Water Prevention and Protection of Pollution Control Act 1972, amended in 1988, 2002, and now it is in redrafting situation. Water Act is now in redrafting stage. And when we are talking about judicial contribution, I already elaborated some cases, but in some more important cases, that is a Noyal River case. Noyal River case is a landmark case in case of development of water jurisprudence in case of water pollution control. And Justice Honorable Manjunath sir already praised Prime Minister Modi. In other terms, I would like to praise that in 2014, he initiated National Mission for Clean Ganga, and 20,000 crore was initially sanctioned to clean river Ganga. I used to visit rivers for the government of India, and I found that in Kanpur, where river is like black nala, now we can drink its water. I visit last month in November. I visited in November. No, in December. I visited in December. Then I found that we can drink now the water in Kanpur. And in Varanasi, the position is little better, but it is under good condition. And there are two tributaries of river Ganga, Assi and Varna. These are badly encroached and badly polluted by local people, and we are trying to manage to participation of the people of the locality of river Assi and Varuna to rejuvenate it for the sake of river Ganga. And Prime Minister Modi ji and Yogi ji in UP Chief Minister is very helpful and very keen to clean these rivers for the sake of Ganga. And in 1984, to eliminate pollution of Ganga, Ganga Action Plan was initiated by Rajiv Gandhi government, and Yamuna Action Plan was initiated in 1992 by Rajiv Gandhi government. And when we are talking about the new heading, next heading, water justice movement, then when we are talking about development of water jurisprudence, since judgment of Municipal Corporation of Ratlam, A.K. Kulwal versus State of Rajasthan, M.C. Mehta versus Union of India, Hamid Khan, State of Odisha versus State of Andhra Pradesh, and one more important case about interlinking of rivers decided by Supreme Court in February 2022. It is in re-networking of rivers versus Union of India. And Supreme Court decided to interlink or intervention water transfer in our country till 2025-35 in national interest. And there are some more important cases regarding water justice movement, Perumati Gram Sabha versus PepsiCo India Limited and Coca-Cola case. Apart from that, Indian Uttarakhand High Court deciding a PIL declare river Ganga a living entity under Article 21 of the Constitution. Prior to that, New Zealand High Court declare their rivers legal entity, but Uttarakhand High Court declare our river Ganga living entity. When we are talking about groundwater management, the groundwater management is a very complex issue in India because it is a state subject, but Government of India started working to develop groundwater law since 1970. And this draft was revised many times, 1988 and 2005, a modified draft was prepared, but not turned to bill. Then several times is modified and revised, and finally it is drafted in 2017 by way of Groundwater Bill 2017. And when we are talking about Karnataka, Karnataka did a lot in water sector after 2014, and in 2019, Karnataka State Water Policy was released. And Law Minister sir is here, and he is also, I think, Minor Irrigation Minister. He is much aware about that Karnataka State Water Policy is a comprehensive water policy which covers irrigation, minor irrigation, groundwater, and other water management and water conservation issues. This is a very good piece of legislation. And one thing more, when we are talking about groundwater situation in Karnataka, it is very complex. It is very complex, and till today it is very, very bitter because of population rise and not unwise use of groundwater and groundwater exploitation for irrigation purposes, and the suggestion for groundwater management is that we must move to modern irrigation structures, and law minister is also there. There must be a irrigation law reforms. Irrigation laws are old and British period laws. These are not amended and modified. It is a need of the hour to modify or to redraft our irrigation law. Irrigation law reform is need of the hour, as well as old irrigation structures must be converted to modern irrigation system, and we must collaborate with Israel to drip and other type of irrigation to use our water properly, and less water losses will be there, and we will get more crop. There is a formula, more crop per drop. We must follow more crop per drop in Karnataka to irrigate our grains and to increase our food and for our food security. And when we are talking about development of irrigation laws, in this time, in 70, Britishers acquire revenue rights, and they think that they should develop irrigation in India, because irrigation is only mode to generate revenue. And one historian, E. Whitcomb, wrote, the history of the development of water resources in British India was an irrigation history, and that history has established a state monopoly over water resources. And firstly, they drafted Northern India Canal and Drainage Act 1837, and it was an act to regulate irrigation, navigation, and drainage in Northern India. And Britishers were very thankful to our indigenous technology, and the initial work was done by our great engineer and great water engineer M. Visvesvaraya. They executed and designed canal for Mysore province to irrigation, for purpose of irrigation. And Britishers wrote that the existing indigenous system of irrigation in India, which have evolved with reference to topography and climate, have thousands of years of tradition behind them. Something more, we are father of irrigation system in the world. We have started irrigation by water diversion in 2nd century, and we are father of irrigation and diversion of water, and we gave lesson to entire world that how to irrigate to our grains to transfer water for irrigation. And there were a great engineer who developed irrigation structure and designed irrigation structure and executed was Arthur Cotton. And he wrote, and he was very thankful to our native engineers, and he designed Kaveri Anicut in Tiruchirappalli in 1838 to divert water for irrigation purposes. And he wrote, it was from them, the native Indians, we learned how to secure a foundation in loose sand of unmeasured depth. In fact, what we learned from them made the difference between financial successes of any engineering works in the world. Solely because we learned from them. With this lesson about foundation we built bridges, weirs, aqueducts, and kinds of hydraulic work, we are thus deeply indebted to native engineers. He wrote for us. And now we are talking about role of panchayat and municipalities. So when we are talking about panchayat, so there are so many pani panchayats who are working their own to conserve and manage water in different areas of India, and they did well, and they did manage to conserve and use their own water without any government support and help. And this is called community governance in water sector. There are so many river parliament which are working for water conservation and water management. Some are Nadi Samvad Samiti, and Water Users Association was initiated from Maharashtra, now get legal status, and act is in some states, act is drafted to regulate the working of Water Users Association. And since 1973, 1991, 73rd, 74th Amendment, Panchayat Raj institutions were working to manage panchayat and village water. And now one topic is related with our conference is interlinking of rivers. Now I request teacher to start my presentation regarding interlinking of rivers. Akhila.
Yes,
Akhila,
sir. Yes, sir.
Start my.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
So the screen sharing is on.
Okay. First slide. Start by first slide. Yes, this is. It covers our water scenario of our country. We have 70% of the world population, and land resources are 2.45%, and renewable water resources are 4%, and annual precipitation is 4,000 billion cubic meter, and average annual water potential is 1869 billion cubic meter. This is the graph which shows per capita availability, meter cube per year, water distress per capita per year, and water scarcity. All three are shown year-wise in this graph. Next slide. This is another graph. This is climate change impact estimation in future. This is all about irrigation, drinking water, industry, energy, and others. This is shown by the chart, the estimated effect on water because of global warming and climate change. Next. This is about water. This is the water deficit areas shown by this graph, that and water deficit and water rich. This the graph shows, and I request organizers to share this presentation to each and every participant to more better understanding. Next slide. This is these are the links. This is the scheme and the links of which are started working and working will be start on these links. This is pollution control measures and National Water Development Agency, which was created to research and plan to initiate plans regarding water interlinking of rivers. This is the institution, National Water Development Agency, this which is a think tank to plan and execute National Perspective Plan for Water Resource Development 1980, under which interlinking of rivers will be completed and done. And we have 30 links. We have 60 links of peninsular rivers and 14 links of Himalayan rivers. And next slide. This is the ILR program, and we have done all these system, and presently 3 links are under construction, and all the permission and NOCs were granted. And on 8th December, Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji inaugurate Ken Betwa interlink, which is link between Madhya Pradesh and Uttar Pradesh, and pilot project as well. And we have started work, construction work there, and some more link are prepared to start working. Next slide. This is all about study of interlink. Next. These are the links which are ready to start, and Ken Betwa started already, and Daman Ganga Pinjal is already to be started very soon. Par Tapti Narmada, Godavari Kaveri. These are other 3 links: Godavari Krishna, Krishna Pennar, Pennar Kaveri. These are the part of this Godavari Kaveri link. The 3 are other parts of intra basin water transfer. Next slide. This is the Ken Betwa river link map. Next. This is financial aspects. Next. There are benefits of link, and there are some challenges with these links and bottlenecks. Next. 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 Okay. Now this is my second presentation, which covers the existing legal mechanism to tackle water resources management, water pollution control, and each and every aspect of law related with water. Kindly start. Next. 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 Yes. This is the situation of our constitution assembly debate. Previous, kindly go for previous. Kindly go for previous.
Aditya, previous slide, please.
Yes. And one more previous. One more previous. Yes, yes. Okay. When we are talking about river rejuvenation and conservation, two important definition and two important points are very important. One is riverbed and other one is floodplains. Prior to 2009, definition of these two were not interpreted and clear with our water legislation. And with the decision of DDA versus Rajendra Singh, Supreme Court interpreted the definition of riverboard and floodplain. Floodplain is a area which is very important for the life of river. It is the part of natural ecosystem of river. Without floodplain restoration, we can never rejuvenate or revive any river. If we gone through with the history of rejuvenation of Rhine and Thames and other rivers and Murray-Darling Basin in Australia, then we found that they firstly rejuvenate or revive or restore their floodplains. There must be dense forestation on floodplains, and floodplains must be clear and must be intact. Otherwise, when floodplain is encroached, like Indian river condition in India, floodplains of rivers is badly encroached. That's why river is dying and contaminating and contaminated and polluted because of floodplain encroachment. And we have suggested before PMO and Government of India to draft 3 laws. I already submitted my draft, which is related with floodplain restoration. Next. When we are talking about water legislation, in our ancient system, beginning from Manusmriti, we have provisions related with water conservation, water management, and proper protection of our water resources, like Vedas, Puranas, and Kautilya's Arthashastra. There are so many our texts, which each and every contain provisions to maintain, conserve, and restoration of our traditional water bodies. Next. Water jurisprudence initially developed through Roman law and British common law, and then groundwater law also contributed to develop water jurisprudence. And public trust doctrine is again very important in case of development of water jurisprudence and law, riparian law, and what riparian right, there is a natural right of water, is also a part of development of water jurisprudence. Next. This is, we are talking about prior to independence, there is a prime law which was drafted by Britishers, that is Government of India Act 1935. First time Government of India, British India through Government of India Act divide water to central and provincial list. Prior to the Government of India 1935, water was considered under army control and central list. But since 1935 Government of India Act, they diverted water to state and province list. And when we drafted constitution, during Constituency Assembly debates, B.R. Ambedkar was of the view that water must be remain with union list under entry 56, list 1. But due to intervention of Pandit Nehru, the then Prime Minister and Chairman, water was divided in state and union list, and in 1942 Irrigation and Power Committee also suggested to divide water in state and union list, and on the help of this committee, Pandit Nehru wrote a letter to B.R. Ambedkar that divide water into list. Now water is with entry 56 union list, interstate rivers and river valleys, and other components of water are with under entry 17 state list. Next. Next. These are entry 56 union list and entry 17, that is state list, and article 262, that is the mechanism to resolve interstate water disputes. Next. And when we are talking about resolution mechanism of water disputes, apart from article 262, Supreme Court has its original jurisdiction in case of violation of fundamental right of any state under article 131. Next. Article 136, special leave to appeal, and article 143, power to president to consult Supreme Court. Under this article 143, re-networking of river case was decided, and in 2002, I had already written in re-networking of rivers in Re 2012-4 SCC 51, and Supreme Court decided the reference with the judgment and order that Government of India must interlink the rivers of India till 1935 in national interest. Next. These are schedule 11, entry 3, entry 2nd, entry 29, 11 schedule. These are the under entry 3, 11 schedule, minor irrigation, water management, and watershed development. Entry 2nd, 11 schedule, drinking water. Entry 29, 11 schedule, maintenance of community assets. And before some time, Professor Bhatt was talking about community structure assets, which are tanks and other man-made structures. The maintenance of these structures comes under entry 29, 11 schedule. And these are some articles, article 243W, which gives power, authority, and responsibility to municipalities to manage streets and other sanitation system of water. Entry 3, 11 schedule, that is minor irrigation, water management, and watershed development. Entry 29, 11 schedule, maintenance of community assets. Next. Now, this is not related with this conference. Now, kindly shut these slides, and I would like to conclude my speech with some suggestions. When we are talking about Karnataka and water management in Karnataka and irrigation management in Karnataka, we should work with a model, and model work in 4 components. One is water education, second one is water engineering, third one is water law, and fourth one is water sensitivity. Minister sir is here. Basically, when we are talking about sensitivity and sensitization among the people, we must initiate some program related with water literacy, water education, and water awareness. And we must educate our people about water literacy, that water is so important and water is scarce in our Karnataka, that we must use wisely our water, and we must reuse it and recycle it many times for different uses, because fresh water is limited, and if we use water with bitter system and without using our prudence regarding water, then the situation will be very acute. This time situation is alarming, but it may be dangerous if we will not start these steps to work in water sector. And one thing more, I request with minister, and it must be my message must be sent to CM, that allocation of fund in water sector is very low. There must be much money allocation for water resources management, to develop irrigation structures and to irrigation law reforms. Without enhancing budget for water management, it will be very difficult task to manage our water and to improve the water situation in Karnataka or in India. Especially in Karnataka, there is a very much potential to work to improve the water scenario, whether it is groundwater, whether it is surface water, whether it is water supply chain, whether it is each and every aspect of water. There is so many potential, but fund allocation must be increased, and it is need of the hour. When we properly manage our water, we can boost our economy. Any country which is deficit of water can never be a developed country. And if a developed country is not take care of their waters, then it will be converted to a poor country. It is sure in future. That's why we must enhance water allocation fund to properly manage our water resources. With these words, I stop my words. Thank you very much to call me for this keynote speech. Thank you, Bhatt sir. Thank you, all other management team. Very good morning to each and I wish all success to the conference. And I would like to send a research paper for publication in your issue. And it is, I have too much to say regarding water resources. I will come to the university. I request to
Thank you, sir. We'll look for the event.
Visit your university and will deliver some lectures in a week to your university regarding different aspects of water. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. May I request Dr. Akhila Baslali, Senior Research Assistant, Center for Research in Water Resource Management and Law, Karnataka State Law University, to kindly introduce the President to the inaugural session. Please, ma'am.
Thank you, Rashmi. It's a great privilege and honor for me to be introducing Shri J.C. Madhuswamy sir to you. Born on 4th of February 1953 in Jaichamarajapura of Tumkur district, Shri J.C. Madhuswamy sir went on to obtain his degree in law from Vidyodaya College, Tumkur. Sir also holds a master's degree in arts. After a brief period of legal practice, he involved in social activities and political leadership. As a very eminent parliamentarian and a dynamic member of the political party, he has contributed to the public life significantly. Sir went on to serve as the member of Karnataka Legislative Assembly representing Chiknaikkanahalli constituency of Tumkur. Sir currently is the Minister for Law, Parliamentary Affairs and Legislation and Minister of Minor Irrigation. Also, we are privileged to have him as our Pro-Chancellor of KSLU. As our Pro-Chancellor, Sir has been very supportive towards all the activities of KSLU. His encouragement to research activities of our university is very immense. The Vignaneshwara chair, with such a good grant from the government of Karnataka, is an outcome of his effort. Sir also has taken key interest in the research activities of Water Law Center. He has included the Water Law Center in the policy formulations, and he also has directed us to study the implementation of few water schemes. Sir, we certainly will aim to keep up with your expectations. We are indeed very honored to have you with us today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. It is an honor and privilege to have Shri J.C. Madhuswamy, Honorable Minister of Law, Parliamentary Affairs and Legislation and Minor Irrigation, Government of Karnataka, and Pro-Chancellor, Karnataka State Law University. May I request, sir, to kindly address us? Please, sir.
ಮಾನ್ಯ ನ್ಯಾಯಮೂರ್ತಿಗಳಾದ ಶ್ರೀ ಮಂಜುನಾಥ್ ಅವರೇ, ಅವಧೇಶ್ ಪ್ರತಾಪ್ ಅವರೇ, ನಮ್ಮ ಉಪಕುಲಪತಿಗಳಾದ ಈಶ್ವರ ಭಟ್ರೆ, ಇವತ್ತು ನನಗೆ ಬಹಳ ಸಂತೋಷಕರವಾದ ದಿನ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಹೇಳದೆ ತಪ್ಪಾಗ್ಲಿಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ನನ್ನ ದೃಷ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯಗಳು ಟೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಬುಕ್ ರೀಡಿಂಗ್ ಸೆಂಟರ್ಗಳಷ್ಟೇ ಆಗ್ಬಾರ್ದು, ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಓರಿಯೆಂಟೆಡ್ ಸೆಂಟರ್ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು. ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಮತ್ತು ಅಲ್ಲಿರುವಂತ ಕಾನೂನು ತೊಡಕುಗಳಿಗೆ ಪರಿಹಾರ ಕಂಡುಹಿಡಿಯುವಂತ ಕೇಂದ್ರಗಳಾಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಬಯಸಿರೋ ನಾನು. ಆ ದಿಕ್ಕಲ್ಲಿ ಲಾ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಏನಿವತ್ತು ವಾಟರ್ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೆ. ನಾನು ಈಶ್ವರ ಭಟ್ರಿಗೆ ಕಾಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ನಾನು ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಅಭಿನಂದಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. Because he has taken a lot of interest in this field and he has written many articles and books in this field. ಇದು ಹೀಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಸ್ಪಂದಿಸೋದು ಶೈಕ್ಷಣಿಕ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರಗಳ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಆಗಿರಬೇಕು. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲವು ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳನ್ನ ನಾನು ಮೊದಲೇ ಪಟ್ಟಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಆ ನಂತರ ಅದಕ್ಕೇನಾದ್ರೂ ಕಾನೂನಿನ ತೊಡಕುಗಳಿದೆಯಾ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಇಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಅದನ್ನ ನೀವು ಪರಿಹರಿಸಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಮಂಜುನಾಥ್ ಅವ್ರ ಮಾತು ಮತ್ತು ಅವಧೇಶ್ ಪ್ರತಾಪ್ ಅವ್ರ ಮಾತು ನಾನು ಕೇಳಿದೆ. ಸರ್, ಮಂಜುನಾಥ್ ಅವರೇ, ನೀವು ಹೇಳಿದ ಮಾತಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಸಹಮತ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಪಡಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ವಾಟರ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಷ್ಟು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಆಗಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದರಲ್ಲೂ ನಾವೇನ್ ಮೈನರ್ ಇರಿಗೇಷನ್ ಇದ್ವಿ, ನಾವು ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ ಕೆಲಸ ಸಮರ್ಪಕವಾಗದೆ ಬೈಂದೂರು ಕೆರೆಯಿಂದ ವೃಷಭಾವತಿ ನದಿಯವರೆಗೆ ನಾವು ಪೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಅನ್ನ ನೋಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಬಟ್ ಸರ್, ಈಗ ನಾವು ಅನೇಕ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಈಶ್ವರ ಭಟ್ರು ಬರೆದಿರೋ ಹಾಗೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಆರ್ಟಿಕಲ್ಸ್ ಬಂದಿರೋ ಹಾಗೆ ನಾವು ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಫ್ಲೋಯಿಂಗ್ ರಿವರ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನ ಆದಷ್ಟು ತಡೆದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಸಣ್ಣ ಕಡೆ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಆ ಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾದರೂ ವಾತಾವರಣ ತಂಪಾಗಿರ್ಬೇಕು ಮತ್ತೆ ಹಸಿರಿರ್ಬೇಕು, ಹಾಗೇನೆ ನೀರು ಲಭ್ಯ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕಂತ ವೆಂಟೆಡ್ ಡ್ಯಾಮ್ಸ್ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ತಗೊಂಡ್ಬಂದು ಇಡೀ ದಕ್ಷಿಣ ಕನ್ನಡ, ಚಿಕ್ಕಮಗಳೂರು, ಉಡುಪಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಉತ್ತರ ಕನ್ನಡ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ವೆಂಟೆಡ್ ಡ್ಯಾಮ್ ಹಾಕೋದು. ಹಾಗೇನೆ ಸಮುದ್ರಕ್ಕೆ ಏನು ನದಿ ನೀರು ಸೇರುತ್ತೆ ಆ ಮಧ್ಯೆ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಅಂತ ಹಾಕ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಕಾರ್ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಏನಂದ್ರೆ ಉಪ್ಪು ನೀರನ್ನ ಸಿಹಿ ನೀರಿಂದ ಬೇರೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಸಿಹಿ ನೀರನ್ನ ಲಭ್ಯ ಮಾಡೋದು ಆ ಭಾಗದ ಜನಗಳಿಗೆ. ಅದು ಇರಿಗೇಷನ್ ಮತ್ತು ಡ್ರಿಂಕಿಂಗ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಎರಡಕ್ಕೂ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ. ಇನ್ನು ಈ ಕಡೆ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ತಾವು ಹೇಳ್ದಾಗೆ ಏನ್ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಸ್ವೇಜ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಇತ್ತು, ಅದನ್ನ ಟ್ರೀಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅದನ್ನೇನಾದ್ರೂ ಮಾಡಿ ಕೆರೆಗಳಿಗೆ ತುಂಬಿಸೋ ಕೆಲಸ ಬಹುಶಃ ಇಡೀ ಇಂಡಿಯಾನಲ್ಲಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕನೇ ಪಾಯ್ನಿಯರ್ ಆಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರೋದು. ನಾವಿವಾಗ್ಲೇ KC ವ್ಯಾಲಿ ಮತ್ತು HN ವ್ಯಾಲಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಕೋಲಾರ ಮತ್ತು ಚಿಕ್ಕಬಳ್ಳಾಪುರ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೆರೆಗಳಿಗೆ ನೀರು ತುಂಬಿಸಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಸುಮಾರು 8 TMC ಸೀವೇಜ್ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಇಸ್ ಡೈವರ್ಟೆಡ್ ಟು ದಟ್ ಏರಿಯಾ. ಎರಡನೇ ಅಂತ ನಾವೀಗ ವೃಷಭಾವತಿ ವ್ಯಾಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಟ್ರೀಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಸೆಕೆಂಡರಿ ಟ್ರೀಟೆಡ್ ವಾಟರ್ನ ನೆಲಮಂಗಲ, ದೊಡ್ಡಬಳ್ಳಾಪುರ ಮತ್ತೆ ತುಮಕೂರು ಕಡೆ ಹರಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿ 860 crores ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ಗೆ DPR ಮಾಡಿದೀವಿ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಏನ್ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಪೊಲ್ಯೂಟ್ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು ಮತ್ತೆ ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಬಹಳ ಇತ್ತು, ಸಿವೇಜ್ ಇತ್ತು, ಅದನ್ನ ಡೈವರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋ ಕೆಲಸನ ನಾವು MI ಇಂದ ಮಾಡಿದೀವಿ. ಇದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಫಿಲ್ಲಿಂಗ್ ಅಪ್ ಟ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ ಬ್ಯಾಂಗ್ಳೂರ್ ಸಿಟಿ ಆಲ್ಸೋ. ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ತಂಪಿರಬೇಕು, ಇಲ್ಲೂ ಅಂತರ್ಜಲ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ದೃಷ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಎರಡನೇ ಹಂತ ಮೂರನೇ ಹಂತದಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಸಿಟಿಗಳಿಗೂ ಈ ಟ್ರೀಟೆಡ್ ವಾಟರ್ನ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಮತ್ತೆ ತಾವು ಹೇಳಿದ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿಯಲ್ ಎಸ್ಟಾಬ್ಲಿಷ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿ ಕಮರ್ಷಿಯಲ್ ಇದೆ ಎಕ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಫಾರ್ ಡ್ರಿಂಕಿಂಗ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪರ್ಪಸ್ಗೆ ಈ ನೀರನ್ನೇ ಬಳಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನದಿ ನೀರಿನ ಬಳಕೆನ ಆದಷ್ಟು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಲೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಎರಡನೇದು, ನಾವು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹುಶಃ ತಮಗ್ ಗೊತ್ತು ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲಾಟೇಷನ್ ಬಹಳ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇರೋ ರಾಜ್ಯ ನಾವು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ರಾಜಸ್ಥಾನಕ್ಕೆ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಇರೋರು ನಾವೇ ಏನಾದ್ರೂ ಮಳೆಗಾಡ ಆಗ್ತೀವಿ ಅನ್ನೋ ಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಇರೋರು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಅಂತರ್ಜಲ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಗೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದು ನಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದಿನ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಚಾಲೆಂಜ್ ಆಗಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟೇಕನ್ ಅ ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ಸ್ಕೀಮ್ ಅಂಡರ್ ಅಟಲ್ ಭೂಜಲ್ ಯೋಜನಾ ಮತ್ತೆ ಅನೇಕ ವಾಟರ್ ಶೆಡ್ಗಳ ಕೆಳಗೆ ಸ್ಕೀಮ್ ತಗೊಂಡು ಅಂತರ್ಜಲವನ್ನ ನಾವು ಸುರಕ್ಷಿತ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಅದನ್ನೇನಾದ್ರೂ ಮಾಡಿ ರೆಸ್ಟೋರ್ ಮಾಡದೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಮಳೆ ಬಿದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಮಳೆ ನೀರು ಭೂಮಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಲ್ಲೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನೋ ಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಏನಿದೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಅವಾಯ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಂತೇಳಿ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ನಾವು ಅಟಲ್ ಭೂಜಲ್ ಯೋಜನೆನ 71 ತಾಲೂಕುಗಳಿಗೆ ಚಾಲು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಮಾನ್ಯ ಪ್ರಧಾನಿಯವರ ಕನಸಿನ ಯೋಜನೆ ಇದು. ನಾವೇನು 200 ಇಂದ 300 ಅಡಿ ಅಂತರ್ಜಲದ ಇತ್ತು, ಈಗ 1200 1300 ಅಡಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅದು ರಿಜನೋವೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ, ಅದನ್ನ ರೆಸ್ಟೋರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಮೀರಿದ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ವಾಟರ್ ಸೆಕ್ಯೂರಿಟಿ ಪ್ಲಾನ್, ವಾಟರ್ ಸಪ್ಲೈ ಪ್ಲಾನ್, ವಾಟರ್ ಡಿಮ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಚೈನೇಜ್ ಎಲ್ಲವನ್ನೂ ಅಡಕ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಈ ಕಡೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಒತ್ತು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕಕ್ಕೆ ಆಸೆ ಇದೆ ಮುಂದೆ ಒಳ್ಳೇದ್ ಬರ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ. ನಾನು ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾತಾಡಿದಾಗೆ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ನಾಲ್ವಡಿ ಕೃಷ್ಣರಾಜ್ ಒಡೆಯರ್ಗೆ ಬಹಳ ಆಭಾರಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ಸಿರೀಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಟ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಏನ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂತು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ, ಅದು ಅವರ ಕಲ್ಪನೆ, ವಿಶ್ವೇಶ್ವರಯ್ಯನವರ ಕೂಸು. ಅದು ಸಿರೀಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಟ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಅನ್ನ ನಾವು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮೈಂಟೈನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಒಂದ್ ಕೆರೆಯಿಂದ ಇನ್ನೊಂದ್ ಕೆರೆಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ನೀರನ್ನ ಹಳಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ತಗೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಿದ್ರೆ ಕೆರೆ ಹಿಂಭಾಗದ ಸ್ಥಳ ಮತ್ತು ವ್ಯಾಲಿ ಎರಡೂ ಬದಿ ಹಸರಾಗಿ ಇರ್ತಿತ್ತು, ಎಲ್ಲ ಅಂತರ್ಜಲ ತುಳುಕೆ ಇರ್ತಿತ್ತು. ಅದು ಎಲ್ಲೋ ತಪ್ಪು ಹೋಯ್ತು. ಆ ಸಿರೀಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಟ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಟ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಗಳೇ ತುಂಬಲಾರದಂತ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಬಂತು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಈಗ ನಾವು wherever canal water is available, we are trying to push that canal water and to fill the tanks in those areas. 145, 50, 55, 60% ವರೆಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಬಯಲುಸೀಮೆಯಲ್ಲಿರೋ ಈ ಭಾಗ ಕೋಲಾರ, ಹಾಸನ, ತುಮಕೂರು ಮತ್ತೆ ಚಿತ್ರದುರ್ಗ ಈ ಭಾಗದ ಕೆರೆಗಳಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ನೀರು ತುಂಬಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅಲ್ಲೇನಾದ್ರೂ ಅಂತರ್ಜಲ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಆಗುತ್ತಾ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ. ಇದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ as it is already said, now we are giving more stress to micro irrigation system. We are not going for flood irrigation system. ನಾವು ಈಗ ನಾನಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಇಲ್ಲಿನ ಮುಂದೆ ಫ್ಲಡ್ ಇರಿಗೇಷನ್ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಇರ್ಕೂಡ್ದು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ. ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಥ್ರೂ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಮೈಕ್ರೋ ಇರಿಗೇಷನ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಅಂತ. ಇದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಾನು ಕೊಯಮತ್ತೂರು ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ಬಂದ ರೀತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಮೈಕ್ರೋ ಇರಿಗೇಷನ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಆಪ್ಟಿಮಮ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಆಪ್ಟಿಮಮ್ ಯುಟಿಲೈಸೇಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ಗೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅದೇಗಂದ್ರೆ ಡ್ರಿಪ್ ಇರಿಗೇಷನ್ ಕೂಡ ಸೆನ್ಸಾರ್ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅದಕ್ಕೇನಾದ್ರೂ ನಾವು ಸೋಲಾರ್ ಪವರ್ ಸಪ್ಲೈ ಮಾಡಿ ಯಾವ ಭೂಮಿಗೆ ಅಥವಾ ಯಾವ ಬೆಳೆಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ನೀರ್ನ ಅಬ್ಸರ್ವ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ನೆಲ ಅಷ್ಟು ಮಾತ್ರ ನಾವು ಫ್ಲೋ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಹೆಚ್ಚುವರಿ ನೀರನ್ನು ಅಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಬಿಡಬಾರದು. ಓಲ್ಡ್ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಟಿಂಗ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಫಾರ್ ಡ್ರಿಪ್ಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಇಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಎನ್ವಿಸೇಡ್ ನಾವು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಬೇಕು ಅಷ್ಟು ಮಾತ್ರ ನೀರನ್ನ ಬೆಳೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ಬಹಳ ಒತ್ತು ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ವಾಟರ್ ಸೆಕ್ಯೂರಿಟಿ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಗಿವಿಂಗ್ ಮೋರ್ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ. ಸಪ್ಲೈ ಸೈಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದೆ, ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿಂದ ನೀರನ್ನ ನಾವು ಫ್ಲೋ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು ಅಂತ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಕೆನಾಲ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಫ್ಲೋ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಟ್ರೀಟೆಡ್ ವಾಟರ್, ಸೆಕೆಂಡರಿ ಟ್ರೀಟೆಡ್ ವಾಟರ್, 18 TMCs of water sewage is developed in Bangalore city alone per annum. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿಂದ 13-14 TMC ನೀರನ್ನಾದ್ರೂ ನಾವು ನೈಬರಿಂಗ್ ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಗಳಿಗೆ, ಡ್ರೈ ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಗಳಿಗೆ ಪುಷ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಆ ಕೆರೆಗಳನ್ನ ತುಂಬಿ ಅಂತರ್ಜಲ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಮಾಡೋದು ನಮ್ಮ ಮೇನ್ ಟಾಸ್ಕ್. ಈ ಅಂತರ್ಜಲ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಮಾಡೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಅಂತರ್ಜಲದಲ್ಲಿ ನೀರ್ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾದ್ರೆ ಡೈಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಆಗಿ ನೀವೇನ್ ಕೆಮಿಕಲ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಫಾರ್ಮಸಿಸ್ ವಿಷಯನ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರಿ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಡೈಲ್ಯೂಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು ತುಮಕೂರು, ಪಾವಗಡ, ಕೊರಟಗೆರೆ ಎರಡೇ ಅಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಇಡೀ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆ ಕೆಮಿಕಲ್ ಯುಕ್ತ ನೀರನ್ನೇ ನಾವು ಕುಡಿತಾ ಇರೋದು. ದುರದೃಷ್ಟವಶಾತ್ RO ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಕೂಡ ಈಗ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಮಾರ್ಕ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ. RO ವಾಟರ್ ಈಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ನಾಟ್ ಫಿಟ್ ಫಾರ್ ಕನ್ಸಂಪ್ಷನ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ತಜ್ಞರು ಹೇಳ್ತಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಮುಂದೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕನ್ನೋ ಆಲೋಚನೆಗೆ ನಾವು ಒಳಗಾಗಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಡ್ರಿಂಕಿಂಗ್ ವಾಟರ್, RO ವಾಟರ್ ಇಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಸೇಫ್ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಕೂಡ ತಜ್ಞರು ನಮ್ಗಾಗ್ಲೇ ಹೇಳಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಬೇರೆ ಮೋಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಡ್ರಿಂಕಿಂಗ್ ವಾಟರ್ಗೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಆಲೋಚನೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಇಲಾಖೆನಲ್ಲಿ ಆರಂಭ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಲ್ಟಿ ವಿಲೇಜ್ ಡ್ರಿಂಕಿಂಗ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಸ್ಕೀಮ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿ ನಾವು ಸರ್ಫೇಸ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಅನ್ನ ಏನು ಸ್ಟೋರ್ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತೇವೆ, ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಮೇ ಬಿ ಬೈ ಕೆನಾಲ್ ಆರ್ ಟ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್, ಅದನ್ನೇನಾದ್ರೂ ಮಾಡಿ ಟ್ರೀಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಜಲ್ ಜೀವನ್ ಮಿಷನ್ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಕೆಳಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮನೆಗಳಿಗೆ ನಲ್ಲಿ ನೀರನ್ನ ಶುದ್ಧೀಕರಣ ಮಾಡಿದ ನಲ್ಲಿ ನೀರನ್ನ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದು ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಒತ್ತು. ಜಲ್ ಜೀವನ್ ಮಿಷನ್ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ನಮ್ಗೆ 9,100 ಚಿಲ್ಲರೆ ಕೋಟಿನ ನಾವು ಅನುದಾನ ಇಟ್ಟುಕೊಂಡು ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಮತ್ತು ನಾವು ಸೇರಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮನ ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. 2024 ಒಳಗೆ ಎವ್ರಿ ಹೌಸ್ ಹೋಲ್ಡ್ ವಿಲ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಡ್ರಿಂಕಿಂಗ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಕನೆಕ್ಟೆಡ್ ಬೈ ಪೈಪ್. ಅದು ಶುದ್ಧೀಕರಿಸಿದ ನೀರು, ನಾಟ್ ಬೈ ಬೋರ್ವೆಲ್ ಮೆಥಡ್. ಬೋರ್ವೆಲ್ ಇಂದ ಕೊಡ್ತಿದ್ದು ಶುದ್ಧೀಕರಿಸಿದ ನೀರು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನಾವು ಭಾವಿಸೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಬೋರ್ವೆಲ್ ನೀರು ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೂ ಸಬ್ ಸರ್ಫೇಸ್ ಸಂಪ್ಗಳನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಟ್ರೀಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಓವರ್ ಹೆಡ್ ಟ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಗಳಿಗೆ ತುಂಬಿಟ್ಟು ನೀರು ಕೊಡಬೇಕಂತ ಆಲೋಚನೆಯನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಇದು ನಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದಿರೋ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ. ಇನ್ನು ಸ್ಟೋರೇಜ್ ಆಫ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಟ್ರೆಡಿಷನಲ್ ಮೆಥಡ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೊಸ ಹೊಸ ಮೆಥಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ನೀರ್ನ ಸ್ಟೋರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದೀವಿ. ಹರಿಯೋ ನೀರನ್ನ ನಿಲ್ಸು, ನಿಂತ ನೀರನ್ನ ಹಿಂಗ್ಸು, ಹೆಚ್ಚಾದ ನೀರನ್ನ ಹರಿಸೋದು ಅನ್ನೋದು ನಮ್ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್. ಅದು ವಾಟರ್ ಶೆಡ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, MI ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಮೇಜರ್ ಇರಿಗೇಷನ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿ ನೀರು ಹರಿತಾ ಇದೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಆದಷ್ಟು ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತೇವೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿರೋ ಎನ್ವೈರನ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಗೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ರೀತಿ ತೊಡಕಾಗದೆ, ಸಬ್ಮರ್ಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಆಗದೆ, ಯಾವುದೇ ಫ್ಲೋರಾ ಫಾನಾ ಲಾಸ್ ಆಗದೆ ನೀರನ್ನ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸಿ ಒಂದು ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಕರ್ಸೋದು. ಅದನ್ನ ಹಂತವಾಗಿ ಅಲ್ಲಲ್ಲೇ ನಿಲ್ಸೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಅಂತರ್ಜಲ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಮತ್ತು ವಾಟರ್ ಕೂಡ ಅವೈಲಬಲ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸಣ್ಣ ಪುಟ್ಟ ಸ್ಕೀಮ್ಗಳಿಂದ ಹಿಡಿದು ಮೆಗಾ ಸ್ಕೀಮ್ ವರೆಗೆ ಈ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಇದು ಮಾಡ್ತಿದೀವಿ. ತಮಗ್ ಗೊತ್ತು 1200 ಇಂದ 1400 TMCs ಆಫ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಈಸ್ ಥ್ರೂ ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಫ್ಲೋಯಿಂಗ್ ರಿವರ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ. ಈ ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಫ್ಲೋ ಆಗ್ತಿರೋ ರಿವರ್ಗಳನ್ನ ನಾವ್ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದೇ ನಮ್ ಚಿಂತೆ. ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ಈಸ್ಟ್ ಫ್ಲೋಯಿಂಗ್ ರಿವರ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ಕವರ್ಡ್ ಅಂಡರ್ ಯುವರ್ ಟ್ರಿಬ್ಯುನಲ್ ಡಿಸಿಷನ್. ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಗರಿತಾ ಇರೋ ನೀರಿಗೆ ನಾವ್ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಆಸಕ್ತಿನ ಈಗ ಯಾಕೆ ತಗೊಂಡಿದೀವಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ನಿಬಂಧನೆ ಅಥವಾ ಪ್ರತಿಬಂಧನೆ ಇಲ್ಲದ್ರಿಂದ ಆದಷ್ಟು ಆ ನೀರನ್ನ ನಾವು ಶೇಖರಣೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಶೇಖರಿಸಿದ ನೀರನ್ನ ಡ್ರೈ ಬೆಲ್ಟ್ ಏನಿದೆ ಈ ಕಡೆ ನಾವು ಪಂಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು, ಯಾವುದೇ ಡ್ಯಾಮೇಜ್ ಮಾಡದಾಗೆ ವಾತಾವರಣಕ್ಕೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ನೇಚರ್ಗೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಆಲೋಚನೆ ಇದೆ. ಇದಲ್ಲದೆ ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದಿರೋ ಚಾಲೆಂಜ್ ಏನಂದ್ರೆ ಡ್ರಿಂಕಿಂಗ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಸಿಟಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಏನ್ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ, ಬಹುಶಃ ಇವತ್ತು ಈ ಸಣ್ಣ ಪುಟ್ಟ ನಮ್ಮ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳಿಂದ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. We are dependent on canals only, rivers only for drinking water of the cities. ಈ ಡ್ರಿಂಕಿಂಗ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಕೂಡ ಬರೋ ಕಡೆ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಕಡೆ ಪೊಲ್ಯೂಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಕಡೆ ಅದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಬಳಸ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಈವನ್ ಪ್ಯೂರಿಫೈಡ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಕೊಟ್ರು ಪಟ್ಟಣಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹಳೇ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್, ವಾಟರ್ ಸಪ್ಲೈ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಆ ಪೈಪ್ ಲೈನ್ಗಳಾಗಿ ಮನೆ ತಲುಪೋ ಕಡೆ ನಾವೇನ್ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ತಗೊಂಡು ನೀರು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ ಆ ನೀರು ತಲುಪ್ತಿದೆ ಅನ್ನೋ ವಿಶ್ವಾಸ ನಮ್ಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲದನ್ನ ಒಂದೇ ಸ್ಟೆಪ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದೇ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಬದಲಾಯಿಸೋ ಸ್ಥಿತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಸ್ಟೆಪ್ ಬೈ ಸ್ಟೆಪ್, ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಬೈ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ we are removing the pipelines, we are removing the taps. ಆ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಅನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಬದಲು ಮಾಡ್ಕೋತಾ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆದಷ್ಟು ಪ್ರತಿ ಮನೆಗೆ ಶುದ್ಧ ನೀರನ್ನು ಕೊಡೋದು ರಾಜ್ಯ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಪ್ರಮುಖವಾದ ಉದ್ದೇಶ. ಈ ಉದ್ದೇಶಗಳ ಕಡೆ ನಾನು ಈಶ್ವರ ಭಟ್ರಿಗೆ ಕೇಳಿದೆ, ನಾವೇನ್ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀವಿ ನಮ್ಗೊಂದು ಮಿರರ್ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು ಲಾ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ, ಇದನ್ನ ಯಾರಾದ್ರೂ ಸ್ಟಡಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಒಂದು ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಸ್ಟಡಿ ಮಾಡಿ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಆಗಾಗ್ಗೆ ಸಲಹೆ ಸೂಚನೆಗಳನ್ನ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತಿದ್ದೆ. ಆ ಕಡೆ ಇವರು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರೋದು ನಂಗೆ ನಿಜವಾಗ್ಲೂ ಸಂತೋಷ ತಂದಿದೆ. ಇದು ಉಳಿದು ಕಾನೂನುಗಳು ಇವತ್ತು ಬಹಳ ಜಿಜ್ಞಾಸೆಗಳನ್ನ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ರೈಪೇರಿಯನ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಸ್, ಅಪ್ಪರ್ ರೈಪೇರಿಯನ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್, ಲೋಯರ್ ರೈಪೇರಿಯನ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಸ್, ಈಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ರೈಟ್ಸ್, ಡೆವಲಪ್ಡ್ ಅಚ್ಕರ್ಟ್ಸ್, ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ವಿಷಯಗಳು ಬಂದಾಗ ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಪಾಲನ್ನ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಬಳಸಕ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ವೇನೋ ಅನ್ನೋ ಭಾವನೆ ನಂದು. ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರು ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಹೇಳ್ದಲೆ 1935 ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಂಟ್ ಅಸೆಂಬ್ಲಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಏನ್ ಲಾ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ಇಟ್ಟು ಅನದರ್ 20 years 1956 ವರೆಗೆ ಒಂದು ಲಾನೇ ಬರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ನಮ್ಗೆ ಡಿಸ್ಪ್ಯೂಟ್ ಮೇಲೆ, ವಾಟರ್ ಡಿಸ್ಪ್ಯೂಟ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಲಾ ಬರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಈವನ್ ಕೂಡ ಐ ಡೋಂಟ್ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಈವನ್ ಟುಡೇ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಎ ಪರ್ಫೆಕ್ಟ್ 100% law for the disputes of water between different states. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳ ನಮ್ಮ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಈ ನ್ಯಾಯಾಧಿಕರಣ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ನನ್ನ ಭಾವನೆ. ನೀರನ್ನ ಬಳಸ್ಬೇಕು, ಹೇಗ್ ಬಳಸ್ಬೇಕು, ಯಾರು ಬಳಸ್ಬಹುದು, ಯಾರು ಬಳಸಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತ. ಆಸ್ ಯು ರೈಟ್ಲಿ ಮೆನ್ಷನ್, ಪ್ರೆಸ್ಟೀಜ್ಗೆ, ಸೆಲ್ಫಿಶ್ನೆಸ್ಗೆ ನೀರು ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಆದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ರಿಂದ ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ, ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ರು ಬಳಸ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಬಿಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಇದು ಫೆಡರಲ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಹೊಡೆತ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಭಾವಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ನಾನೆಲ್ಲೂ ಯಾರನ್ನು ದೂಷಿಸಕ್ ಹೋಗಲ್ಲ. ನಮ್ಗೆ ಅವೈಲಬಲ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಇದ್ರೂನು, ಎಕ್ಸಸ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಫ್ಲೋ ಆಗ್ತಿದ್ರು ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲಾರು ಸ್ಟೋರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲಾರು ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂದ್ರೂ ಇವತ್ತು ಲೀಗಲ್ ಹರ್ಡಲ್ಸ್, ಲೀಗಲ್ ಕಾಂಪ್ಲಿಕೇಶನ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಈ ದಿಕ್ಕನ್ನೇ ಬದಲಾಯಿಸ್ತಿರೋದು ನಿಜವಾಗ್ಲೂ ದುರಂತ. ತಮಗ್ ಗೊತ್ತು, ಮಹದಾಯಿ ವಿಷಯ ತಾವು ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರಿ, ಕಳಸಾ ಬಂಡೂರಿ ನಾನು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ನಮ್ದು ಶೇರ್ ಇನ್ ದಟ್ ರಿವರ್ 24.3%, 24.3 TMC is flown from Karnataka. 7 TMCs of water for drinking water of Hubli Dharwar ಬಳಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಇವತ್ತವರೆಗೆ ಬಿಡ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಆಸ್ ಯು ರೈಟ್ಲಿ ಸೆಡ್, ಮಹಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಕೆ 1 TMC ಕೊಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ 10 ವರ್ಷ ತಗೊಂಡಿದೆ ನಾವು. ಲಾಟ್ ಆಫ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಇಸ್ ಫ್ಲೋನ್ ಟು ಓಷನ್. ಇದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲಾರು ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಸರ್ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಬಿಡಿಸಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರೆಸ್ ಫಾರ್ಮುಲಾ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ ಯಾವುದೇ ಟ್ರಿಬ್ಯುನಲ್ ಇವರೆಗೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಫ್ಲಡ್ ಫಾರ್ಮುಲಾ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ ಟ್ರಿಬ್ಯುನಲ್ಸ್ ಗಳು ನಮ್ಗೆ. ಫ್ಲಡ್ ವಾಟರ್ ನಾವು ಬಳಸ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ವ? ನೋ, ವಿ ಆರ್ ಪ್ರಿವೆಂಟೆಡ್. ಯು ಕೆನಾಟ್ ಮೇಕ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದಟ್ ವಾಟರ್. ಇದು ಹೇಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೆ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಒಂದೊಂದು ಡಿಸಿಷನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದೊಂದ್ ತರ. ಒಂದ್ಸಲ ಬರೋದು ಡ್ರಿಂಕಿಂಗ್ ವಾಟರ್ಗೆ ಕಾಂಪ್ಲಿಕೇಶನ್ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಡೈವರ್ಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಅನ್ನೋದು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇಲ್ಲ, ನೋ ವಾಟರ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಬಿ ಡೈವರ್ಟೆಡ್, ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ ಬೇಸಿನ್ ಇಸ್ 100% ಅಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟೆಡ್ ಅನ್ನೋದು. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ ಬೇಸಿನ್ ಆಫ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಇಫ್ ನಾಟ್ ಅಲೋಡ್, ಬಹುಶಃ ನಾವು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡೋದು ಈ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್. ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಒಂದ್ ಕಡೆ ಯಥೇಚ್ಛವಾಗಿ ನೀರಿದೆ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದ್ ಕಡೆ ನೀರಿಲ್ಲ. ಆಸ್ ಎ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಸಪೋಸ್ ಟು ಡೈವರ್ಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಡು ಮೇಕ್ ಇಟ್ ಯೂಸ್. ಅದರ್ವೈಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ, ಅದು ಎಲ್ಲದೂ ತಪ್ಪೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ತಪ್ಪೋಗಿ ನಮ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಆಗ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಈವನ್ ಇನ್ ದಿ ಬೇಸಿನ್ ನಾವು ಒಂದೊಂದ್ ಕಡೆ ನೀರನ್ನ ಡೈವರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹರ್ಡ್ಲ್ಸ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಒಂದೊಂದು ಭಾಗದವ್ರದ್ದು ಒಂದೊಂದು ಮಾತು, ಒಂದೊಂದು ಭಾಗದವ್ರದ್ದು ಒಂದೊಂದು ರೀತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಆರಂಭ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ. ಇದಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ಎಲ್ಲಾದ್ರೂ ನಾವು ಒಂದು ಪರಿಹಾರನ ಲಾನಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಂಡ್ಕೊಂಡೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಮುಂದೆ ನಾವು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡೋದು ಬಹಳ ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ನಾನ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಆಗಕ್ ಮೊದ್ಲೇ ನಾನು ಹೇಮಾವತಿ ನೀರ್ ಡ್ರಾ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ, ಈಗ ಎತ್ತಿನೊಳೆ ನೀರ್ ಡ್ರಾ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸೌತ್ ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಆವಾಸ್ ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಾನು ಐ ವೆಂಟ್ ದೇರ್, ಐ ಹ್ಯಾಡ್ ಮೆನಿ ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ಸ್, ಫಂಕ್ಷನ್ಸ್, ಐ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲೈನ್ 1200, 1400 TMC ಹೋಗೋ ಕಡೆ 24 TMC ಡೈವರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಇಷ್ಟು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕಾ ಈ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ. ವಿ ಆರ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಡೈವರ್ಟಿಂಗ್ 24 TMC. ಹಲೋ, ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಯು ಹಿಯರ್ ಮೀ? ಹಲೋ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಈ ಕನ್ವಿನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡೋ ಕೆಲಸ ಏನಿದೆ ಬಹಳ ಕ್ಲಿಷ್ಟವಾದ ಕೆಲಸ. ಪೀಪಲ್ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದೇರ್ ರೈಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಓನಿಂಗ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಅಂಡ್ ವಾಟರ್. ನಂದ್ ಹಕ್ಕು, ಇದು ನಮ್ ಭಾಗ, ನಾವು ಈ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಆ ಕಡೆ ಕೊಡಲ್ಲ, ಆ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಈ ಕಡೆ ಬಿಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ಇದಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲಾದ್ರೂ ನಾವು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕಾನೂನಿನ ಪರಿಹಾರಗಳನ್ನ ಕಂಡುಹಿಡಿಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಕನ್ವಿನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ನಿಮ್ಗಾಗಿ ಮಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ದಾದ್ರೂ ಡೈವರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಿಡಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ಇಲ್ದೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ನಾವೇನ್ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ, ಆಸ್ ಯು ರೈಟ್ಲಿ ಅವದೇಶ್ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳ್ದಾಗೆ, ಓನ್ಲಿ 2.5% ಆಫ್ ದಿ ವಾಟರ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಬಿ ಮೇಡ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಆಫ್. 100% ಅಲ್ಲಿ 2.5% ನೀರ್ ಮಾತ್ರ ನಾವು ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು. ಇಟ್ ಕೆನಾಟ್ ಬಿ ರೀಜನರೇಟೆಡ್, ಇಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಟು ಬಿ ರೀಸೈಕಲ್ಡ್. ನೀರನ್ನ ಯಾರು ಉತ್ಪತ್ತಿ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ರೀಸೈಕಲ್ಲೇ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು. ರೀಸೈಕಲ್ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಟು ಪಾಸ್ ಥ್ರೂ ಮೆನಿ ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು ಆ ಹಂತಗಳನ್ನ ದಾಟ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು. ಅಂತಿಮವಾಗಿ ಭೂಮಿ ಒಳಗೆ ಹೋಗೇನೆ ಅದ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಬರಬೇಕು. ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ತಗೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಕಾನೂನಿನ ತೊಡಕುಗಳೇನಿದೆ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ನಿವಾರಣೆ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು. ಲಾ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಆ ಕಡೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಒತ್ತು ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಇಂಟರ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಡಿಸ್ಪ್ಯೂಟ್ ಆಕ್ಟ್ ಇರಬೇಕು. ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿರೋ ಜಿಜ್ಞಾಸೆಗಳನ್ನು ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೇಗೆ ಹೌ ಟು ಗೋ ಅಬೌಟ್ ವಿತ್ ಆಲ್ ದಿಸ್. ಏನಾಗಿದೆ, ಎಲ್ಲದಕ್ಕೂ ಜುಡಿಷಿಯರಿ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಪರಿಹಾರ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಎಲ್ಲದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಯು ಕೆನಾಟ್ ಸೀಕ್ ಎವ್ರಿ advice or every direction from judiciary. ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲೇ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಸಾಲ್ವ್ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು. ದಿ ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕಲ್ ಕಂಪಲ್ಷನ್ಸ್ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಬಿಡಕ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನೀರೇನಿದೆ, ನೀರು ಇವತ್ತು ಬಹಳ ಪವಿತ್ರವಾದ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂ ಇರುವಂತ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂಬಲ್ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಟಿ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಇದು. ನೀವು ಚಿನ್ನ ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ತರಬಹುದು, ನಾಳೆ ನೀರ್ ತರಕ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ಇದನ್ನ ಹೇಗ್ ಬಳಸಬೇಕು, ಎಷ್ಟು ಬಳಸಬೇಕು, ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಹೇಗೆ ಇದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಡೈವರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು, ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ವ್ಯಾಪಕವಾಗಿ ಮುಂದಿನ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಮನಸ್ಸನ್ನು ಬರೋ ಸ್ಥಿತಿನ ನಾವು ಕ್ಯಾಂಪೈನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು, ಸೃಷ್ಟಿ ಮಾಡಿ ನೀರ್ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ ಇದನ್ನ ಬಳಸ್ಬೇಕು. ನಾನ್ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಸಣ್ಣ ಉದಾಹರಣೆ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಫ್ಲಡ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಪ್ರತಿ ವರ್ಷ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಕಮಿಂಗ್ ಅಕ್ರಾಸ್ ಫ್ಲಡ್. ನಾವ್ ಇವರಿಗೆ ಯೋಜನೆ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಆಗ್ಲೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಫ್ಲಡ್ ವಾಟರ್ಗೆ ಫ್ಲಡ್ ವಾಟರ್ನ ಡೈವರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ಫ್ಲಡ್ ವಾಟರ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಟೋರ್ ಮಾಡಿ 5 TMC 6 TMC HCMTಗೆ ಸ್ಟೋರೇಜ್ಗಳನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿ ಲಿಂಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ, ನೀವ್ ಈಗ ಹೇಳ್ದಾಗೆ ಕೆಳಗಲ್ ಬಯಲು ಪ್ರದೇಶಗಳು ನಾಶ ಆಗುತ್ತಿತ್ತು, ನೀರ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬಹುದಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಸ್ಕೀಮೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಾನು ಚೈನಾಕ್ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದೆ. I was shocked at their vision. I was shocked at their scheme mechanism. ಫ್ಲಡ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಗ್ ಬಳಸಿದ್ರು, ಹೇಗೆ ಅವರು ಎಷ್ಟು 1000 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ್ ಗಟ್ಟಲೆ ಸುರಂಗಗಳು ತಕ್ಕೊಂಡು, ಕೆನಾಲ್ಗಳು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು, ನೀರನ್ನ ಡೈವರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಚೈನಾ ಪ್ರಪಂಚದಲ್ಲಿ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಫ್ಲಡ್ ಆಗ್ತಿದ್ದ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅದನ್ನಂತ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ, ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಒಂದ್ ಕಡೆ ಬೀಯಿಂಗ್ ಎ ಫೆಡರಲ್ ಕಂಟ್ರಿ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲೋ ಒಂದ್ ಕಡೆ ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡ್ತಿದೀವ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಅನಿಸ್ತು. ಎರಡನೇದು ಯುಟಿಲೈಸೇಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ವಾಟರ್. ಹೇಗ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಸರ್ ಅವರು? 1 share ಆಫ್ ವಾಟರ್, ಒಂದ್ಸಲ ನಾಲೆಯಿಂದ ನೀರ್ ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಮೇಲೆಯಿಂದ ನೀರ್ ಬಿಟ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ. ಬಟ್ ಎವ್ರಿ ತಾಕು, ಎವ್ರಿ ಪ್ಲಾಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಟು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಎ ಫಾರಂ ಪಾಂಡ್. ಫಾರಂ ಪಾಂಡ್ ಇರ್ಲೇಬೇಕಲ್ಲಿ. ಆ ಫಾರಂ ಪಾಂಡ್ ಇಂದ ಅವರು ರೀಸೈಕಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ಎರಡನೇ ಹದ ನೀರನ್ನ ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದಾನೇ ತಗೋಬೇಕು. ಅವ್ರ ಗದ್ದೆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಅವ್ರ ಬೆಳೆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು. 2 ಸಲ ರೀಸೈಕಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಫಾರಂ ಪಾಂಡ್, ಯಾವ್ದು ಕೆಳ ಹಂತದಲ್ಲಿ ಫಾರಂ ಪಾಂಡ್ ಡ್ರೈ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಆಗ ಮಾತ್ರ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಮತ್ತೊಂದ್ಸಲ ನಾಲೆಯಿಂದ ನೀರ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ನಾವೇನ್ 20 ದಿವ್ಸಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದ್ಸಲ ನಮ್ಮ ವೆಟ್ ಕ್ರಾಪ್ಗೆ, 10 ದಿವ್ಸಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದ್ಸಲ ಸೆಮಿ ಡ್ರೈಗೆ ನೀರ್, 10 ದಿವ್ಸಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದ್ಸಲ ವೆಟ್ಗೆ, 20 ದಿವ್ಸಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದ್ಸಲ ಸೆಮಿ ಡ್ರೈಗೆ ನೀರ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಆ ಟೈಮ್ ಅನ್ನ 3 ಡ್ಯೂರೇಷನ್ ದಾಟುತ್ತೆ. ಅದೇ ನಾಲೆನಲ್ಲಿ 3 ಡ್ಯೂರೇಷನ್ ಕಾಪಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ, ಜಮೀನಿಗೆ ನೀರ್ ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ರಸ್ತೆ ದಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಸೀದಾ ವ್ಯಾಲಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ನೀರ್ ಬಿಡ್ತಿದೀವಿ, ಅದು ಸೀದಾ ತಮಿಳ್ನಾಡು ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೋ, ಆಂಧ್ರದ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೋ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ನೀರ್ ಬಿಡೋದು ಒಂದೇ ಲೆಕ್ಕ ಬಿಟ್ರೆ, ಅದು ರೀಸೈಕಲ್ ಆಗೋದು, ಎಕ್ಸಸ್ ವಾಟರ್ನ ಮತ್ತೆ ಎಲ್ಲಾರು ನಾವು ಸ್ಟೋರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ವಾಪಸ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಜಮೀನುಗಳು ಹೊಡ್ಕೊಳೋದು, ಈ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಸ್ಕೋಪೇ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ. ಈ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳು ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು. ತಾವೇನ್ ಹೇಳಿರಿ, ಕಟ್ಟ ಅದು ಇದು ಸಣ್ಣ 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 ಕನ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಮೇಲ್ ಹಂತದಲ್ಲಿ ನೀರ್ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಫ್ಲಡ್ ಸಿಚುಯೇಷನ್ ಅವೆಲ್ಲ ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಬಹಳ ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಗಿದೆ. ವಾಶ್ ಔಟ್ ಆಗ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ. ಇದೇ ರೀತಿ ವಾಟರ್ ಶೆಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ಬಂದಿದ್ವಿ. 20-30 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ಸಾಯಿಲ್ ಕನ್ಸರ್ವೇಶನ್ ಕೆಲಸಗಳು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ಬಂದಿದೀವಿ. ಯಾವ ಬದು, ಯಾವ ನಾಲಾ ಬಂಡು, ಯಾವ ಜಲ್ಲಿ ಚೆಕ್ಸ್ ಉಳಿತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ವಿ ಕೆನಾಟ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಫ್ಲಡ್, ಯಾವಾಗ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಫ್ಲಡ್ ಅಂತ. ಅಲ್ಲಿರೋ ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಫ್ಲೋಗೆ ನಾವು ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ಫ್ಲಡ್ಸ್. ನಿನ್ನೆ ಕೂಡ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಓದಿದೆ, ಅನದರ್ ಫ್ಲಡ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಹ್ಯಾಪನ್ ಫಾರ್ ಅನದರ್ ಫ್ಯೂ ಇಯರ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ. ನೀವು ಡಿಗ್ರಿ ಆಫ್ ಸೆಲ್ಸಿಯಸ್ ಎಂತ ಹೀಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಮೋರ್, ಮತ್ತೆ ಫ್ಲಡ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ಮೋರ್, ಮತ್ತೆ ರೈನ್ ಕೂಡ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. 29 days ಮೋರ್ ರೈನಿ ಡೇಸ್ ಆರ್ ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಬಿ ದೇರ್ ಇನ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಅಂತ. ಇಂಥವೆಲ್ಲ ಬಂದಾಗ ನಾವ್ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು, ಹೇಗೆ ನಾವು ಸ್ಕೀಮ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು, ಈ ಆಲೋಚನೆ ಬರೀ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ಲೋಕಲ್ ಆಗಿರೋ ಜೊತೆ ಕೂತು ಚರ್ಚೆಗಳು ಮಾಡಿ, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ದೇ ಆರ್ ದಿ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್ಸ್, ದೇ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಗಿವ್ ಬೆಟರ್ ಐಡಿಯಾಸ್. ದೇ ಆರ್ ಬೀನ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ವಿತ್ ಆಲ್ ಬ್ಯಾಡ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಏನೇನ್ ಆಗ್ಬಾರ್ದು ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಅನುಭವಿಸ್ ಬದುಕಿರೋ ಜನ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರ ಜೊತೆನೆ ಕೂತು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಒಳ್ಳೇದಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಆಲೋಚನೆಗಳನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಸಲಹೆ ಸಹಕಾರ ಕೊಡುವಂತ ಸ್ಥಿತಿಗೆ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿಗಳು ಮತ್ತೆ ಬಾಡಿ ಕಾರ್ಪೊರೇಟ್ಸ್ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ವರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗತ್ತೆ. ನೋ ಡೌಟ್ ರೆಸ್ಟೋರೇಷನ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಡ್ರಿಂಕಿಂಗ್ ವಾಟರ್ನ ನಾವು ಪ್ಯೂರಿಫೈಡ್ ಡ್ರಿಂಕಿಂಗ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಂತ, ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಾನ್ ಪೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ಗೂ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಮಹತ್ವ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ. ಹ್ಯೂಜ್ ಅಮೌಂಟ್ ಅನ್ನ ಸ್ಪೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಎಲ್ಲಾ ನದಿ ಕ್ಲೀನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಕಟ್ಟೆ ಕ್ಲೀನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಕೆರೆ ಕ್ಲೀನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನಾವು ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ತಗೊಳೋದ್ರ ಬದಲು ಗಲೀಜ್ ಮಾಡೋದನ್ನೇ ತಪ್ಸೋ ಕಡೆ ನಾವೇನಾದ್ರು ಒಂದು ಶಾಸನ ತಂದು ಪೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಅನ್ನ ಮಾಡೋರ್ನ ನಾವು ತಡೆದ್ರೆ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಒಂಥರ ಸೇವಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಬ್ಲೆಸ್ಸಿಂಗ್ ಅದು. ಆ ಸ್ಥಿತಿಯನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ತರೋದು ಅನಿವಾರ್ಯ ಆಗಿದೆ. ದಟ್ ಟು ಪರ್ಟಿಕ್ಯುಲರ್ಲಿ ದಿ ಯೂಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಪೆಟ್ರೋಲಿಯಂ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ಸ್. ಪ್ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ನೀವು ಪೆಸ್ಟಿಸೈಡ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಮತ್ತೆ ಕೆಮಿಕಲ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು. ಇವುಗಳ ಯೂಸ್ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ, ವಾಟರ್ ಪೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ನ ಯಥೇಚ್ಛವಾಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅದು ಎಷ್ಟು ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಪ್ಯೂರ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಏನೇನ್ ಮೆಕ್ಯಾನಿಸಮ್ ಅನ್ನ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಾವು ಪ್ಯೂರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಹುಶಃ ತಲೆಮಾರುಗಳನ್ನ ತಗೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ. ಅದ್ರ ಬದಲೇ ಆ ಪೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಅನ್ನೇ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು. ವಾಟರ್ ಕೋರ್ಸಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಬಾಡೀಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಟು ಬಿ ಗಿವನ್ ಸೆಕ್ಯೂರಿಟೀಸ್, ಅದನ್ನ ಕಾಯ್ಬೇಕು. ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ನೋಡಿದ್ ನಿಜ, ಸಿಟಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಕೆರೆಗಳು, ನಮ್ಮ ಲೇಕ್ಗಳನ್ನ ಡಂಪ್ ಯಾರ್ಡ್ಸ್ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಡಸ್ಟ್ಬಿನ್ಸ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಏನೇನ್ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ತಗೊಂಡೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ತುಂಬೋದಂತ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಕ್ರಿಯೆ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಯಾವುದೇ ಡೆಬ್ರಿಸ್ ಇರ್ಲಿ, ಎಲ್ಲಾದ್ರೂ ಸುರಿತಾರೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ್ದಾರು ಹಳೆ ಕೆರೆ ಇದ್ರೆ, ಅಲ್ಲೊಂದು ವಾಟರ್ ಬಾಡಿ ಇದ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಡೋದು, ಡಂಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಡೋದು, ಇವ್ರ ಪಾಡಿಗೆ ಇವ್ರು ನೆಮ್ಮದಿಯಾಗಿರೋದು. ಇವಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ಲಾ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಎರಡನೇದು, ಅದ್ರೊಳಗಡೆ ಬೆಳೆಯೋ ಮರಗಳು ಯಾರು ಸರ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಮಾಡೋರು ಇದನ್ನ? ಉತ್ತರನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಯಾವ್ದೋ ಗಿಡ ಬೆಳೆಯುತ್ತೆ, ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ನವ್ರು ಬರ್ತಾರೆ, ನೀವು ಕಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಡಿ ಅಂತ, ಮುಗ್ದೋಯ್ತು. ತಾವು ಬೆಳ್ಳಂದೂರು ಕೆರೆಗೆ ಹೇಳಿರಿ, ಅದನ್ನ ಡೀಸಿಲ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಂತ ನಾನೊಂದ್ ದಿವಸ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಿದೆ ಸರ್ ಮಂಜುನಾಥ್ ಅವ್ರೆ. ಡೂ ಯು ನೋ ದಿ ಕ್ವಾಂಟಮ್ ಆಫ್ ಮನಿ ಇನ್ವಾಲ್ವ್? ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೇಗೆ ವೇಟ್ ಟು ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ ದಿ ಸಿಲ್ಟ್? ನಾನೇ ಕೇಳಿದೆ, ಏನ್ ಮೆಕ್ಯಾನಿಸಮ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಿ? NGT ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೈಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರೋ ತೀರ್ಮಾನನ ಅಡೇರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲೇಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹೌ ವಿಲ್ ಯು ಡೀಸಿಲ್ಟ್ ದಿಸ್ ಬೆಳ್ಳಂದೂರು ಟ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಅಂತ. ಬೆಳ್ಳಂದೂರು ಟ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಅನ್ನ ನಾವು ಡೀಸಿಲ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಟ್ ಟೇಕ್ಸ್ ಮೋರ್ ದೆನ್ ಎ ಇಯರ್. 1.5 ಅಡಿ ಸಿಲ್ಟ್ ನ ಆಚೆ ಹಾಕ್ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಎಗೈನ್ ಲಾ, ಎಗೈನ್ ಮೈನ್ಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಜಿಯಾಲಜಿ, ಎಗೈನ್ ನೀವು ಸಿಲ್ಟ್ ಹೊಡಿತಾ ಇದಿರೋ, ಸ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಹೊಡಿತಾ ಇದಿರೋ, ಸ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಈಸ್ ಮಿಕ್ಸ್ಡ್ ವಿತ್ ಸಿಲ್ಟ್, ಹಂಗಾಗಿ ಇದು ಮೈನಿಂಗ್ ಆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟಿ. ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾರಣಗಳಿಂದ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಅನೇಬಲ್ ಟು ರೆಸ್ಟೋರ್ ಅವರ್ ಟ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್. ಇವತ್ತು ಸುಮಾರು ಫಿಲಪ್ ಆಗಿರೋ ಟ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ಗಳೇ ಇವತ್ತು, ನೀವು ಯಾರೋ ಅರ್ಜಿ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಈ ಕೆರೆನಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಲ್ಟ್ ತೆಗಿತೀನಿ ಅಂತ, ಸ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ತೆಗಿತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ, ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಸೇಸ್ ದೇ ಟೇಕ್ ಆಕ್ಷನ್. ಸಿಲ್ಟ್ ಔಟ್ ಮಾಡದೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಆ ಕೆರೆ ರೆಸ್ಟೋರ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಸರ್, ಐ ಕಮ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಚಿಕ್ಕನಾಯಕನಹಳ್ಳಿ ಏರಿಯಾ. ಜೆಸಿಪುರ ತಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಇವಾಗ ಕಮ್ಮಲ್ಲ. ಅದೇ ಚನ್ನರಾಯಪಟ್ಟಣ, ತಿಪ್ಟೂರು.
ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಯ್ತು. ಐ ನೋ ಯು ಪರ್ಸನಲಿ.
ಅದೇ ನಾನು ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀನಿ ತಮ್ಮ ಆಫೀಸ್ ಕಲಸೆಲ್ಲ. ಸರ್, ಈಗ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ ಸರ್, ಮೈನ್ ಓರ್ ತೆಗೆದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಸರ್ ಇಡೀ ಡಂಪು ನಮ್ ಕೆರೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ. ಒಂದು ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ 2 ಅಡಿ 3 ಅಡಿ ಸಿಲ್ಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್. ಅದು ತೆಗಿಯೋದು ಕೂಡ ನಮಗ್ ಕಷ್ಟ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ತೆಗಿಯೋಕ್ಕೂ ಕಾನೂನಿನ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಅನ್ನೋ ಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಬಂದು, ಡಿಸಿಲ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಇಸ್ ಎ ವೆರಿ ಟಫ್ ಟಾಸ್ಕ್. ಈವನ್ ದೆನ್ ಐ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಗಿವಿಂಗ್ ಮನಿ. ನಾನು ನಮ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರತಿ ತಾಲೂಕಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆರೆಗಳಿಗೆ 25-50 ಲಕ್ಷ ಹಣನ ಬರೀ ಡಿಸಿಲ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಪರ್ಪಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಕ್ಲೀನಿಂಗ್ ಪರ್ಪಸ್. ಈ ಜಾಲಿ ಮರಗಳಿದೆ ನೋಡಿ, ಇದಕ್ಕೊಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ದುರಂತ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಬಳ್ಳಾರಿ ಜಾಲೆ ಬೆಳೆದಿರೋದು. ಬಳ್ಳಾರಿ ಜಾಲೆ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡದೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ರೆಸ್ಟೋರೇಷನ್ ಇಸ್ ಎ ಬಿಗ್ ಟಾಸ್ಕ್. ನೀವ್ ಹೇಳಿದಾಗೆ 500-600 ಬೇಡ, ನಮ್ದು ಲಿಸ್ಟೆಡ್ 120 ಲೇಕ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ವಿ ಡೋಂಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟುಡೇ. ಲಕ್ಕಿಲಿ ಕೆಲವ್ರನ್ನ ಕಂಪನಿಯವ್ರನ್ನ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಕರೆದು CSR ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲವು ಟ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟೆ ನಾನು ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ. ಒಂದು 50-60 ಕೋಟಿ CSR ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೀವಿ ಸರ್. ಟ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಮೇಂಟೆನೆನ್ಸು ಮತ್ತೆ ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಸುತ್ತ ನೀಟಾಗಿ ಬೇಲಿಗೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಫೆನ್ಸಿಂಗ್ ಹಾಕಿ ಒಂದು ಪಾರ್ಕ್ ಟೈಪ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ, ಹಂಗಾಗಿ 40-50 ಟ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಇವತ್ತು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತು ನಾವು ಕೈಗೆ ಹಾಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಈಗ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು 30-40 ಟ್ಯಾಂಕಿಗೆ ಈಗ ಟ್ರೀಟೆಡ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಕೂಡ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ವೆನ್ ಒನ್ಸ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಇಸ್ ಫಿಲ್ಡ್, ಅಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಪೊಲ್ಯೂಟ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ ನನಗೆ. ವೇಕೆಂಟ್ ಇದ್ರೆ ಏನ್ ಬೇಕೋ ತಂದು ಹಾಕ್ತಾರೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಗೆ ವಿ ನೀಡ್ ದಿ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಲಾ. ವಿ ನೀಡ್ ಇಂಟರ್ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಡಿಸ್ಪ್ಯೂಟ್ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಲೋಕಲ್ ಇನ್ನು ವಾಟರ್ ಬಾಡಿ ಹಾಳು ಮಾಡೋರ್ಗೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ವಾಟರ್ ಕೋರ್ಸ್. ನೀವು ನೈಸ್ ರೋಡ್ ಸರ್, ಸುಮಾರು ವಾಟರ್ ಕೋರ್ಸಸ್ ಅನ್ನ ಕೊಂದ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟ ಸರ್ ಅವನು, ಅಡ್ಡ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಎಲ್ಲ ಬೈಫರ್ಕೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋದ್ರು. ನಾನೇ ನಿಮ್ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ಗೆ ಹೋದೆ, ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ದಂಡ ಹಾಕಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡೆ. ನಾನು ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳಿ, ನಾನು ನಿಮಗ್ ಗೊತ್ತು ಯಾರೇ, ಇದು ನಂದೇನ್ ಸ್ವಂತ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಐ ಹ್ಯಾಡ್ ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ ಬ್ಯಾಂಗ್ಳೂರ್ ಆನ್ ದಟ್ ಡೇ ವೆನ್ ಐ ಅಪ್ರೋಚ್ ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಆಸ್ ಎ ಮ್ಯಾನ್ ವಿತ್ ಪೇಲ್. ಆದ್ರೂ ಐ ವಾಸ್ ಪೀನಲೈಸ್ಡ್. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇವಕ್ಕೇನಾರು ಒಂದು ಅಡಚಣೆ ತರದೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ, ಹೈವೇ ಅಂತಾರೆ, ಅಲ್ಲೊಂದು ಬೈಪಾಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋ ಅಥವಾ ಅಲ್ಲೊಂದು ಅಂಡರ್ವೇ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋ ಅಥವಾ ಅಲ್ಲೊಂದ್ ಮೇಲಿಂದ ಇದನ್ ಮಾಡು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕೇಳಕ್ಕೆ ತಯಾರಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು. ಇವಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ಎಲ್ಲಾರು ನಮ್ ಲಾ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿಯವರು ತಾವು ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೂತು ಕಾನೂನಿನ ಒಂದು ರಕ್ಷಣೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ರೆ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಅಟ್ ಯುವರ್ ಸರ್ವಿಸ್. ಈ ರಾಜ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಬಹಳ ಆಸೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮೈನರ್ ಇರಿಗೇಷನ್ ಖಾತೆ ತಗೊಂಡ್ರು ಮಂತ್ರಿ. ನಾನು ನೀವ ಹೇಳ್ದಾಗ ತಿಪ್ಟೂರು, ಚನ್ನರಾಯಪಟ್ಟಣ, ತುಮಕೂರು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ನಮಗೆ ಲೈಫ್ ಅದು. ಬೇರೆಯವ್ರಿಗೆ ನೀರು ನಮಗೆ ಜೀವನ ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ನಾವೇ ಬಹಳ ಡರ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇರೋದು, ಅದರಲ್ಲೂ ಕೋಕೋನಟ್ ಅರೆಕೋನಟ್ ಏರಿಯಾ ಅಂತೂ ನೀರಿಗೆ ಬಹಳ ಹೊಡೆತ ಬಿದ್ದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ಅಟಲ್ ಭೂಜಲ್ ಇಸ್ ಎ ಬೂನ್ ಫಾರ್ ಅಸ್. ನಮ್ಗೆ ಬಹಳ ವರ. ಇವತ್ತು ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮೋದಿ ಅವರು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಏನ್ 71 ತಾಲೂಕು ಆಯ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬಹಳ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ. ಐ ಡೋಂಟ್ ತಪ್ಪು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಳಲ್ಲ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದ್ 2 ನಿಮಿಷ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ತಗೋತೀನಿ. ನಾನು ಇಲ್ಲೇನಾಗಿದೆ ನಾವೀಗ ಸರ್, ವಿ ಆರ್ ಸರ್ವೈಂಗ್ ದಿ ಎಂಟೈರ್ ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್. ಪ್ರತಿ ಮೊದ್ಲೇ 1:10,000 ಇದ್ದಿದ್ದು ಸ್ಕೇಲ್ ಅನ್ನ ಈಗ 1:1,000 ತಗೊಂಡು ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ವಾರು ಅಂಡರ್ ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಟನ, ಅಂಡರ್ ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ಲೆಗ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ನ, ಅಂಡರ್ ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೇನು ಸ್ಥಿತಿಗತಿ ಇದೆ ಸರ್ವೆ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡಿದೀವಿ. ಚಿಕ್ಕನಾಯಕನಹಳ್ಳಿ ಇಸ್ ದಿ ಪೈಲಟ್ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನಮ್ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಪ್ರತಿ ಜಮೀನಲ್ಲಿ, ಪ್ರತಿ ಹಳ್ಳಿನಲ್ಲಿ, ಪ್ರತಿ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂಡರ್ ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಸ್ಟೋರೇಜ್ ಏನಿದೆ, ಡೈಕ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ, ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ನೀರನ್ನ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು, ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಡಿಸ್ಪ್ಲೇ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಅದಕ್ಕೊಂದು ಆಪ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು, ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಮುಂದೆ ಡಿಸ್ಪ್ಲೇ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡಿ ವಿ ಆರ್ ವರ್ಕಿಂಗ್ ಆನ್ ಇಟ್. ಜೆಸಿಪುರ ಆಗ್ಲೇ ಎಲ್ಲ ರೆಡಿ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಬಟ್ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಏನಾಯ್ತು, ಅವರು ಒಂದು 15-20 ವರ್ಷದ ಡಾಟಾ ತಂದಿದ್ರು. ನೋ, ಲೇಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಡಾಟಾನ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನಾವು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ವಿ. ಅದೇನಾದ್ರೂ ಆದ್ರೆ ಆಪ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಆಪ್ ಅನ್ನ ನೀವು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಓದ್ತಿದ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ ಜಮೀನಲ್ಲಿ ನೀರೆಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ದಿಶಾಂಕ್ ಏನೋ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಸರ್ವೆಗಿದೆ, ಅದೇ ರೀತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಆಪ್ ಅನ್ನ ನಾವು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. ಎರಡನೇದು, ಎಲ್ಲಿ ನೀರು ನೀವು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲೇಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತ ಕೂಡ ಕಡ್ಡಾಯ ಮಾಡಿ ವಿಲ್ ಟೆಲ್ ದಟ್ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ಬೋರ್ವೆಲ್ ಅಲೋ ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದು, NOC ಕೊಡಬಾರ್ದು, KEBಗೆ ಅಂತ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ. ಅಲಾಂಗ್ ವಿತ್ ಆಲ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮ್ಸ್, ಅಲಾಂಗ್ ವಿತ್ ಆಲ್ ವ್ಯಾಲಿ ಪ್ಲಾಂಟೇಶನ್ ಕಡ್ಡಾಯ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಮಾಡಿದೀವಿ. ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಅವ್ರು ಸೂಚನೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ. ಗ್ರೀನರಿ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಟು ಬಿ ಮೇಂಟೈನ್ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಟು ಅವಾಯ್ಡ್ ಎವಾಪರೇಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ವಾಟರ್. ಓವರ್ ಎವಾಪರೇಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ವಾಟರ್ ನ ತಪ್ಪಿಸ್ಲೇಬೇಕು. ತಂಪಿದ್ರೆ ಎವಾಪರೇಷನ್ ಲಾಸ್ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆದ್ರೆ ವಾಟರ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಬಿ ಸೇವ್ಡ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಸೆಕ್ಯೂರ್ಡ್ ಅನ್ನೋ ಆಲೋಚನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಪ್ರತಿ ಬೆಳೆಗೆ, ಪ್ರತಿ ಕ್ರಾಪ್ಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ನೀರನ್ನ ಫಿಕ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಹೇಗ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಮಾಡಿ ನಾವೇ ಸಬ್ಸಿಡೈಸ್ ಡ್ರಿಪ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಕೂಡ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ವಾಟರ್ ಸೆಕ್ಯೂರಿಟಿ ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ಇಸ್ ವರ್ಕಿಂಗ್ ವೆರಿ ವೆಲ್ ಅಂಡ್ ವಿ ಆರ್ ದಿ ಪೈಲಟ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ ದಿ ಕಂಟ್ರಿ. ಮೋದಿಜಿ ಅವರು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಸ್ಕೀಮ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಬಟ್ ನಾವು ಅದ್ರ ಔಟ್ಲೈನ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿ ಹೇಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು, ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ ಮಾಡಿದೀವಿ. ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಬಿನ್ ಅಪ್ರಿಶಿಯೇಟೆಡ್ ಬೋತ್ ಬೈ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಅಂಡ್ ವರ್ಲ್ಡ್ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್. ವಿ ಆರ್ ಟೇಕಿಂಗ್ ಇಟ್ ವೆರಿ ಸೀರಿಯಸ್. ಹೇಗಾದ್ರೂ ಮಾಡಿ ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ಲೇಬೇಕು. ಲಕ್ಕಿಲಿ ಈ ವರ್ಷ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಳೆ ಆಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಭಾಗದ ಕೆರೆಗಳಿಗೆ ನೀರು ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಮುಂದಿನ ಸಲ ಮಳೆ ಆಗದೇ ಇದ್ರು ಅಷ್ಟು ನೀರು ಇರೋಕೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಒಂದ್ ಸಣ್ಣ ಉದಾಹರಣೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳಿ ಮಾತು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ತುಮಕೂರು 3 ಯೋಜನೆಗಳಿಂದ ನೀರು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಒಂದು ಹೇಮಾವತಿ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನೊಳೆ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಅಪ್ಪರ್ ಭದ್ರಾ, ಇನ್ಕ್ಲೂಡಿಂಗ್ ತುಂಗಭದ್ರಾ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಫಾರ್ ಮಧುಗಿರಿ. 15 TMC ವಾಟರ್ ಇತ್ತು ಸರ್. ಒಬ್ರು ತಲೆ ಕೆಡಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿಲ್ಲ. ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಹೋಗಿದ್ ಕಡೆ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ, ತುಂಬಿದ ಕೆರೆ ತುಂಬಿದೆ. ನಾವು ಯಾವ ಮೇಡ್ ಇಟ್ ರ್ಯಾಷನಲ್. ಒಂದು 600 ಕೋಟಿ ರೂಪಾಯಿ ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ತುಮಕೂರು ಜಿಲ್ಲೆ ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಕೆರೆಗೂ ನೀರು ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು, ಮಿನಿಮಮ್ 45 to 50% ಅಂತ ಯೋಜನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಪ್ರೂವ್ ಮಾಡಿ DPR ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದೀವಿ. ಈ ಭಾಗಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ವೃಷಭಾವತಿ ಟ್ರೀಟೆಡ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಕೂಡ ಬಳಸ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ. ನಾವು HN ವ್ಯಾಲಿ, KC ವ್ಯಾಲಿ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗೇನೆ ನೆಲಮಂಗಲ, ದೊಡ್ಡಬಳ್ಳಾಪುರ, ತುಮಕೂರು ಈ ಭಾಗಕ್ಕೆ ವೃಷಭಾವತಿ ನೀರನ್ನು ಸುಮಾರು 4.5 TMC ನೀರನ್ನ ಸಿವೇಜ್ ನ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಡೈವರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಆ ಕೆರೆಗಳು ತುಂಬಕ್ಕೆ ಯೋಜನೆ ಮಾಡಿದೀವಿ. ಒಂದು 3 ವರ್ಷದೊಳಗೆ ಈ ಹಳೆ ಮೈಸೂರು ಭಾಗ, ಚಿತ್ರದುರ್ಗ, ತುಮಕೂರು, ಕೋಲಾರ, ಪಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಹಾಸನ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಚಿಕ್ಕಮಗಳೂರು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕಡೂರು ತಾಲೂಕ್, ಈ ಭಾಗ
ಕಡೂರು, ಪಂಚನಹಳ್ಳಿ, ಅರಸೀಕೆರೆ.
ಕಡೂರು,
ಪಂಚನಹಳ್ಳಿ, ಅರಸೀಕೆರೆ.
ಪಂಚನಹಳ್ಳಿ ಇಸ್ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಕಡೂರ್ ಅಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಕಡೂರು ತಾಲೂಕಿಲ್ಲ. ಪಂಚನಹಳ್ಳಿ ನನಗೆ ಪಕ್ಕ ತಾನೆ 2 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ್. ಈ ಭಾಗ ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಹಸಿರು ಮಾಡ್ಲೇಬೇಕು. ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ವಾಟರ್ ನ ಕನಿಷ್ಠ 300 to 400 feet ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಮೇಂಟೈನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಡಿಸಿಷನ್ ತಗೊಂಡಿದೀವಿ. ಇದಕ್ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಪವರ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಅನ್ನು ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ. ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಲೋ ವೋಲ್ಟೇಜ್ ಗಂಟೆಗಟ್ಲೆ ನೀರು ಹೊಡೆಯೋದು, ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಐಡ್ಲ್ ಪಂಪ್ ಹೊಡೋದ್ರ ಬದಲು 2 ಗಂಟೆ 3 ಗಂಟೆ ಅವನು ಓಡಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ವಿತ್ ಫುಲ್ ಕೆಪಾಸಿಟಿ ಆಫ್ ಮೋಟರ್ ಔಟ್ಫ್ಲೋ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ನಿಗೆ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು, ನೀರ್ ಸೇವ್ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು. ಇಲ್ಲಾಂದ್ರೆ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್, ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕರ್ದೋಗುತ್ತೆ, ಕರೆಂಟ್ ಹೋಯ್ತು, ನಿಂತೋಗುತ್ತೆ, ತಿರ್ಗಾ ಬಿಡ್ತಾನೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ನಿಲ್ಲುತ್ತೆ, ಅದು ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗೋದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ನೀರು. ಆ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಫ್ಲೋ ಇರುವಂತ ಸ್ಥಿತಿ ವಿತೌಟ್ ಇಂಟ್ರಪ್ಷನ್ ಕರೆಂಟ್ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ MUSS ಗಳನ್ನ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ದಿಸ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಈಸ್ ವರ್ಕಿಂಗ್ ವೆರಿ ಹಾರ್ಡ್. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಕಾರ್ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಎ ವಂಡರ್ಫುಲ್ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್. ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ್ ಗಟ್ಟಲೆ ನೀರು ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತೀವಿ. ನೀರು ಸಮುದ್ರ ದಂಡೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತು 500 ಕೋಟಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಸರ್. ಕಾರವಾರ ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಟ್ ಒಂದಕ್ಕೆ 1,500 ಕೋಟಿ ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್. ನಮ್ದು ವೆಂಟೆಡ್ ಡ್ಯಾಮ್ಸ್ 3,500 ವೆಂಟೆಡ್ ಡ್ಯಾಮ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನು ಲೊಕೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದೀವಿ. ಈ ವರ್ಷ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ರಿಲೀಸ್ 600 crores. ನಾವು ಥ್ರೂಔಟ್ 4 years ಒಳಗೆ 3,500 crores ಖರ್ಚು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ ನಾವು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಎಂಟೈರ್ ಸೌತ್ ಕೇಂದ್ರ, ಚಿಕ್ಕಮಗಳೂರು, ಉಡುಪಿ ವೆಂಟೆಡ್ ಡ್ಯಾಮ್ಸ್ ಹಾಕಿ ವಿತೌಟ್ ಡಿಸ್ಟರ್ಬೆನ್ಸ್ ಟು ಎನಿಬಡಿ, ಅದು ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಗಿರ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಯಾರಿಗಾರ ರೈತರಿಗಿರ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ದಂಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟೆಷ್ಟು 2 ಅಡಿ 2 ಮೀಟರ್ 3 ಮೀಟರ್ 4 ಮೀಟರ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತು ವೆಂಟೆಡ್ ಡ್ಯಾಮ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ನೀರು ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಲೋಕಲಿ ಅವ್ನಿಗೆ 25 ಎಕರೆ 50 ಎಕರೆ ನೀರಾವರಿಗೆ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಮಾಡೋ ಸ್ಥಿತಿನ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಐ ಸೀಕ್ ಅಡ್ವೈಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಐ ಸೀಕ್ ಗೈಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಇನ್ ದ ಪರ್ಟೈನಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಮ್ಯಾಟರ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಲಾ. ಮತ್ತೆ ನಮ್ಮ ವರ್ಕ್ಗಳೇನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಅವ್ರ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಅವರು ನಮ್ಮಷ್ಟು ಡೀಟೇಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೋಗ್ದಿದ್ರು ನಮ್ಗೊಂದು ರೆಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ಲಿ, ಒಂದು ಇನ್ಫ್ಲುಯೆನ್ಸ್ ಡ್ರಾ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಅನುಕೂಲ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ, ಟ್ರೆಡಿಷನಲ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಕಸ್ಟಮರಿ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಈಶ್ವರ ಭಟ್ರು ಬಹಳ ಮೆಚ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬಟ್ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಕಾಲಕ್ಕೆ ಅದಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಉಪಯೋಗ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ನಂಗಿದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಕೋಟಿ ಗಟ್ಟಲೆ ಕಟ್ಟು ವೆಂಟೆಡ್ ಡ್ಯಾಮ್ ಹಾಕಿಸ್ತಿರ್ಲ ಈಶ್ವರ ಭಟ್ರೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ಕಾಂಟ್ರಿಬ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಜನನೂ ಬರಲ್ಲ, ಆ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ನಾವು ಎಷ್ಟು ದಿವಸ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಅದ್ರ ಉಪಯೋಗ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಫ್ಲಡ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೊಟ್ಟೋಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತೇವೆ, ಆ ಕಡೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ, ವಂಡರ್ಫುಲ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಡನ್ ಟುಡೇ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ವೆರಿ ಮಚ್. ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿ. ಲ್ಯಾಬ್ ಟು ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಅನ್ನ ಮತ್ತೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ರೀಜನರೇಟ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ. ನೀರ್ ರೀಜನರೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಲ್ಯಾಬ್ ಟು ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಒಂದು ರೀಜನರೇಟ್ ಆಗ್ಲಿ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸಂಶೋಧನೆಗಳು, ನಿಮ್ಮ ವರ್ಕು ರಾಜ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ರೈತರಿಗೆ ಸಹಾಯ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಪೇಯರ್ಸ್ ದುಡ್ಡಲ್ಲಿ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿಗಳು ನಡೆಸೋದಕ್ಕೊಂದು ಸಾರ್ಥಕತೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ, ಇವತ್ತೇನು ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ತಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಭಾಗಿಗಳಾಗಿದ್ದೀರಿ, ನಿಮ್ಗೆಲ್ಲ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನ ಅರ್ಪಿಸಿ ತಾವು ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಆಗಿ ತಮ್ಗೆಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ಬಹಳ ಆಭಾರಿ ಆಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನನ್ನ ಮಾತು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ
ಸರ್. ಬೈರ್ಗೊಂಡ ಟ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಇನ್ನು ಎಷ್ಟು ದಿವಸ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್?
ಬೈರ್ಗೊಂಡಳ್ಳಿ ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ವಿ ಸರ್. ಈಗ ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಋಷಭಾವತಿ ಡೈವರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ, ಟೆಂಡರ್ ಫ್ಲೋಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ ಸರ್ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಮಂತ್. ಏನು ಹೌದು ಸರ್, ಕಾವೇರಿಗೆ ಏನು ನಿಮ್ದು ಸೀವೇಜ್ ಹೋಗ್ತಿತ್ತು ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಸಪರೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಾಯನಹಳ್ಳಿಯಿಂದ ನಾವು ಡೈವರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಮ್ ಕಡೆ ತಗೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸರ್.
Thank you so much, sir. May I request Professor Dr. C.S. Patil, Professor of Law, Karnataka State Law University, to kindly propose the vote of thanks. Please, sir.
Full class, more than a law. You explain your budgets.
To propose vote of thanks to the honorable dignitaries who are in the platform. At the outset, let me express the heartfelt gratitude on behalf of all the statutory officers of the university and all the bodies of the university to Shri B.C. Madhuswamy, Honorable Minister of Law, Parliamentary Affairs and Legislation, and also the Minor Irrigation Minister, Government of Karnataka. The concern with which you have addressed us has made us to believe that we have the right person in the place who has so much of concern towards the cause of water, and we are really overwhelmed with your description of the policy that you have adopted at your ministry, and we really feel blessed to have a minister of your stature, sir, and you are our pro-chancellor also, and that is another privilege of the university. And under your guidance, sir, and under the stewardship of our honorable vice chancellor, we move forward in the expected directions. On behalf of everyone concerned and with the respect at my command, I express my wholehearted gratitude to you, sir, for addressing us on this occasion. And today, we inaugurated by K.L. Manjunath, Chairman, Karnataka Border and River Protection Commission. Honorable Justice K.L. Manjunath is always with the Karnataka State Law University, and he has addressed us and guided us various capacities on several occasions.
Oh,
And
Rafi.
the webinar, which is inaugurated at the auspicious hands of Mr. K.L. Manjunath, I hope will go in the. Thank you very much for inaugurating this webinar. The faculties of the university, sir. Thank you very much, sir. And we had the keynote address by Dr. Avdesh Pratap, water law and management expert, who is with the Ministry of Jal Shakti, Government of India. He gave a very keynote address covered all the areas and which has really set the direction for the technical sessions that will be following this inaugural function. And it is so nice of him to volunteer to visit our university and also address us on various topics. Dr. Avdesh Pratap sir, thank you very much on behalf of the Karnataka State Law University for delivering the keynote address. And we have our own Honorable Vice Chancellor, who has done, as Honorable Minister has already explained, work in the area of water law. He has authored a book and several articles. He is a great researcher who is providing us leadership. And under his guidance, the research center, water law center, has taken up various programs. And I thank him for addressing us on this occasion. Thank you very much, sir. And on this occasion, we have with us several invitees, the officers of Valmi, and we have the principal law secretary, Shri Venkatesh Naik. We have the syndicate and academic council members. I express gratitude on behalf of the university to all of you for gracing the occasion. And I express my gratitude to our own statutory officers, Shri Muhammad Zubair, Registrar, Professor G.B. Patil, Registrar Evaluation, Dr. Ratna Baramgaudar, Dean and Director, and all other faculty members and students who are present on the occasion. And as all of you are eager, looking forward to the technical sessions, I also am eager to look forward. I thank everyone, and especially the two gracious ladies in the Water Law Center, Akila Baslali and Naishri Boske, who have taken a lot of initiation in organizing this program. Thank you one and all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I request everyone present on the platform to kindly raise for the national anthem and invite Ms. Lavanya, student KSLU Law School, for the same.
तव शुभाशिष मागे गाहे तव जय जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
Thank you so much, Lavanya. We may conclude the inaugural session here. The plenary and the technical sessions would continue immediately. I request now Ms. Siddhi N, student, KSLU's Law School, to introduce the resource person for the first plenary session, Dr. Rajendra Poddar, Director of Water and Law and Land Management Institute, Valmi, Dharwad.
Thank you. Good afternoon, one and all present here. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce and welcome our today's resource person, Professor Dr. Rajendra Podar. Professor Dr. Rajendra Podar is a specialist in agricultural economics with focus on natural resources management, water management, irrigation, and agrarian policy. He is a postdoctoral fellow from the Commonwealth Scientific and Industrial Organization, Australia, with specialization in water resources policy. He is a graduate of agricultural sciences from the University of Agricultural Sciences, Dharwad, 1986, and secured masters in 1990 and PhD degrees in 1998 in agricultural economics from the same university. He started his career in 1994 as assistant professor of agricultural economics at College of Agricultural, Vijaypura, and served as associate professor and professor of agricultural economics in the University of Agricultural Sciences, Dharwad. Professor served as head of project planning and monitoring cell in the office of Vice Chancellor of University of Agricultural Sciences, Dharwad from 2014 to 2018. Professor has received several recognitions. He is the recipient of prestigious Endeavour Research Fellowship 2008 of Government of Australia for postdoctoral studies. He has been honored on several occasions by the farmers, students groups, and public organizations. He has been feted with Rashtriya Paryavaran Rakshak Award in 2013 and 2018. In his leadership, Valmi has conferred with national level Rashtriya Jal Prahari Samman 2019. In recognition of his expertise, Professor has been appointed to various national and international expert committees, including Karnataka government committees like Advisory Committee for Conservation of Lakes of Hubli Dharwad. He has guided about 30 PG students and visited several countries, including Australia, USA, Germany, Scotland, England, Sweden, Norway, Pakistan, Russia, Turkey, and Nepal. He was a representative of UAS Dharwad in the UN-sponsored COP22 Summit Climate Change at Marrakesh in Morocco. He has handled about 20 research projects and has published 11 research reports, 70 research papers, 8 chapters in books, 40 popular articles. As Director Valmi, he has published dozens of popular papers, pamphlets, brochures, reports, and success stories. He is publishing a quarterly magazine that is Jala Nela Jana, which means Waterland People in Kannada, for the benefit of stakeholders in water and land management. He was a part of the organization that hosted the mega event of National Water Convention for Drought-Free India in Vijaypura, Karnataka during August 2017. World Water Day, that is on March 22nd, involving thousands of farmers, engineers, and students, is being organized in Valmi under his guidance. In recognition of his experience and his expertise, he was appointed as Director of Water and Land Management Institute, Dharwad, under the Department of Water Resources, Karnataka, in February 2018 by the Government of Karnataka. During his term as director, Valmi has successfully revived the institute and made it fully functional to fulfill the mandate. Professor Dr. Rajendra Podar is dedicated to the cause of welfare of students, farmers, and community initiatives for the last 30 years. Thank you. Sir, I now invite you to kindly deliver your speech on the community-based water management as a solution for water crisis. Please, sir.
Ellarigu namaskara. Akhila, can you hear me properly?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you very much for joining us, sir.
Ellarigu namaskara. ಸಭೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಜರಿರುವ ಇದೀಗ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಉದ್ದೇಶಿಸಿ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನ ನೀಡಿರುವ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಶ್ರೀಮಂತ ನಾಯಕ, ಕಾನೂನು ಸಂಸದೀಯ ವ್ಯವಹಾರಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಸಣ್ಣ ನೀರಾವರಿ ಸಚಿವರಾದಂತಹ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮಾಧುಸ್ವಾಮಿ, ವಿದ್ವತ್ಪೂರ್ಣ ಸಂದೇಶವನ್ನು ನೀಡಿದಂತಹ ನ್ಯಾಯಮೂರ್ತಿಗಳು ಮಂಜುನಾಥ್ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರೆ, ಅವಧೇಶ್ ಪ್ರತಾಪ್ ಅವರು ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಅಂತಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಜಲ ಕಾನೂನು ಬಗ್ಗೆ ವಿವರಿಸಿದರು. ಎಲ್ಲಕ್ಕೂ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ರೂವಾರಿಗಳಂತಹ ಹಿರಿಯರು, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಈಶ್ವರ್ ಭಟ್ ಅವರು ಹುಬ್ಬಳ್ಳಿಯ ಕಾನೂನು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ಮುಖಂಡತ್ವ ವಹಿಸಿಕೊಂಡು ಬಹಳ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಕ್ರಿಯಾಶೀಲವಾಗಿ ಕೆಲಸ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅವ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಕೈ ಜೋಡಿಸಿದಂತ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ರತ್ನ ಮರಂಗೌಡರ್, ಸದಾನಂದ ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಅವರು ಮತ್ತೆಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮ ಹಿರಿಯರಾದಂತ ಅಖಿಲ ಮತ್ತೆ ನಯಶ್ರೀ, ಇವ್ರದ್ದು ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಸೇವೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಇಂಥ ಒಂದು ಅದ್ಭುತ ಸುಮಾರು 400ಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಜನ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸ್ತಾರೆ. 442 ನಾನು ನಿಜವಾಗಿ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಈಶ್ವರ್ ಭಟ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳು. ಜಗತ್ತು ಇಂಥ ಗಂಭೀರವಾದ ನೀರಿನ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಒಂದು ಸಂಕಷ್ಟವನ್ನು ಎದುರಿಸ್ತಿರ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ವರ್ಗಗಳು, ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಂಘ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳು ಈ ಚಟುವಟಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ, ಈ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಬೇಕು. ಅಂತಹ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾನೂನು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ ಮುಖಂಡತ್ವ ವಹಿಸಿದ್ದು ನಿಜವಾಗಿ ಅಭಿನಂದನ. ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಹಿರಿಯರೆಲ್ಲ ಬಹಳ ಅದ್ಭುತವಾದಂತಹ ಸಂದೇಶವನ್ನು ನಮ್ಗೆ ನೀಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಜಸ್ಟಿಸ್ ಮಂಜುನಾಥ್ ಅವರು, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಅವಧೇಶ್ ಪ್ರಸಾದ್ ಅವರು, ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಸಚಿವರು, ಇವರೆಲ್ಲರ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನ ನಿಜವಾಗಿ ನಮಗೆ ಬಹಳ ಉತ್ತೇಜನಕಾರಿ ಕನಸು ನನಗೆ. ನಾವು ಏನು ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ನಿರ್ವಹಣೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮ ಹಿರಿಯರು ಎಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹ ನೀಡ್ತಾರಪ್ಪ. ನಮ್ಮ ಕನಸು ಏನಿದೆ ಒಬ್ಬ ಹೊರೆಯುವಂತ ಒಂದು ಸಂದೇಶವನ್ನು ನೀಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಜವಾಗಿ ನನಗೆ ಖುಷಿ ಅನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಈ ಒಂದು ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ವೆಬಿನಾರ್ ಆನ್ ಎಮರ್ಜಿಂಗ್ ಟ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ ವಾಟರ್ ರಿಸೋರ್ಸ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಲಾ ವಿತ್ ಸ್ಪೆಷಲ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ನಿಜವಾಗಿ ಸಾರ್ಥಕ ಅನಿಸ್ತದೆ. ಇದನ್ನು ಬರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸಂದೇಶ ಆಗ್ಲೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಅವಧೇಶ್ ಪ್ರತಾಪ್ ಅವರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು, ಕೆಲವು ವಿಷಯಗಳನ್ನ ಮಾಹಿತಿಗಳನ್ನು ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಮುಗಿಸ್ಬೇಕಂತ ವಿಷಯ. ಈ ವೆಬಿನಾರ್ನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಅಂಶಗಳು, ನಿರ್ಣಯಗಳು ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಮುಟ್ಟಿ ಜಲ ಕಾನೂನು ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂತ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಬದಲಾವಣೆಗಳು ಬಂದಿದೆ, ಈ ವೆಬಿನಾರ್ನ ಸಾರ್ಥಕ ಹೇಳಿ ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಈಶ್ವರ್ ಭಟ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಮತ್ತು ತಂಡಕ್ಕೆ ನನ್ನ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆ ಹೇಳಿ, ನಾನು ಸುಮಾರು ಒಂದು ಹಾಫ್ ಅನ್ ಅವರ್ ನನ್ನ PPT ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. PPT ಮಾಡಿ ಅದನ್ನ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ನಾನು ನನ್ನ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ನಮ್ಮ ಸಹೋದರಿ ಪರಿಚಯ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ. ನಾನು ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕ ಪರಿಚಯ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ನಾನು ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳಬಯಸ್ತಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ವಾಲ್ಮಿ ವಾಟರ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟ್. ಇದು ಕೇವಲ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮತ್ತು ಧಾರವಾಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಇಡೀ ಭಾರತದಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮಾರು 16 ವಾಲ್ಮಿಗಳು. ದಿಸ್ ಬೇಸಿಕಲಿ ವರ್ಲ್ಡ್ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಸಪೋರ್ಟೆಡ್ ಬೈ ಯುನೈಟೆಡ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಸ್ ಏಜೆನ್ಸಿ ಫಾರ್ ಇಂಟರ್ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್. ಭಾರತ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಕೂಡ ಇದರ ಹಿಂದೆ ಬಲವಾದ ಒತ್ತಡವನ್ನು ಇದು ಮಾಡಿ 1970-80ರ ದಶಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳನ್ನು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡಿ. ವಾಟರ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಜಲ ಮತ್ತು ನೆಲ ನಿರ್ವಹಣೆ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳು. ಇದರ ಮೂಲ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅವಾಗ ತಾನೇ ಸ್ವಾತಂತ್ರ್ಯ ಸಿಕ್ಕ ಕೆಲವು ದಶಕಗಳ ನಂತರ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಅಗಾಧ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ನೀರಾವರಿ ನಿರ್ವಹಣೆ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಆಯಿತು. ಅಣೆಕಟ್ಟುಗಳ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ ಆದವು, ಕಾಲುವೆಗಳ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ ಆಗಿ ಇನ್ನು ಕಾಲುವೆಗಳಿಂದ ರೈತರ ಹೊಲಗಳಿಗೆ ನೀರು ಬರಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಉದ್ಭವ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಬಂದಂತ ನೀರನ್ನ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ನಮ್ಮ ರೈತರು ಬಳಸ್ತಾರೆ, ಬರುವ ನೀರನ್ನ ನಮ್ಮ ಇಂಜಿನಿಯರ್ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ನಿರ್ವಹಣೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಸವಾಲು ಬಂದಾಗ ಅವಾಗಿನ 1970ರ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರ ಮಟ್ಟದ ಜಲಸಂಪನ್ಮೂಲ ಸಚಿವರ ಸಭೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ರೀತಿ ಒಂದು ಸಾಮರ್ಥ್ಯ ವರ್ಧನೆ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯನ್ನು, ಕೆಪಾಸಿಟಿ ಬಿಲ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟ್ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿಗಳಿದಾವೆ ಅದೇ ಮಾಡೆಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಜಲ ಮತ್ತು ನೆಲ ನಿರ್ವಹಣೆ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂತೆ ಒಂದು ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯನ್ನು ಹುಟ್ಟುಹಾಕಬೇಕು. ಪ್ರತಿ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾರತ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಕರಾವು ಮಾಡಿ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳಿಗೆ ನಿರ್ದೇಶನ ಕೊಟ್ಟ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಇವತ್ತು 16 ವಾಲ್ಮಿಗಳು ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ಬಹಳ ಅದ್ಭುತವಾದ ಒಂದು ಉತ್ಕೃಷ್ಟವಾದ ವಿಶೇಷವಾದ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಇದೆ. ಮಹಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಔರಂಗಾಬಾದಲ್ಲಿದೆ, ತೆಲಂಗಾಣ ಹೈದರಾಬಾದಲ್ಲಿದೆ, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಧಾರವಾಡ ಪಟ್ಟಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮಾರು ಬೆಳಗಾವಿ ರೋಡಲ್ಲಿ 14 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ್ ಮೇಲೆ ವಿಶಾಲವಾದ ಪ್ರಾಂಗಣದಲ್ಲಿದೆ. ಬಹಳ ಜನರಿಗೆ ಆಶ್ಚರ್ಯ ಆಗ್ತದೆ, ಏನು ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಹೆಸರೇ ಕೇಳಿಲ್ಲ ಏನಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಈ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಜಲಸಂಪನ್ಮೂಲ ಇಲಾಖೆ ಒಂದು ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಉತ್ಕೃಷ್ಟವಾದ ಸಾಮರ್ಥ್ಯವರ್ಧನೆಯ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಇದು. ಸುಮಾರು 137 ಎಕರೆ ಭೂಮಿ ಇದೆ, ಒಂದು 75 ಎಕರೆ ಕೃಷಿ ಭೂಮಿ ಇದೆ. ಸುಮಾರು ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ಗಳ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ನೀರಾವರಿ ಇಲಾಖೆಯಿಂದ, ಕೃಷಿ ಇಲಾಖೆಯಿಂದ, ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯಗಳಿಂದ. ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಈಶ್ವರ್ ಭಟ್ ಸಾಹೇಬರು ತಮ್ಮ ತಂಡದೊಂದಿಗೆ ಬಂದು ಹೋಗಿದ್ರು, ಅದು ನಮ್ಮ ಸೌಭಾಗ್ಯ. ಈ ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಒಂದು ಒಡಂಬಡಿಕೆ ಕೂಡ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬಹುದು. ನೀರು ಮತ್ತು ನೆಲ ನಿರ್ವಹಣೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂತೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಹುಬ್ಬಳ್ಳಿಯ ಲಾ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಒಡಂಬಡಿಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮ ಆಡಳಿತ ಮಂಡಳಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಠರಾವಾಗಿದೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಆಡಳಿತ ಮಂಡಳಿಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಸ್ಥರು ಅಡಿಷನಲ್ ಚೀಫ್ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿ ಆಫ್ ವಾಟರ್ ರಿಸೋರ್ಸಸ್ ಅವರು ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾಗಿದ್ದು, ವಾಲ್ಮೀಕಿ ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರು ಮೆಂಬರ್ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿ ಆಗಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಈ ರೀತಿ ಅಂತಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರ ಮಟ್ಟದ ತಜ್ಞರು ನಮ್ಮ ಗವರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಕೌನ್ಸಿಲ್ ಸದಸ್ಯರಾಗಿದ್ದು ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶಿ NGOಗಳಿಗೆ ವಿಶೇಷ ರೀತಿಯ ತರಬೇತಿ ನೀಡ್ತಾ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಸುಮಾರು ಈಗ ನಾವು 8ರಿಂದ 10,000 ಪ್ರತಿ ವರ್ಷ ತರಬೇತಿಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ನಾವು ರೇಡಿಯೋ, ಟೆಲಿವಿಷನ್, ವಾಟ್ಸಪ್, ಇಮೇಲ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಧ್ಯಮಗಳನ್ನು ಬಳಸಿಕೊಂಡು ಒಂದು ಜಲ ಜಾಗೃತಿಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡುವಂತ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಇದು ವಾಲ್ಮೀಕಿ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯ ಒಂದು ಕಿರುಚಿತ್ರ. ಇಷ್ಟು ಹೇಳಿ ನನಗೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಕೊಟ್ಟಂತ ವಿಷಯ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿ ಬೇಸ್ಡ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಸೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಫಾರ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಕ್ರೈಸಿಸ್. ಇದು ಇವತ್ತು ನನಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಂತ ಟಾಪಿಕ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಜಾಗತಿಕ ಜಲ ಸಂಕಷ್ಟ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಮುದಾಯ ಆಧಾರಿತ ನೀರಿನ ನಿರ್ವಹಣೆ ಹೇಗೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಇದೊಂದು ಪರಿಹಾರ ಆದೀತಿ ಅನ್ನೋ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಇದೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸುಮಾರು ನಾನು ಐ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ 70 ಸ್ಲೈಡ್ಸ್. ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲೇನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅದನ್ನ ಮುಂದೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೀನಿ. ಮೊದಲನೇದಾಗಿ ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಇದು ದಿಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಪಿಕ್ಚರ್ ಶೋಸ್ ದಟ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಟು ಬಿ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಡ್ ಆನ್ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿ ಬೇಸಿಸ್. ಈ ಸಭೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹುಶಃ ನನಗೆ ಅನ್ಸಿದ ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಕೆಲವೊಬ್ರು ಕನ್ನಡ ಬರದೇ ಇರಬಹುದು, ಬಟ್ ನಾನು ಕನ್ನಡ ಮತ್ತು ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್ ಎರಡು ಬಳಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮಾತನಾಡ್ತಾ ಅಖಿಲ ಅವರೇ, ಅಖಿಲ ಸ್ಲೈಡ್ ಕಾಣ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಮೇಡಮ್?
ಓಕೆ ಸರ್.
ನನ್ನ ಸ್ಲೈಡ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ?
ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, you have to share your screen. Aditya, can you please enable share screen?
Nodi, can you see the screen now?
Illa sir. Sir, just give us a moment. Just give us a moment.
Ma'am, now they can share the screen.
Okay, ಈಗ share ಮಾಡಿ sir.
ಅಲ್ಲಿ
ನೋಡಿ,
ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ ಶೇರ್ ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗ್ರಿ ಸರ್. ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಚಾಟ್ ಪಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಶೇರ್ ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ ಅಂತಂದಿದೆ ನೋಡಿ ಸರ್.
ನೋಡಿ
ಸರ್, ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ನೀವೇನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಸರ್, ಈಗ ಈ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಸಿಪೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಚಾಟ್ ಶೇರ್ ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ ಅಂತಂದಿದೆ ನೋಡಿ ಸರ್.
ಅದನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ರೆಗ್ಯುಲರ್ ಅದು ಮಾಡೋದು, ಬಟ್ ದೇರ್ ಸಮಥಿಂಗ್ ಎರರ್ ತೋರಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ನಮ್ ಎರರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿ, ತಾವು ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಪರ್ಮಿಷನ್ ಅದಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿ
ಸರ್, ಪರ್ಮಿಷನ್ ಅಲೌ ಮಾಡಿದೀವಿ ಸರ್ ಇವಾಗ.
ನಾನು ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ ಶೇರಿಂಗ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಫೇಲ್ಡ್ ಟು ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್, ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಟ್ರೈ ಲೇಟರ್ ಅಗೇನ್. ಎರರ್ ಕೋಡ್ 105035.
ಸರ್, ನೆಟ್ವರ್ಕ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂ ಸರ್.
ನೆಟ್ವರ್ಕ್ ಇದೆ, ಎಷ್ಟೊತ್ತು ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದೆ.
ನೆಟ್ವರ್ಕ್ ಇದೆ, ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಆಗಿ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ.
ನೆಟ್ವರ್ಕ್ ಇದೆ. It's coming. Shall I quit and rejoin?
Yeah, that is good, sir. That is one excellent. ಕೋಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಈಗ ವಾಲ್ಮಿ ಅಂತಂದಿದೆ ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ವಾಲ್ಮಿ ಧಾರವಾಡ ಕೋಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ ಅದನ್ನ.
ಸರ್, ಮಾಡಿದೀವಿ ಸರ್ ಕೋಸ್ಟ್.
ಈಗ ಮತ್ತೆ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ, ರೀಜಾಯ್ನ್ ಆಗ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ. ಹಾ, ಈಗ ಬಂತು.
Sir, are you being able to share your screen now, sir? So down there, sir, if you see, sir, at the bottom, sir, you have a green option, sir. You just have to click there, sir. We have given you authority to share your screen, sir.
ಸರ್, ಅನ್ಮ್ಯೂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಸರ್, ತಮ್ದು ಮ್ಯೂಟ್ ಇದೆ. ಪೊದ್ದಾರ್ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರು. ಹಾ ಸರ್, ಈಗ ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಸರ್. ಈಗ
ಅದೇ ಸರ್, ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ ಶೇರಿಂಗ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಇದೆ
ಸರ್. ಇಲ್ಲಾಂದ್ರೆ ತಾವು ಅದನ್ನ ಮೇಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರಾದ್ರೂ
Sir, you can either share it to me on WhatsApp or mail, sir.
ಇಲ್ಲ, ಮೇಲ್
I will have it shared. ಸರಿ ಸರ್, ಕಳ್ಸ್ಕೊಡಿ ಸರ್, I'll have it shared from here.
Bye.
ಮೇಲ್ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಹಾಕಿಲ್ಲ.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
ಮೇಲ್ ಬಂತ ಮೇಡಮ್?
Kalisidare, sir. We'll shortly share it. We'll shortly share it, sir.
Okay, okay. I'll be online now.
Ali. Only. ಮೇಲ್ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ಅಖಿಲ?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The thing is, we haven't got. Yes, sir. Receive agide, sir. Receive agide, sir.
Just download it. I'll coordinate with communication.
Yeah, can we start now? Now? Okay now?
They're running it, sir. They're running it. Just give us a moment.
Akhil? Ready? No? Akhila?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. They're starting the shares. Yes.
First slide, please.
Yeah.
They can start now.
Yes, sir, please.
Make it bigger one. Okay. Can you start now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Sorry for that inconvenience. Technological issues develop a lot. And thanks for the quick intervention. This is the first slide. We can go to the next slide, please. Whoever is operating slides, please go ahead. Yes, I would like to say that water is so important for the whole world. You can see from the slide, it sustains our life, it cleans our life, and it's a common heritage. Then we need it for our economic activities like industry, transportation. More than anything else, we also need it for agriculture. I'll cover later how important agriculture is from the point of view of water management. Then we also use it for recreation, for example, sports events, etc. Then, as rivers have been worshipped through history, centuries, forms part of our history and culture, whether it's Indus, Tigris, Euphrates, or many other river bases of the world. And above all, and especially in our country, we have raised water to divinity. ನಮ್ದು ಒಂದು ಸ್ಪಿರಿಚುವಲ್ ಜೀವನ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಈ ನದಿಗೆ ಅಥವಾ ನೀರಿಗೆ ನಾವು ದೇವತ್ವವನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ವಿ. ಬಹುಶಃ ನನಗನ್ನಿಸ್ತದೆ ಜಗತ್ತಿನ ಎಲ್ಲ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರಗಳ ಪೈಕಿ ಭಾರತನೇ ವಿಶೇಷತೆ ಅನಿಸ್ತದೆ. This is overall importance of water in our life. So next, please. Next. And this is about back. This is a very simple hydrology or picture. Most of us, we are under the impression that we have abundant water in the world and enough, we can do anything with water. We can play with it and we can waste it, but that's not correct. As you can see from the picture here, 97% of water available on the globe is not available for economic and productive purposes. 97% of it is salt affected or salt water not available for economic activity. Only 3% is available for fresh water. After 3%, again you can see the breakdown. 22% in the groundwater. 77% is again not accessible because it's in the frozen condition. Only 1% of the global water is available in lakes, rivers, and streams. That means when we think of Atlantic Ocean or Indian Ocean or the Pacific Ocean, we think there is a lot of water on the earth, but actually only 1% of the total available water is utilizable by the economic activities. This I want to drive home the point that compared to the big picture, we have very, very small percentage of that water which is actually available for our purpose, and that also looks very big when are very small when compared to our demands. Next, please. This you see is a very eye-opening picture for all of us. Water stress by country by country. Here it shows the extraction of water or withdrawal of water with respect to supply. Wherever in the globe, whatever is the water available or water supply is there, how much to what extent we have extracted the water. You can see from red to the light yellow color. And I think you can make out of the picture here, America is going to be worst affected. Then eastern part of South America, northern part of America, Africa, and also already we have heard a lot of stories about South Africa, how the cricket team went without water. Then coming to the entire Middle East, it's in dark, very dark red. That means the most serious water crisis will be in the Middle East, and then followed by China, India, and Australia. India is also taking red color. That means very high extraction of water with respect to the availability. Even China also. Though we feel that these countries are progressing very fast, Australia, China, they will be facing severe water crisis by 2040, which may halt or put block or obstacle in their economic progress. This is a global picture. Then coming to the national picture, let us move to the next slide. Here you can see more than 50%, 60% of India is facing water crisis. The same again, the withdrawal with respect to the water supply, you can see that a simple ratio. Here you can see on the left side, at least some part of Karnataka is the lighter colors, and northern part of Karnataka like Bidar and other parts. But you see in the next graph map, you can see entire Karnataka is red. That means we are going to face very serious water. What I want to highlight here is that the water crisis is very serious, and if we neglect at this stage, we will be facing great challenge for the whole world and India and for Karnataka. Next, please. And here you can see the Central Water Commission has made certain calculations. There are several sectors or intersectoral or multi-sectoral demands like domestic demand. That means household, drinking purpose, cooking purpose, washing, etc., and the municipal consumption. Then you have irrigation consumption, then industry, energy, and many others. As already seen, shown water is utilized by several sectors. Here, the study shows from 1990 to 2050 how water demand is going to change the whole scenario, or how water demand is going to increase in India. It is measured in terms of billion cubic meters. But domestic, it increased from 32 BCM to 102. And the second, third row, you can see irrigation. Water requirement for irrigation sector was 437 billion cubic meter. It's going to increase up to 1,070. That means the highest demanding sector in the future, maybe next 2025, we are going to have it around 910 billion cubic meter water requirement. Then the industry also requires more water as the years pass, then energy generation, and many other sectors. In total, the water demand by these multi-sectors or various sectors is going to increase by every passing decade. Therefore, we have to take extra measures to manage in such a way that we get water security for all the sections, all the people, and all the regions of the world. Next, please. Next. And I was talking about initially I told how agriculture water management. Of the total water consumption, it is 80%, or roughly around 70, 80, and 90. In some countries 70, some countries 80, and some other countries 90. That means large chunk of the water is going to be consumed by agriculture, followed by municipality and industry, other things. And very interesting, I would like to share here that although agriculture consumes a very large chunk of the total water availability, and most of the water wastage also happens in this sector. Therefore, agricultural water management becomes a great challenge, and how we can manage it through different means we will discuss. This I request you to remember this figure. More than 80% of the water is consumed in agriculture sector. Next, please. This is another interesting graph here. And one thing I would like to share with the honorable members here. For centuries together, the water supply has been constant. You can see through the blue line. That means nobody has created water. It remains constant. Its supply remains constant throughout centuries. Whereas our demand is increasing, both in terms of irrigation water need as well as total water need. You can see the graph rising demands from 97, 98 to 2050. That means although the water supply remains constant, the demand increases. When demand being constant, the water supply being constant, the demand increases, it's going to create shortage. See, roughly around 2040, the demand is going to cross the 2. And as I said, having said that the water supply remains constant through centuries and decades, I would like to make correction to my own statement. That is, water doesn't remain constant. Water supply declines. You may ask me and wonder why. It is because when we talk of water supply, we presume that all the water is potable, clean, and available for our economic activities like purpose or livestock or agriculture production, industry, whatever. But unfortunately, as several of our seniors who already spoke, they shared about the serious problem of water pollution. So I would like to share that roughly around 20% of the water gets wasted, goes out of utilization because of water pollution. Whether it is river pollution or tank pollution or Kalyani, Pushkarni, or even the underground water. It is getting polluted and will not be available for utilization for the economic activity. This factor also we should remember. That means the water supply is not constant, it is in fact declining. So while the water supply declines, the demand increases and the demand crosses over the supply in next one decade, that time we'll be going to face very serious water crisis. Next, please. This slide has been already shared by Dr. Avdesh Singh. Around or immediately after independence, we had about 5,000 cubic meter of water available per person per year. I request especially my student friends to remember this graph. This very going to this very serious statistics. We had more than 5,000 cubic meter of water per person per year. But as this population increased, the supply per head comes down. It reached 2209 cubic meter per year around 1991 and 1820 cubic meter around 2001 and 1545 2011. Presently, it has come down below. Almost we are around 1200 cubic meter per capita per year. And if the trend continues, we are going to have serious water problem available per person per year. That time, when the demand is increasing, supply is declining, we will have water crisis. Water crisis, as you can see, ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯವಾಗಿ ನಾವು ನೋಡ್ತೀವಿ ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಪಟ್ಟಣಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಹೆಣ್ಣು ಮಕ್ಕಳು ನೀರಿಗಾಗಿ ಜಗಳ. It's a social problem. It becomes a kind of social problem. And then the two districts are fighting for water sharing of the river within the state. And as already several seniors have shared about interstate water, then transnational water dispute, and then international water disputes. Ultimately, small level, the serious crisis at the field level is going to flare up and become some kind of a water crisis for the globe. That's why the entire globe has to, become, sensitized at this juncture to be careful about water management in the future. Next. And as I said, water supply has been constant or declining, whereas multi-sector demand has been increasing. This is going to create the shortage or the gap. These shortage or gaps are going to create conflicts between the individuals, between the farmers, between the districts, between the states, and between the country. The conflict is there. All signs of water conflagration or conflicts are there, especially in the Middle East. This we cannot. This is a given fact. But over and above that, you can see from this slide, the climate change is another very important development of this century. Earlier, we thought there is no climate change and water supply, everything is going as business as usual. But because of this climate change, we are going to be severely affected. Climate change is affecting every sector or every part of the globe, every region, every class. But here, as I've seen in many studies, the impact of climate change will be the most severe on water resources. We'll see it in the next slide. So this is the latest development. As you can see, climate change is a very peculiar phenomenon. Though it has been accepted and being popular, propagated for the last 2 decades, people are not understanding its severe water resources on the climate change on the water resources. Next, please. Here you can see how climate change, it happens. There is increase of greenhouse gases, then the greenhouse effect, and which ultimately is in common parlance, it's called global warming, and all this will result in climate change. Climate change is going to affect several sectors. You can see in the next slide. Next, please. Next, please. Yes, climate change is going to, influence the floods, and you can see all the bad happenings in Kerala, Coorg, Belgaum, Bagalkot district, Uttarakhand, Chennai. All the places have faced severe floods. On the one hand, you have floods, on the other, you have droughts. Many countries, including Australia, they have undergone severe drought situations, in China also. And here also in Karnataka, once in a while, we see the effect of climate change on drought and floods. Then it is going to affect, climate change is going to affect hydraulic power generation, then river flow, habitats, delta levees, water quality, groundwater, and above all, the water that is available for agriculture. That means, in total, climate change is here, it's happening, and it will have adverse impact on water resource availability and management. Next. The same thing again, when climate change affects water resources, it influences agriculture production, and agriculture production is very important issue from the point of food security. Agriculture production depends on the soil moisture and water resource availability. If that is affected, and ultimately it will affect the rural livelihoods also. Next. Next, please. These are some of the reports of the IPCC on impact of climate change on the water resources. With this background of how there are many other things in terms of the water international disputes or the water pollution, water crisis, several things. And every day we have information on the WhatsApp, internet, newspapers, television, that water going crisis is going to affect us very severely. Having all this in background, now we have to think of the future or the possible solution. There are three important challenges for water resource management. They are: number one, it is efficient management. The second one is equitable management, and third one is sustainable. For achieving these three objectives, we have to develop several methodologies, or means, or technology, or institutions. That is a challenge of the institutions, whether it's Valmi or Law University or agricultural universities or water resource department, and all those concerned stakeholders with respect to water. Next. In brief, I would like to put before you some of the challenges we are going to face in water management. The first is interstate and interstate water conflicts. These have already been highlighted, whether it's Madai or Kaveri water dispute or long-standing Krishna dispute. They have been haunting us for several decades. And I already have discussed the climate change, how it's going to affect our water management. And because of climate change, there is an unequal distribution of water over time and space. ನಾವು ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಾಗಿದ್ದಾಗ June 5th ಅಥವಾ June 1st weekಲ್ಲಿ ಮಳೆ ಆಗ್ತಿತ್ತು. Our professors would guide us to take up going in agriculture university. But now it starts raining in June and goes up to July, August, September, October, November. Yesterday evening also it rained. This is unequal distribution of rainwater over time and space. And it rains in Law University, doesn't rain in Walmart. These are some of the situations where there is abnormalities prevailing, and the extent of these abnormal situations or events is increasing by the day. Then multi-sectoral demands I already discussed. Every sector, whether it is agriculture, recreation, transport, hydroelectricity production, agriculture, all of them are demanding more and more water by passing day. Then we also have the problem of supply and storage. Some of the issues Honorable Minister Sir has already shared, how there are problems with storage and supply. Then, as I said, 20% of the water which is utilizable goes out of, becomes waste, goes out of utilization because of water. Then declining groundwaters, and not only in terms of quantity but quality also. There is a decline both in quantity of groundwater, as the Honorable Minister Sir said, more than 1,000 feet in Kolar and some parts of eastern Karnataka. There is severe water problem. Then another serious problem arising out of water mismanagement, salinity, and waterlogging. Many of you might not have seen. If you come to North Karnataka, and especially in Upper Krishna project area, Malaprabha, Ghataprabha, a large tract of land goes out of cultivation or remains out of cultivation because of the twin problems with salinity, waterlogging. These have to be actually seen to understand the problem. I cannot explain much with the help of these slides, but one has to walk through the long stretch of areas affected. Friends, I tell you, there is a land totally going out of cultivation. Not a single piece, grass can grow on this land. I've seen personally in the last 30 years of my experience this cross in the entire North Karnataka, especially because of the heavy soils. The lands have gone out to cultivation, and because of the land going out of cultivation, farmers have migrated out of the places and they've gone to Goa, Maharashtra, and other places for work. This is the natural resource management spills over into socio-political problem. This we should be very careful about. Then floods and droughts, they are increasing numbers and their frequencies. As I already quoted the example of Coorg or Belgaum district, Bagalkot, which have been severely affected. Then I have been closely watching this farmers' issues, the agrarian distress. There is agrarian distress in country as well as in states, and farmers have committed suicide. This is a very widely discussed subject and a controversial subject also. I was able to do some research into this farmer suicide, and there are several causes for farmer suicide. Of course, they are subject to debate, but one of the reasons which I have found out on my own is that water shortage or water crisis is one of the important causes for farmer suicide. This we should be able to understand and be sensitive to the whole issue of agrarian crisis and farmers. And above all, when we discuss of all these things, the very developmental concept, ಈ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಯ ಮಾರ್ಗ ಅಂತ ಏನಿದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ನನಗನ್ಸಿದ ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ನಿಸರ್ಗದ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಅಥವಾ ರೈತರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಜನರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಾವೆಲ್ಲೋ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಕಮರ್ಷಿಯಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟ್ ಓರಿಯೆಂಟೆಡ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಪಥವನ್ನು ತುಳಿತಾ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಅನೇಕ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ನೈಸರ್ಗಿಕ ಸಂಪನ್ಮೂಲಗಳು, ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಜಲ ನೆಲ ನಿರ್ವಹಣೆ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳು ಅತಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗ್ತವೆ. Because of the skewed developmental concept or approach, that we have to the experts, yes, participating in this workshop that think on this issue. Next, please. Next. And these are some of the farm level situations or field level situations. Next, please. Next. Not my photo. Next. Yeah, these are the conditions. You can see here monocropping. Monocropping means when irrigation is provided to large area, the farmers tend to grow single crop wherever you go, Shapur, Surpur, or Davangere, Harihara, all these areas, wherever water is available, a large tract of the cultivated area is brought under monoculture, monocropping of single crop. And in northern Karnataka, especially in so these two are the very water guzzling crops. They not only harm they take up a lot of water, but also they spoil the soil condition, and which is irretrievable. Therefore, monocropping or monoculture of these two water guzzling crops has to be thought over seriously, and something as policy measure has to be brought in. Next, please fast. These are some of our canal conditions. Actually, this is an area in Mudhol Taluk of Bagalkot. Once upon a time, this was the most fertile and most productive piece of land. In some villages, they are called Ingli and Elderly, which I have personally visited. Can you see any cultivated area here? Precisely because of water mismanagement. Next, you can see some more slides have a visual effect of how water and land mismanagement can result in such a situation. Very pathetic. We'll have tears in our eyes when we visit such plots. I have been traveling these areas in Karnataka for the last 25-30 years. It's really painful that farmers have abandoned these lands and have gone off to cities and urban places to work for low wages. This socio-economic problem. That means when we fail in basic management of natural resources, those problems will create socio-economic problems, socio-political problems. Next, please. Next. You can see this is also area where you can't find even canal also. See, actually, our officers are standing there. Right in front of them, there is a canal. But to search for the canal, can anybody see there is a canal here? This is a pathetic condition of the system at the field level. Next. Another canal condition. With all the investments, with all the administration, officers, engineers, we have this serious problem in Karnataka. Friends, it's not just the fault on any one particular problem. See, when irrigation started, we had very few dams and few kilometers of main canals. But today you have lakhs and lakhs of field canals and FICs stretched over throughout Karnataka. That means irrigation canal network has increased to such an extent that a small number of officers cannot handle this situation. This is a problem. Many people ask us why this is happening at the field level. We should understand the basics. The irrigation canal network has increased to such an extent that only few engineers and officers can handle. And what should we do? It's a big question. We should all think how we can involve the community in water resource management. Next. Next, please. This is another condition in Gulbarga district. And we are supposed to give water on a volumetric basis. Only here and there, few instruments are there. They are very far and few in the whole entire Karnataka. We are having around 30 lakh hectares of irrigation command area in Karnataka. That's a big challenge. As I said earlier, most of the water, the utilizable water is being consumed in the agriculture sector, and most of it is also wasted there in the irrigation mismanagement. Next, please. Next, these are some of the recently we tried to gather farmers and see. Again, you can see the canal system there. How we can involve community or farmers in managing the water resources at the field level, especially irrigation. We thought of making use of this MG Narega funds, which quite often is being missed in handling or management of irrigation system. Next. This is another case where farmers have tried to do little bit of their service to take water from one end to another end. Next. And as I was sharing the salinity water logging, you can see here, this is a small piece of land in Upper Krishna Project. The whole land has gone out of cultivation. And the reason? Mismanagement of water and land. It's very easy when I show it through PPT, but it is very painful when we go and see the fields. The farmers have lost their fields, their livestock, then they become doing manual job in the urban areas. That's painful. Next. And there is illegal water lifting. Farmers knowingly or unknowingly, deliberately or innocently, you see the huge number of the pump sets being put across the canal, which is totally illegal. But they do it in spite of all the efforts of the government officers and engineers. This is being done, and then it spills into police case, FIR, etc., etc. Next, please. Next, I have shared some of the field level problems of irrigation. Though we talk of international water laws and national water laws and interstate water disputes, but ultimately when it comes to the field levels, it's a big challenge. And let me share some of the challenges here in irrigation management. These are completion of the dam or headworks ahead of the canals. Even before the canals are completed, all our dam work is ready, the headworks are ready, but the field is not. Field leveling is required, field channels are required. All before doing all this, when we let the water into the fields, it creates problems. Then there are damaged irrigation systems, canal systems you already see. Then lack of field channels or field drainage systems are there. This salinity in water logging because of the lack of field drainage. Then lack of canal communication. It's very interesting. It looks sometimes very strange. We are able to move to Moon and the Mangal also, but we are not able to communicate from one command area of the one headquarters of the command area to the farmer in the command, last farmer in the command area. We need to develop on this. Then monocropping, I already said how the sugarcane, paddy, they are going to spoil our land system. Improper field leveling, absence of volumetric measurement. As per the Act, we are supposed to share water with the farmer on a volumetric basis. More crop per drop. You have to share every drop on a quantitative basis, volumetric basis, and person that's not happening. Then water charges or cost recovery is another big issue. It's a very sensitive politically. I don't want to go into details of them, but I'll touch upon that. Then inadequate extension. When we have built big dams, a very huge, appreciable network, canal network, but educating farmers has been very poor. That interestingly, Valmi has been doing for the last year. But the problem is so gigantic that efforts of Valmi alone are not sufficient. We need some more people. I'll discuss that later. Next, please. Then there's a poor operation and maintenance. As irrigation network has increased so much, but proportionately the number of officers handling that is very low. Therefore, it creates problem. Incomplete distributed system, non-completion of command area development works, changes from initially designed cropping pattern. There is violation of cropping pattern. All these paddy and sugarcane, they are not permitted in the command areas. They are violation of the cropping pattern advised by the irrigation corporations or Niravari Nigams. Then diversion of irrigable land for other purpose. Eating Madavali, roads, highways, several the economic activities take away valuable land. All these they are creating problem for agriculture production. Basis for our life. Next, please. And as I already said, 80% and more of water is being utilized in agriculture. And out of that, by the crop, and it is biologically utilized. It's hardly 25 to 30% in surface system, and little more improvement in if there is a canal system is very good, it goes up to 45%. But on an average, the irrigation water use efficiency is very, very low This is national average and it is very matter of serious concern for all of us, especially water experts and irrigation management officials at the field. Then groundwater, there is little more improvement in the water efficiency. And now we have got micro irrigation, that is the sprinkler and drip, where the water efficiency has reached almost up to 90%. But unfortunately, we are not able to adopt most of the components of micro irrigation. That's a serious policy issue at the government level also. Next. Next, please. Now, why irrigation efficiency is low is a serious matter to be considered by all water experts. This, I think, already I have completed. Next, please. No, I have put all very, alarming situation before the whole body of more than 400, around 400 people. Now we should think what are the approaches we can solve this problem and how to overcome. There are several approaches. As I can show you after this one, offhand, Dr. Rajendra Singh, who is called what Guru or Jal Purush of India, he has been able to mobilize the communities, the people, the Adivasis, the Mahila, the ladies, women, and revive are almost about 12 rivers in the drought affected district, Alwar of Rajasthan. There was no government help, no any institutional help. They took help of the local people, the farmers, the Adivasis, and the Gram Panchayats, cooperative societies. With all their hard work, they could revive almost 12 dead rivers, and today they are flowing. I have seen it personally. That shows the strength of community participation in water source. We also need the participation of communities in flow irrigation management. We need participation of community and farmers in the groundwater management. Honorable Minister Sir was telling about Atal Bhusal Yojana. That's exactly regarding the management of groundwater with the participation of the community, local. And that's going to be a very successful and useful program for Karnataka. I'm happy to share that Valmi is associated with the capacity building of Atal Bhusal functionaries in the state. And we are going to shortly start this program. And in groundwater and even the Kalyani, Pushkarni tanks, there also the community participation is important. Therefore, whatever all sorts of water sources have to be managed with the community. Next, please. There are several approaches. One of them, which has been globally accepted, is participatory irrigation management. It's very interesting. When I go to the field and talk to a field level farmer or an engineer, they say, what is this participatory irrigation management? We have not heard of this. And why you are thrusting upon us on our head or in our own village? But I would like to share the participatory irrigation management or PI is not local concept, it's a global concept and age-old concept. In the Indian tradition, we have participatory irrigation management. Globally, also in several countries, I'll share with you the participatory irrigation. This is found to be one of the best means for successful irrigation management at the field level. Unfortunately, many people do not know it, do not understand it, and many people have misunderstood it. That's why Valmi Dharwad has been trying to, clear many doubts about this whole concept and trying to implement programs and government policies, circulars, notifications. All they have been taken to the farmers through capacity building. I'll share some of them later. So it is considered as one of the best means for solving irrigation related issues. It's basically participation of irrigation users in management of the system, not merely at the tertiary level, but covering the entire system. That means when you start irrigation system, we should take farmers or the end users or beneficiaries or community people into confidence so that the system starts functioning properly and reaches to the last person in the command area of any irrigation system. So in simple terms, the PIM is for the farmers, by the farmers, with the farmers. I repeat again here, we have to be more careful about irrigation management at the farmers level because 80% of the water goes into agriculture and irrigation. Of that, 70% is being wasted. Therefore, if we can save a little more water in irrigation management, we can provide water to many more Hubli Dharwad cities, many more Bangalore cities, and many other cities in India. Saving water in irrigation is a big challenge. Therefore, participatory irrigation management becomes important. Next, please. So actually, objectives of participatory irrigation management are it increases the water use efficiency. As I said, out of 100 liters, how much is actually being economically utilized is a question. And then it stimulates economy in the water use. As is being said, more crop per drop. That exactly fits into the philosophy which central government has announced. Then achieving equality in water allocation. Several regions they are deprived of water, several are in abundant water. And within the same irrigation system, at the head level, some farmers have more water. At the tail end, some farmers do not have water. These are the inequities, inherent or man-made. They can be resolved by adopting participatory irrigation management. Participatory irrigation management, here I equate it to participation of communities in water management. Please understand that sense. Farmers here means community. Community means farmers, and that is participation. Then ultimately, all these efficiency, economy, and equality, they are going to increase our land and water, which is very important. We have invested huge amounts of money in building irrigation dams and canal network, and we also need food security for our people. For achieving these objectives, we need very efficient irrigation and land management, and overall welfare of sustainable irrigation and informing farmers. Next, please. So, as I said, some engineers ask me why is it only in India or Karnataka? No, friends, it is in America, Australia, Philippines, Mexico, Azerbaijan, Uzbekistan, several countries. I have visited some of them. I have visited USA, Australia, and I have visited Australia especially to study this farmers' participatory irrigation management. There it has been very successful. I can watch one of the best irrigation reforms in the world that has happened in Australia. Next. Next, please. And here in our own country, it's not global, it's not just local the concept, local philosophy, or the act or law of any particular state. As I said, it's a global concept, it's an ancient concept, unfortunately neglected. Or maybe it's not neglected, it is needed the hour because of the growing water crisis, because of the climate change, we have to reinvent this whole concept of participatory irrigation management. And therefore, we have support from the government of India also. It was conceptualized through various 5-year plans, we must remember. Then national water policy also given a lot of emphasis on participatory irrigation management. Karnataka state water policy as 2002 and even 2019 as amended, somebody shared. That also places lot of emphasis on participatory irrigation management. National water mission, that also has highlighted the role of community participation in management. Then even previously the planning commission and today's Niti Aayog also have come out with many task force reports and suggestions and recommendations for adopting participatory irrigation management. Ministry of Water and Energy, etc. And very interesting, as Avdesh Pratapji said, that we have amended our constitution for decentralization of administration. So when decentralization of administration has happened, why not decentralization of natural resource management? So whatever the good things have been brought about by 73rd Amendment to the Constitution in terms of amendments to Panchayat Raj, the same thing should happen. Therefore, we call for, we appeal for, we demand democratic, decentralized, community-based water management. That should be our national policy. I appeal to everyone sitting in this conference. Let us demand the decentralized, democratic, community-based water management in this country. Then only, then only will be able to provide water security to every citizen of this country. Next, please. And several states have already enacted laws with respect to the PIM. How PIM happens, I will explain a little while later. There are 25 states where there are got water user cooperative societies. And about 10 states they have enacted. Government of India only gives the guidelines or margadarshi, and each of the state, wherever water is irrigation is happening, they should make their own independent acts. And Karnataka also has made Act, PIM Act. I'll share with that later. There are almost about 1 lakh water user associations in the country, and about 18 million hectares of land has been brought under the participatory irrigation management in this country. Next. And let's look at how it is happening in Karnataka participatory irrigation management. Next, please. Next. Go back, please go back. So here, let me simplify and put it this way. Participatory irrigation management is a concept. And as per the directions of the Government of India, Each of the state has made separate act, PIM Act. Maharashtra has, Karnataka has, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Gujarat, Rajasthan. All these states have got PIM Act. In Karnataka, the PIM Act was brought in 2000. Basically, we are all governed by 1965 Irrigation Act in Karnataka. So this 1965 Irrigation Act was amended in 2000 to provide for participatory irrigation management. So 1965 Act Clause 9J provides for creation of water user societies. These water user societies is nothing but it's a mechanism, it's a means for community involvement or farmers' participation. Here, whoever is a beneficiary in a particular command area or hydraulic unit, they all associate themselves in the form of a society. In Maharashtra, they are called water user cooperative societies and water user associations. In Andhra Pradesh, they are called water user associations. In Karnataka, they are called water user cooperative society. This is something special I would like to share with you. Any organization of this kind is registered under different acts. The Societies Registration Act and others. In Karnataka, especially, this is something special to Karnataka. The water user associations, they are registered under 1959 Cooperative Societies Act. Therefore, in Karnataka, ಅವುಗಳಿಗೆ ನಾವು ನೀರು ಬಳಕೆದಾರರ ಸಹಕಾರಿ ಸಂಘಗಳು. This concept has received a lot of battering for the last 20 years, but that is a big story. I will not go into details of how they have struggled, how they have been, condemned, faced difficulties, all those things we shall discuss later. So, basically at the field level, a water user cooperative society is part. The basic objective of this society is to take water from the irrigation corporation or ನೀರಾವರಿ ನಿಗಮ. ನೀರಾವರಿ ನಿಗಮಗಳಿಂದ ಘನಗಾತ್ರದ ಆಧಾರದ ಮೇಲೆ ನೀರನ್ನು ಪಡೆದು ಆ ನೀರನ್ನು ಸಂಘವು ತನ್ನ ಸದಸ್ಯರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನ್ಯಾಯದ ಆಧಾರದ ಮೇಲೆ, ಸಮಾನತೆ ಆಧಾರದ ಮೇಲೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಹಂಚಿಕೋಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಹಂಚಿಕೊಂಡು ನಿಗಮದಿಂದ ಪಡೆದಂತ ನೀರಿಗಾಗಿ ಈ ನಮ್ಮ ನೀರು ಬಳಕೆದಾರರು ಸಂಘಕ್ಕೆ ಕರ ಕಟ್ಟಬೇಕು, ಸಂಘಗಳು ಆ ಕರವನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ನಿಗಮಗಳಿಗೆ ಕಟ್ಟಬೇಕು. This is a very simplest form for participatory irrigation management or community involvement in irrigation management. The water user societies are formed, and this has been provided in the Act, Karnataka Irrigation Act, since 2000. And there is a federal system as we have Jila Panchayat, Taluk Panchayat, and Gram Panchayat. The PIM structure in Karnataka is formed like this. At the village level, 1 or 2 villages or 1 or 2 societies within a village, we have cooperative water societies. ಅದು ಬಸವೇಶ್ವರ ನೀರು ಬಳಕೆದಾರ ಸಂಘ ಆಗಿರಬಹುದು, ಅಲ್ಲಂ ಪ್ರಭು ನೀರು ಬಳಕೆದಾರ ಸಂಘ ಆಗಿರಬಹುದು. ಈ ರೀತಿ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ in a particular distributory or lateral or sublateral, we have societies formed. There is a 13-member executive committee for running these societies. The responsibility of the society is to take water from the Nigam on a volumetric basis and share it among members. The 13-member the executive committee looks after overall functioning of the society. And if I go into Ook's detailed formation, etc., there are many challenges. But in general, there is an executive committee, there is a general management, then the financial management and resource generation, then audited accounts or issues there. Then there are elections held periodically for these societies. And ultimately, these are the societies as provided in the 1959 Act. Then after that, we have distributaries in the irrigation command, where some of the societies come together and they form a federation. That's called distributory level federation. Then next please, I'll complete and then go to the next slide. No, previous, just one second, previous. Then we have project level water society, and we have what apex level water cooperative society federation, which is headed by none other than the water resource minister of the government of Karnataka. That means it's a federal system which works from ground level up to state level, which will take care of irrigation management in the entire state. Next, please. Next. As I said, they have been formed in 2000, but they are facing several problems. ನನಗೆ ಜನ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, 2 ದಶಕಗಳಿಂದ ನೀವು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಅವು ಯಾಕೆ ಉದ್ಧಾರ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ? Why the community has not been able to take into its arms the entire system of irrigation management? There are several challenges. As you can see, there is a conceptual challenge. ಜನ ಇವತ್ತು ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ನೀರು ಬಳಕೆದಾರರ ಸಂಘ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು? Then there are technical and engineering problems which I have seen canal network in bad condition are great broken. Then a financial the crisis. ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಸಂಘಟನೆ ನಡೀಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಹಣಕಾಸಿನ ಬಲ ಬೇಕು. Unfortunately, because they are user societies, they are not been able to generate much resources. Therefore, they are going through or facing financial crisis. But government of Karnataka has come through and come out with several policy measures, several facilities to strengthen these societies. Then there are organizational problems. At the village level is a caste ridden, community ridden, gender ridden, all those these issues, they come in the way of forming a coherent or a coordinated society or association. Then there is a capacity. Each office bearer of the society, has to have certain capacity of running an organization. He lacks. What is irrigation? When it comes, how much amount the water is available, and at what time? All these are the issues. Then there is a big knowledge gap about this whole culture. ಇಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ 2 ವರ್ಷಗಳು ಆದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಜನ ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹಿರಿಯರವರೆಗೆ ಈ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ತಿಳುವಳಿಕೆ ಇಲ್ಲದ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕಾಗಿ we have got great problem of irrigation management at the field. Next please. As I said, already discussed, these ಸಂಘಗಳನ್ನು ರಚನೆ ಮಾಡುವ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳಿವೆ. ಫೈನಾನ್ಷಿಯಲ್ ವೀಕ್ನೆಸ್ ಆರ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್. ದೇರ್ ಆರ್ ಸೆವರಲ್ 6 ಸೊಸೈಟಿ ರಚನೆ ಆಗಿದ್ದು ಬಟ್ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವು ಕೂಡ ಡಿಫರೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿವೆ. ದೆನ್ ಡಾಮಿನೆನ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಸ್ಪೆಷಲ್ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್. ಕೆಲ ಜನ ಈ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯವಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೋಪರೇಟಿವ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಕೊಳ್ಳಾರ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಅವು ಡಿಫರೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿವೆ. Then leadership is also another problem. It's a general social problem. Then rural conflicts are there. The improper water distribution. Administrative weakness. ನಮ್ಮ 13 ಜನ ಕಾರ್ಯದರ್ಶಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಅಥವಾ ಅಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಿಗೆ ಉಪಾಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಿಗೆ ಆಡಳಿತದ ಒಂದು ಅನುಭವ ಇಲ್ಲದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಅದು ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. Then sometimes there is a political interference. Group A, B, C, D, all of it. Lack of supervision is there. Then poor accounts and audit. See, when you form an organization, you have to enter into all these fields: economic issues, the financial issues, audit issue, accounts issue. There is total complete lack of information or understanding about these issues. Next, please. Next. Then what we need to do, as I said, here you can see from very clear graphic here. We have a farmer who is, he walks through a huge flow. He is not cared about how much water is being let and how much he should utilize, how much gets wasted on the one hand. On the other extreme, you see the pivot, you see the SCADA, you see the microsystem, and the entire irrigation system itself is, it is like a thirst upon the farmers. See, Nanali, Nam Tande, Nam Ajja, we had agriculture system. But Nam it was not not with irrigation, modern irrigation systems like SCADA, like micro irrigation, the pivots. Suddenly there is a paradigm shift in the whole irrigation system and agriculture management. This knowledge gap nobody is able to understand. There is a blame game. Engineers, we are blaming mutually each other. But in my understanding as a water resource student, there is a big gap in knowledge between the modern irrigation system and the farmers of the field and their understanding. This needs to be bridged through capacity. Next. And this we are doing as water flows from the dam to the canals and then to the field channels and then to the farmers. Here the entire network has to be coordinated and knowledge has to be created, knowledge has to be transferred to all the stakeholders. Mainly the stakeholders are the engineers, officers and the farmers. If their capacities are built, which Valmi Dharwad is doing very effectively for the last 30 years, and especially the renovated Valmi for the last 4 years. Next, please. Next. And in capacity building, as you know, we try to build their knowledge, we change their skills and attitudes. This is actually required in irrigation management. Unfortunately, whatever importance we have given to several other sectors like IT, BT, and development of urban areas, etc., we're not attached so much. The Avdesh Prasadji was telling about we need more investment in irrigation, and I appeal. We need investment in the structures. We also need investments in capacity building of the stakeholders like engineers and farmers. Then alone this irrigation management will improve. When irrigation management improves, it is water resource management which will improve. When water resource management improves, it will have water security for all people in this land, on this land. Next, please. And these are the various stakeholders, engineers, farmers, etc. Next. And you can see Valmi building, and the Valmi has been trying to, conduct training programs and several types of training programs. Next, please. In training program, we take up training, research, demonstration, technical consultancy, field visits, workshops, seminars, discussion, collaboration, publications, policy advisory. I'm happy to share with the members, almost about 281 members in this meeting, that Honorable Vice Chancellor, Shri Ishwar Bhatt, Akila, and Sri, they all visited Valmi to see our activities. And we are trying to strengthen these activities. Next, please. And what are the policy programs of Government of India? Training programs for farmers and office bearers, training program for engineers and officials, training on village water. This is a very important concept. Each one of them takes a lot of time, but I want to cut short now because time is running out of time. But this is a concept, PIM, Participatory Irrigation Management, which is need of the hour. We need to educate the stakeholders who are concerned with irrigation management. And we also visit and guide the societies, and we have published several success stories. Quick glance through some of our activities. Next, please, slide. And we also, these are some of the activities of Valmi, radio talk, SATCOM, television. Every possible medium we have used to create knowledge among the stakeholders. Krishi Mela, demonstrations, and several other activities. Next, please. Next. So we'll glance through some of the only photographs what Valmi has been doing. The mass campaign in Chiknargun village, we have involved farmers to cleaning the canals as a voluntary activity. This will encourage them and motivate them to take up the communist participation. I have visited several water societies in the fields. We have taken farmers from Karnataka, entire Karnataka, to some of the success stories like Anna Hazare, Dr. Rajendra Singh in Alwar of Rajasthan, to show them how community participation helps. Next. You can glance through, and we have found federations of water societies in Karnataka with several meetings and group discussions. We have been able to strengthen the federations of water societies in Karnataka. We take up campaign and the land and water campaign, National Cooperative Week, all these activities. Next. Yeah, somebody also said the forest, Hasirikarna, the greening of the land is equally important for improved water conservation. Then these some of the activities at the field level, modern structures like SCADA is there. Every drop of water is measured and supplied to farmers. Some of the innovative activities are coming up in irrigation department. Next, groundwater recharge. Next, village water budget. We have to involve, and we are doing experiments in this. We have called the representatives of Gram Panchayat, Taluk Panchayat, and Jilla Panchayat, and hands-on experience how to prepare village water budget. That helps us to understand supply and demand and make decision for the ensuring season of water season or water year. That's one of the important concepts or approach for involving community in water resource management. Next, please. Yeah, this is what demonstrations we show to the farmers whenever they visit us, or crop demonstrations, how to save water through drip irrigation, micro irrigation, and all these things in Valmi activity. Next, please. And publication important, and also the propaganda. When many things happen for the poor cause or bad things in the society, like how they are being misused, WhatsApp, television are being misused to propagate very socially unacceptable things. On the contrary, we have to double our efforts to spread positive effect or positive message or positive education of the masses. We have brought about several publications. We conduct SATCOM, satellite-based communication. We can address thousands of farmers in a single day. Program, all these things are there. Next, please. These are the publications. Somebody asked me why you go to the press. I want to nullify the image that people have about participatory irrigation management. We want to show that ಜಾಗತಿಕ ಜಲ ಸಂಕಷ್ಟದ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನೀರು ಬಳಕೆದಾರ ಸಹಕಾರಿ ಸಂಘಗಳ ಸುವರ್ಣ ಮಾರ್ಗ ತಮ್ಮ. That's why we do this program. Next. Take oath to take up irrigation management on a scientific basis. Next. And I would like to share humbly with all the participants here in the lecture with massive previous slide, please. With massive campaign. Previous slide, please. Last one. Previous slide, please. Previous. I have come to the end of my. Yeah, you can see the photograph on the next. Next, please. Yeah. Previous slide, please. Yeah, please hold on. Please hold on. This is a National Jal Prahari Samman Award, which I want to share with all of you for creating massive awareness on water management on community basis by Valmiki Karnataka. And others are also the awards issued by several of our faculty for promoting community-based irrigation management in Karnataka. Next and last. So we believe, Valmiki believes that PIM is our future. And Valmis in entire India, they have historic role to play in success of India. So I have taken enough time, Honorable Vice Chancellor. I conclude by saying, ಇಂಥ ಒಂದು ಜಾಗತಿಕ ಜಲ ಸಂಕಷ್ಟದ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಜಾತಾಂತ್ರಿಕ ಸಮುದಾಯ ಆಧಾರಿತ ಒಂದು ವಿಕೇಂದ್ರೀಕೃತ ನೀರಾವರಿ ನಿರ್ವಹಣೆಯನ್ನು ನಾವು ಅಡಾಪ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾದರೆ ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಅವರ್ ವಾಟರ್ ರಿಸೋರ್ಸ್ ರಿಲೇಟೆಡ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ಸ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಸಾಲ್ವ್. ಇದನ್ನ ನಾವು ತಮ್ಮ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಜನರೊಂದಿಗೆ ಹಂಚಿಕೊಳ್ಳಕ್ಕೆ ಮೋರ್ ದೆನ್ ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ 400 ಪೀಪಲ್ ನಮ್ಮ ವಾಲ್ಮೀಕಿ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗೆ ವಿಶೇಷ ನನಗೆ ಒಂದು ಅವಕಾಶ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ತಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಅನಂತ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಹೇಳಿ, ಈಗ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರೆಡಿಕ್ಷನ್ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಭವಿಷ್ಯದ ಯುದ್ಧ ಆಗ್ಬೋದಾದ್ರೆ ನೀರಿಗಾಗಿ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದಾರೆ. ಅದು ಎಷ್ಟು ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಪ್ರೆಡಿಕ್ಷನ್ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ. ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಅನಾಹುತ ಆಗ್ಬಾರ್ದಂದ್ರೆ ಎವ್ರಿಬಡಿ ಶುಡ್ ಬಿ ಎಜುಕೇಟೆಡ್ ವಿತ್ ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಟು ವಾಟರ್ ರಿಸೋರ್ಸ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್, ಎಸ್ಪೆಷಲಿ any amount of technology will not succeed unless and until the community gets involved in it. So we wish that we need to have this water resource management through community participation. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to share my experience and my views on community-based water management during water crisis. Thank you, sir. And
thank you
everybody in the meeting. Thanks so much.
Thank you for the highly informative presentation. Thank you, sir.
You have any questions? I think I have taken my photo already. You can ask me any questions with respect to PIM. And fortunately, Government of Karnataka is trying to strengthen this PIM concept in Karnataka.
Siddhi, are there any questions to sir?
No, ma'am, no.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Siddhi, please.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your precious words and ideas on the topic community-based management, global water supply and water stress by country, 2040 underwater consumption, water future. Thank you once again, sir.
Thank you.
I now kindly request Ms. Ananya Kolhar to kindly introduce our next resource person, Dr. Sairam Bhatt.
I think we can do away with the introduction, keeping the time. I think everyone knows me, so introduction is not required.
Right, sir. We also know that you have another meeting to start at 2. So, sir, I request you to please, address the. Thank you so much.
Yes. With the permission of Professor Ishwar Bhatt, Professor G.P. Patil, everyone at KSLU. It's a great platform to be discussing on water law, water resource governance, and our work is the reason why I'm here. We have been doing an ICAR project for Indian Institute of Water Management, Bhubaneswar, for the past 7 years, and we have been working on various state water laws. And last year we got a project from the Ministry of Jal Shakti under the National Jal Jeevan Mission. And that's how my interest into this area on water has come about. Of course, Professor Ishwar Bhatt has always been pushing for various chapters to be contributed on various books. So, my PhD area was also on natural resource conservation law. So with that quick background of my work, ladies and gentlemen, I know this is lunchtime. So lunch li food beke beku, neeru beke beku. Neeru bhala important life ಗೆ ನಮ್ಗೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿರುವಂತದ್ದೇ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರೊವೋಕೇಟಿವ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇಂದ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಎಲ್ಲ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಸ್ವಿಚ್ ಆನ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ನೀವು ನನ್ನ ಜೊತೆ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ ಅಥವಾ ಬೇರೆ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಊಟ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ ನನ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಪ್ರೊವೋಕೇಟಿವ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇಂದ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಸಿ ದ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ವಾಟರ್ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ವಾಟರ್ ತುಂಬಾ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್, ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಅದರಿಂದ ಫುಡ್ ಸೆಕ್ಯೂರಿಟಿ ಆಗತ್ತೆ, ರೈತರು ನಮ್ದು ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಎಕಾನಮಿ, ಸೊ ರೈತರಿಗೆ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಅದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಲೈವ್ಲಿಹುಡ್ ಬರ್ತದೆ. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿರೋ ವಿಷಯ. ಈಗ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತು ನೀರು ಇಷ್ಟು ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಅಂತ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಈ ನೀರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕಾನೂನಿನ ರೆಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸ್ ಯಾವ ತರ ಇದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಇದೆಯಾ ಅಥವಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಹಾಕ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಸೊ ಇಫ್ ಸಮ್ ಆಫ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟೆಡ್ ಟು ಇಂಟರಾಕ್ಟ್ ವಿತ್ ಮೀ, ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಯೂಸ್ ದ ಚಾಟ್ ಬಾಕ್ಸ್ and please respond to me. Has the law responded to the issue on water adequately? Has the legal regime responded to the issues of water adequately? Do we have adequate law and regulation concerning water? That's the question I'm asking. Because water is crucial, there's no doubt about it. Water war may actually happen. It's already happening between two states sharing one river, right? So where is the question of many states sharing different rivers? So this is crucial, isn't it? I don't know if many of you have observed the number of legislations that we have on water. Our speakers from morning have identified few irrigation laws. We have identified, say, community participation in water law. But is that sufficient to govern water? Ladies and gentlemen, I have two propositions today. The first proposition is governance of water as against management of water. Please note, governance of water as against management of water. For me, water has a lot of management structures in place. We have a lot of schemes, we have a lot of administrative action. The government pumps in a lot of money for irrigation canals, to store water. There is a lot of money into training. So in terms of management of water, I think there is a lot of activity. But in terms of governance of water, what is the role that the law has played in trying to govern the resource of water? I'm not sure if we have really understood this concept pretty well. To be honest, friends, I will start with three things. First, I believe, today we should talk about what we call as the water economy. Yes, water is a resource, no doubt, right? It's like any other mineral resource, right? Why it is mineral? Because it's under the earth sometimes, it is surface water at time. So water has an economy of its own. Now, if it has an economy, do we have better structures to manage this economy? Now, the economy of water, friends, also is important because we should talk today of what I call as water consumerism. Because we, as individuals, are taking water, right? We are taking water for drinking purposes. But there is a water consumer which consumes water in a bulk quantity. So we call them bulk consumers at times. Now, when agriculture consumes so much of water, which they should rightfully so, no doubt, let them do it. I have no problems with that. The same, but please answer it in this context. Is the use of agricultural water commercial use of water? We talked about water policy. Does the water policy of India accept that agricultural use of water is commercial use of water? Does it? Right? Are these farmers bulk consumers of water? Because they consume so much of water, right? Right? Now, these are critical insights, friends. We have to note these critical insights because, to be honest, when it comes to water governance, because water is in the state list in the constitution, I think state governments are largely having their own legislations to govern water. But should we look at decentralization of governance, or should we look at least centralized governance and decentralized management? So friends, what I'm just trying to place before you is India probably requires, and I know it is easy to always suggest a new law, but my research tells me that India probably requires a Water Management Act, a central law to govern water. And we are just working towards that proposition of bringing a Water Management Act at the central level. Right? Now, the management structures, friends, have to be state. They have to be decentralized. Obviously, why? Because every state has their own customary practices of water harvesting, water conservation. There are local communities, there are local demands. So every state can manage its own water in its state level. But let there at least be a national law for governing the economy of water in India. And for that, there are ways in which, though it's a state subject, the constitution provides the central parliament to enact law on a state subject as well. If two or more states probably resolve the central government to do that. Because water, I think, is critical as a national resource. Water cannot be privately owned. It is actually a national asset. And hence, such a law is something that we should look forward to. Now, if and why we need this new law, right? I have some justifications for the same, and I have certain suggestions of what that law can be. And hence, let me see if I can share my screen and share those ideas with you. First and the foremost, friends, I basically think that in India, generally, we don't value water because it's freely held, right? I'm not talking of the economic value. I'm talking of its social and cultural value. Because water is there, we don't value whether it will be scarce, right? So the valuation of water is something very important. For example, let me say why this undervaluation is an issue. A couple of years back, we did not have a method to value our forest or tree. I don't know if friends in environmental law know this right now. Today, every tree's value can be actually quantified. So if suppose there is deforestation and 1,000 trees are cut, you can actually put a cost to it. And that's why today, when companies do deforestation, we have a law called the CAMPA law, Compensatory Afforestation Fund. So if you cut trees, you have to pay a cost. There is a valuation of forest. Because remember, friends, forest is important for ecology, forest is important for life. So is water important for ecology and important for life. So we have to value our water. Second, there is a problem in India of underpricing of water. Of course, in many states, you will notice, friends, farmers get water free of cost, like they get water free of, electricity free of cost. Right? Now, underpricing is a problem. You may think it is not because we are an agricultural economy, but underpricing results in a fact that the state does not have enough budget to actually look at technological interventions in water. So pricing of water is important, right? Subsidy is also important, but pricing is also important because you are talking of economy. Now, when I say economy, friends, please know, suppose I today go and sink a ground well or tube well, I can extract water free of cost. And if I can extract water free of cost, I can actually sell water. Interestingly, friends, as lawyers, some of you will know, in Mumbai, a gentleman has now, and this is a 2020 case, please note the BMC, that is Mumbai Municipal Corporation, has filed a case because this gentleman has sold water worth 72.1 crores. 72.1 crores. The BMC now thinks, how did he make so much profit out of water? Because he sunk tube wells or bore wells and sold that water and made money from it. Why? Because it's free. So the Mumbai Municipal Corporation suddenly has realized, oh, we have to do something about this. And these are just few cases that have come to light. And finally, water is undermanaged, according to me. Why? Because we have several departments doing the same thing. Some in the municipal area, some in the urban area, some in the irrigation area. But I don't think there is any accountability of these agencies, especially in the water management sector. So undervalued, underpriced, and undermanaged is something that I believe for which probably a new law is probably justified in one sense. So water consumerism. Now, why is water consumerism so very important? It is important for several reasons, friends. Today, we are increasing our dependency on the use of water. Every person per capita is consuming more water than what he was doing, say, probably 10 years back. Right? Now, if you are a consumer of water, please not as a citizen, please look at it. You can look at deficiency of service, defect in goods. That is from a consumer center. But if it's from the state, please note, does the state have a responsibility to give you good quality of water? So can we look at consumerism applicability to water? So that one, there are rights of the citizen and the consumer, there is some accountability of the state when it actually supplies water to you. Now, this is in the drinking water space, friends, right? Now, when it comes to agriculture, please know, in agriculture, it's based on how much rainfall comes in a particular season, how much can be kept by one state, how much has to be given to the lower riparian state. So all of these probably require some kind of technology and data management. So I believe that any law that has to be enacted must look at water consumerism as a very serious issue for water governance, by which data can actually be brought about how much rainfall comes, how much water is conserved, how much is distributed, and finally, how much goes into the sea as wastewater. So I think data is very, very critical, friends. And unless we bring in an industry consumer perspective, that data becomes very difficult for us to bring about. The second point I always have said is that we require a water law in India. Why do we require a water law? Because interestingly, friends, some of the legislations that we always rely on are the Indian Easement Act. We rely on the Constitution at times. We rely on some irrigation law. We generally also rely on the Indian Penal Code, and so on and so forth. Sometimes we talk about the Water Act 1974, which is the Prevention and Control of Pollution Act, but it's not the law on preservation and conservation. It doesn't talk about preservation and conservation at all. Then we have certain legislations, we talk about water harvesting, so on and so forth. So we have a lot of piecemeal legislation. Does water require an integrated approach to resource governance? I believe, yes, it does require an integrated approach to resource governance. For example, Andhra Pradesh has a legislation called the Water, Tree and Land Act. Yeah, they have this legislation. So I think to some extent, I think we must evolve, we must understand the value of water, and hence we must strengthen the governance structure by bringing in a law that can look at contemporary times. Now, what is a contemporary time? Friends, it's in the nature of globalization today. We are talking of privatization today. Interestingly, one of those mechanisms that I always have believed, friends, is, did we have reforms in the electricity sector? Did we, by any chance? Does anyone recollect any reforms in the electricity sector? Friends, we brought reforms in the electricity sector in the year 2003 by bringing in a legislation called the Electricity Act. Even before that, we talked about power generation will be separated from distribution from the transmission. So we brought in a lot of reforms in the electricity sector, but most importantly, friends, we encourage private participation in the electricity sector. Today, the electricity sector seems to be quite very good. You know why? Because today you have a regulator in the electricity sector called the CERC. We have SCRCs as well, right? So privatization brought investment, privatization brought technology, privatization is looking at renewable and green energy as well. It's not only the state that needs to get into all of these. It can be private players in participation with the state trying to govern that kind of services. So if electricity reforms can take place, friends, can't water reforms also take place in an integrated, holistic, and in a national manner? I think that is the pitch that I would want to say, that look, we don't have to always look at state legislations as the only means of water resource governance. I think we need a national law, and the time is actually right to bring in private investment, private participation in water resource governance, because I think we all have a stake in the same. Interestingly, friends, a water management act that we want to propose need not only look at few aspects. For example, very recently, the government passed what is known as the Dam Safety Act. How many of you have seen that? I hope some of you have. The parliament has enacted a Dam Safety Act. Nodidira? Gottillwa? Law students agi adannu nodbekagutte, yakandre Karnatakadallu ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಡ್ಯಾಮ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ. ನಿಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದ್ದಂಗೆ ಇಂಡಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮಾರು 5700 ಡ್ಯಾಮ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಚೈನಾ ಮತ್ತೆ US ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಥರ್ಡ್ ಲಾರ್ಜೆಸ್ಟ್ ಡ್ಯಾಮ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ಇನ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ. ಈಗ ಡ್ಯಾಮ್ಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಬಹಳ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಕಾಂಟ್ರವರ್ಸಿನೂ ಇದೆ, ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಡಿಸಿಷನ್ಸ್ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಡಿಬೇಟು ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ಕಾಂಟ್ರವರ್ಸಿ ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಡ್ಯಾಮ್ಸ್ ಒಳ್ಳೇದಲ್ಲ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಏನಂದ್ರೆ ಡ್ಯಾಮ್ಸ್ ಬೇಕೇ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ರಿವರ್ಸ್ ನ ಡ್ಯಾಮ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನೀರ್ ಸ್ಟೋರೇಜ್ ಆಗುದಿಲ್ಲ, ಹೈಡ್ರೋ ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರಿಸಿಟಿ ಬರುವುದಿಲ್ಲ, ಇರಿಗೇಷನ್ ಆಗುದಿಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ಅದೇ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅದರದ್ದು ಏನು ಕಾನ್ಸ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅದರದ್ದು ತೊಂದರೆ ಡಿಬೇಟ್ ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅದರಿಂದ ನ್ಯಾಚುರಲ್ ಫ್ಲೋ ಆಫ್ ದ ರಿವರ್ ನೀವು ಕಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಿ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುವ ಮೆರೈನ್ ಬಯೋಡೈವರ್ಸಿಟಿಗೆ ನೀವು ಹಾಳು ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಿ, ಡ್ಯಾಮ್ಸ್ ಇಂದ ಸಿಸ್ಮಿಕ್ ಆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟಿ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು, ಡ್ಯಾಮ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಲೈಫ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಸೇಫ್ಟಿ ಆಕ್ಟ್ ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂತು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು 30 ವರ್ಷ ಅಥವಾ 50 ವರ್ಷ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಆ ಡ್ಯಾಮ್ ಗಳನ್ನ ಡಿಕಮಿಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಡ್ಯಾಮ್ಸ್ ಇಂದ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಇಂಡಿಜಿನಸ್ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿ ಡಿಸ್ಪ್ಲೇಸ್ ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಈ ತರ ಇದೆ. ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರೆ, ರಿವರ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಅನ್ನ ಡ್ಯಾಮ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನ ನೀವು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ವಾಟರ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಫ್ಲಡ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಡ್ಯಾಮ್ಸ್ ನಾವು ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ತೀವಿ. ಸೊ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟೆಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಬ್ರಿಂಗಿಂಗ್ legislations like say the Dam Safety Act, which I think is also very relevant, I think it should be integrated into the water management sector itself. Dams may be small dams, it may be major dams, it may be dams that produce hydroelectricity, but basically dams have a purpose of water management. They have an integrated purpose. And hence you will notice that unless we look at these as those areas in which water has to be managed, I think what we will do is create another dam safety authority. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಅಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಬ್ಯೂರೋಕ್ರಾಟ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಸಪರೇಟ್ ಪವರ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಅವ್ರು ಬರೀ ಆ ಡ್ಯಾಮ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಆ ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಚರ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಬಿಲ್ಡ್ ಆಗಿರೋದು ಕಾಂಕ್ರೀಟ್, ಅದನ್ನ ಅವ್ರು ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ನೀರ್ ಬರೋದು ನೀರ್ ಹೋಗೋದು ಇರಿಗೇಷನ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಹೊರಟೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಈ ತರ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಒಂದು ವಾಟರ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಉತ್ತಮ ಅಂತ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯ. ಈ ವಾಟರ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಕ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಏನಂದ್ರೆ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರೆ, ವಾಟರ್ ಬರೀ ರಿವರ್ಸ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಅಂಡರ್ ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ಇರೋದನ್ನ ಮಾತ್ರ ಅಲ್ಲ, ನಮ್ ವೆಟ್ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ಸ್ ನೀರ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಟ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲೂ ನೀರ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು. ಈ ತರ ನೀರ್ಗಳನ್ನ ನಾವು ಇಂಟಿಗ್ರೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲೇಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅದು ಕೆಲವು ನೀರುಗಳು ಪ್ರಾಣಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಲಿ, ಕೆಲವು ನೀರುಗಳು ನಮ್ಮ ದನ ಕರುಗಳಿಗೆ ಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ, ಕೆಲವು ನೀರಿಂದ ನಾವು ಬೇರೆ ಒಂದು ಆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟೀಸ್ ನ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಪಾರ್ಟ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಡ್ರಿಂಕಿಂಗ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಪರ್ಪಸ್. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ನೀರ್ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಈ ತರ ಒಂದು ಇಂಟಿಗ್ರೇಟೆಡ್ ಅಪ್ರೋಚ್ ಬಹಳ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಡೇಟಾ ಬೇಕು ನಮ್ಗೆ, ಆ ಡೇಟಾ ಇಂದ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಚರ್ಸ್ ನಾವು ಡೆವಲಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಈ ಎಲ್ಲಾ ವಾಟರ್ ಬಾಡೀಸ್ ಅನ್ನ ಒಂದು ಇಂಟಿಗ್ರೇಟೆಡ್ ಸೆಂಟರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಲಾ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಡಿಫೈನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅದರದ್ದು ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಚರ್ಸ್ ನಾವು ತರಬಹುದು, ಪ್ಲಸ್ ಅಕೌಂಟಬಿಲಿಟಿನೂ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬಹುದು. I'm just looking at the watch. I have another 5 minutes. So quickly, I'll just wind up on certain aspects, friends. ಇತ್ತೀಚೆಗೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಈ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಒಂದು ಕಪಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಮಂತ್ಸ್ ನವೆಂಬರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಡೆಲ್ಲಿ ಏರ್ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ಬಹಳ ಕೆಟ್ಟಿತ್ತು ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಇಶ್ಯೂ ಬಂತು. ಇದು ಸ್ಟಬಲ್ ಬರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಇಂದ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ರೈತರು ಸ್ಟಬಲ್ ಬರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರೆ ಅದರಿಂದ ಏರ್ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ಹಾಳಾಗಿದೆ ಅನ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಒಂದು ಇಶ್ಯೂ ಬಂತು. ಈ ಸ್ಟಬಲ್ ಬರ್ನಿಂಗಿಗೂ ವಾಟರ್ಗೂ ಏನಾದ್ರೂ ಲಿಂಕ್ ಇದೆಯಾ? ಯಾರಾದ್ರೂ ಒಬ್ರು ಹೇಳ್ತೀರಾ? Is there any link between stubble burning, air quality and water? No idea. Shall I give you one idea? Friends, you know why farmers actually burn the stubble? Any idea? Why do farmers? They don't have patience for it to degenerate and put the next crop. They're in a hurry to burn it so that they can put the next crop immediately. And that stubble burning definitely leads to air pollution, no doubt about it. But you know, the hurry to burn is because they can access water. So they're not giving the land enough time to recoup naturally on its own. So you have access to water. Now, should that water management be done efficiently enough? I believe yes, friends, because most of these farmers now do not necessarily wait for the government irrigation canal to leave water. They have their own borewell. So in the interim phase where irrigation water is not supplied, the borewell water is there, and hence they want to do the recropping as soon as possible. That is one other reason why stubble burning happens. So please note, agricultural practices are an integrated part of water management. For example, one of the critical writings that we have accessed is the minimum support price for certain crops. They say because there is minimum support price, farmers actually sow those crops despite water being available or not available, because minimum support price is anyhow granted. So you get that as an advantage to the farmers. So I think these are some of the areas that you have to revisit, you have to relook, you have to reassess. And I think there needs to be a national plan with some of these activities, because minimum support price is trying to look at the income of the farmers without looking at the water availability in those areas where these crops are actually grown. So that is something that we should avoid doing as far as possible. Last, friends, let me conclude by saying this. Very interesting case. As students of law, ಬೇಕಿದ್ರೆ ಈ ಎರಡು ಕೇಸ್ನ ನೀವು ರೆಫರ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಏನಾಯ್ತು ಈ ಎರಡು ಕೇಸಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ. What do you think is right to water a fundamental right? Friends, do you think anything? Okay. I'm not sure whether you want to answer or you want me to answer. You think right to water is a fundamental right under Article 21 of the Constitution? It's fine. Now, what happened in these two cases is very, very important, friends. Please note it down. Electricity line was cut to a few farmers. Why? Maybe because they did not pay the electricity bill or they had certain kind of issues. So farmers' electricity was cut. It was stopped. The farmers went to the court and said, do you know what happens when electricity is cut? You know what happens when electricity is cut? We cannot switch the pump on. And if we cannot switch the pump on, we cannot get water. And if we cannot get water, we cannot put it to the crop. We cannot earn our livelihood. And hence, it is violation of Article 21 and violation of Article 19(1)(g), freedom of trade and profession. Friends, the Allahabad High Court judgment, I would request you all to read. It's a fantastic judgment, including the Himachal Pradesh High Court judgment. You know, these two judgments, especially the Allahabad High Court, they very clearly put across a very interesting point. It's not right to water that is necessarily fundamental right. The right also includes the means to access that right. As students of law, if you can actually find out the final distinction of the same, you will appreciate this judgment in a very interesting way, that cutting of electricity can have impact on your access to water, right? And the judges say that is a violation, and that can be a violation that can be brought before the High Court as a public interest litigation, as it was done in the Allahabad High Court, which clearly means, friends, see, the water management law is not about declaration of rights or maybe fixing of obligation. It should also include those aspects that get into the access of water. It could be technology, it could be other mechanisms that result in that kind of an access. It could be, say, evolution of what we call of water equity, because distribution of water becomes also very critical. It is not that just because I have a source of water that I should get the water alone. It is probably in terms of the fact that equity in that kind of a distribution is also very relevant. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm really sorry for stopping this presentation right here. I just got the call to get into the next session. But thank you so much for this time, and thank you for that opportunity. I conclude.
Thank you, sir, for your thought-provoking and informative lecture. There are so many dimensions that you have given us to think about. From water consumerism to water theft, till the end of the speech, the description given by you, sir, were absolutely astounding and very informative. Your views on bringing new legislations are sensational. Should we have dams or should we not? Their purpose on water management. We are amazed by all the views stated by you, sir. Thank you very much. We are very honored to have you here, sir.
Thank you.
I shall now request Ms. Swati Hegde to kindly introduce the next resource person, Ms. Rupa Hasan.
ಮೊದಲನೇ ದಿನದ ಎರಡನೇ ಸಮಗ್ರ ಅಧಿವೇಶನಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಮಿಸಿದ ಸರ್ವರನ್ನ ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಇಂದಿನ ಮೂರನೇ ಸಂಪನ್ಮೂಲ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳಾದ ಶ್ರೀಮತಿ ರೂಪಾ ಹಸನ್, ಟ್ರಸ್ಟಿ, ಹಸಿರು ಭೂಮಿ ಪ್ರತಿಷ್ಠಾನ ಇವರನ್ನ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಶ್ರೀಮತಿ ರೂಪಾ ಹಸನ್ ರವರು 22 ಫೆಬ್ರವರಿ 1967ರಲ್ಲಿ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಎಸ್ ಪ್ರಸನ್ನ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಹಾಗೂ ಪಿ ಹೇಮಲತಾರವರ ಪುತ್ರಿಯಾಗಿ ಮೈಸೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಜನಿಸಿದರು. ಬಿಕಾಂ ಪದವಿಯನ್ನ ಪಡೆದ ಶ್ರೀಯುತರು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಯ ಮಾಜಿ ಸದಸ್ಯರಾಗಿ, ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರಕವಿ ಆಯ್ಕೆ ಸಮಿತಿಯ ಸದಸ್ಯರಾಗಿ, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಲೈಂಗಿಕ ವೃತ್ತಿನಿರತರ ಸ್ಥಿತಿಗತಿ ಅಧ್ಯಯನದ ಸಮಿತಿಯ ಸದಸ್ಯರಾಗಿ, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಬಾಲ ವಿಕಾಸ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಯ ಮಾಜಿ ಸದಸ್ಯರಾಗಿ, ಹಾಸನ ಸರ್ಕಾರಿ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಲೈಂಗಿಕ ದೌರ್ಜನ್ಯ ತಡೆ ಸಮಿತಿಯ ಸದಸ್ಯರಾಗಿ, ಮೈಸೂರಿನ ಭೂಮಿ ಬಳಗ ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯ ಹಾಗೂ ಮೈಸೂರಿನ ಉಳಿಮೆ ಪ್ರತಿಷ್ಠಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಬ್ಬರಾಗಿ, ಹಾಸನದ SDM ಆಯುರ್ವೇದ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಹಾಗೂ ಹಾಸನದ ಸರ್ಕಾರಿ ವೈದ್ಯಕೀಯ ಮಹಾವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ಎಥಿಕ್ಸ್ ಕಮಿಟಿಯ ಸದಸ್ಯರಾಗಿ ಕಾರ್ಯನಿರ್ವಹಿಸಿದ್ದಲ್ಲದೆ ಇನ್ನು ಅನೇಕ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸದಸ್ಯರಾಗಿ ಕಾರ್ಯನಿರ್ವಹಿಸಿರುತ್ತಾರೆ. ಒಂದಿಷ್ಟು ಹಸಿಮಣ್ಣು, ಬಾಗಿಲಾಚೆಯ ಮೌನ ಕಾವ್ಯವನ್ನು, ಲಹರಿ, ಹೆಣ್ಣೊಳ ನೋಟ ಮುಂತಾದ ಅಂಕಣ ಬರಹಗಳನ್ನು, ತನ್ನಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಕಡಲಿಗೊಂದಷ್ಟು ಬಾಗಿಲು ಮುಂತಾದ ಕಾವ್ಯಗಳನ್ನು, ಒಡಲ ತಳಮಳ ಲೇಖನ ಸಂಕಲನವನ್ನು, ಮಹಿಳೆ ಮತ್ತು ಆಧುನಿಕತೆಯ ಸವಾಲುಗಳು, ಮಹಿಳೆಗೆ ಹಕ್ಕುಗಳೇನು ಇವೆ ಆದರೆ ಮುಂತಾದ ಕೃತಿಗಳನ್ನು, ಹೆಣ್ಣುಸ್ತಿರ ತಲ್ಲಣಗಳು, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಗಾಗಿ ಕವಿತೆ ಮುಂತಾದ ಸಂಪಾದನಾ ಕೃತಿಗಳನ್ನು ರಚನೆಯನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಶ್ರೀಯುತರಿಗೆ ಶಿವಮೊಗ್ಗ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಸಂಘದ GS ಶಿವರುದ್ರಪ್ಪ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ, ಹರಿಹರ ಶ್ರೀ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ, ಮಾತೃಶ್ರೀ ರತ್ನಮ್ಮ ಹೆಗ್ಗಡೆ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ, ನೀಲಗಂಗಾ ದತ್ತಿ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ, ಅಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ, ಅತ್ತಿ ಮಬ್ಬೆ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ, ಕಾವ್ಯಾನಂದ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ ಮುಂತಾದ ಅನೇಕ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿಗಳು ದೊರಕಿರುತ್ತವೆ. ಶ್ರೀಯುತರು ತಮ್ಮ ಸಮಾಜ ಸೇವೆಯಿಂದಾಗಿ 2008ನೇ ಸಾಲಿನ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಸಿರಿ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಕಲ್ಪವಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ, ಸದ್ಭಾವನಾ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ, ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ, ಅಕ್ಕ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ 2018, ಸಮಾಜ ಸೇವಾ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ 2019,
Swati?
Yeah, it's working. Mic is working. People see that.
Yeah. Due to some technical error, Madam has not been able to join us. We'll have a short break now, and we can probably start the session from 3:30, the second plenary session.
So are we starting at 2:30 after Madam joins us?
Am I audible now, ma'am?
Yes, yes, you are. So we are going to start at 2:30 after Madam joins us.
Yeah, ma'am. So we'll start at 2:30, ma'am. After Madam joins us, we'll start again.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Namaste, madam. Swati?
Shall we start, ma'am?
Yes. Yes.
ಮೊದಲನೇ ದಿನದ ಎರಡನೇ ಸಮಗ್ರ ಅಧಿವೇಶನಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಮಿಸಿದ ಸರ್ವರನ್ನ ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಇಂದಿನ ಮೂರನೇ ಸಂಪನ್ಮೂಲ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳಾದ ಶ್ರೀಮತಿ ರೂಪಾ ಹಸನ್, ಟ್ರಸ್ಟಿ, ಹಸಿರು ಭೂಮಿ ಪ್ರತಿಷ್ಠಾನ ಇವರನ್ನ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಶ್ರೀಮತಿ ರೂಪಾ ಹಸನ್ ರವರು 22 ಫೆಬ್ರವರಿ 1967ರಲ್ಲಿ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಎಸ್ ಪ್ರಸನ್ನಕುಮಾರ್ ಹಾಗೂ ಪಿ ಹೇಮಲತಾ ರವರ ಪುತ್ರಿಯಾಗಿ ಮೈಸೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಜನಿಸಿದರು. ಬಿಕಾಂ ಪದವಿಯನ್ನ ಪಡೆದ ಶ್ರೀಯುತರು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಯ ಮಾಜಿ ಸದಸ್ಯರಾಗಿ, ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರಕವಿ ಆಯ್ಕೆ ಸಮಿತಿಯ ಸದಸ್ಯರಾಗಿ, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಲೈಂಗಿಕ ವೃತ್ತಿನಿರತ ಸ್ಥಿತಿಗತಿ ಅಧ್ಯಯನ ಸಮಿತಿಯ ಸದಸ್ಯರಾಗಿ, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಬಾಲ ವಿಕಾಸ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಯ ಮಾಜಿ ಸದಸ್ಯರಾಗಿ, ಹಾಸನ ಸರ್ಕಾರಿ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಲೈಂಗಿಕ ದೌರ್ಜನ್ಯ ತಡೆ ಸಮಿತಿಯ ಸದಸ್ಯರಾಗಿ, ಮೈಸೂರಿನ ಭೂಮಿ ಬಳಗ ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯ ಹಾಗೂ ಮೈಸೂರಿನ ಉಳುಮೆ ಪ್ರತಿಷ್ಠಾನದ ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಬ್ಬರಾಗಿ, ಹಾಸನದ ಎಸ್ಡಿಎಂ ಆಯುರ್ವೇದ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಹಾಗೂ ಹಾಸನದ ಸರ್ಕಾರಿ ವೈದ್ಯಕೀಯ ಮಹಾವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ಎಥಿಕ್ಸ್ ಕಮಿಟಿಯ ಸದಸ್ಯರಾಗಿ ಕಾರ್ಯನಿರ್ವಹಿಸಿದ್ದಲ್ಲದೆ ಇನ್ನು ಹಲವು ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸದಸ್ಯರಾಗಿ ಕಾರ್ಯನಿರ್ವಹಿಸಿರುತ್ತಾರೆ. ಒಂದಿಷ್ಟು ಹಸಿಮಣ್ಣು, ಬಾಗಿಲಾಚೆಯ ಮೌನ ಕಾವ್ಯವನ್ನು, ಲಹರಿ, ಹೆಣ್ಣೊಳ ನೋಟ ಮುಂತಾದ ಅಂಕಣ ಬರಹಗಳ ಸಂಕಲನವನ್ನು, ತನ್ನಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಕಡಲಿಗೆಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಬಾಗಿಲು ಮುಂತಾದ ಕಾವ್ಯಗಳನ್ನು, ಒಡಲ ತಳಮಳ ಲೇಖನಗಳ ಸಂಕಲನವನ್ನು, ಮಹಿಳೆ ಮತ್ತು ಆಧುನಿಕತೆಯ ಸವಾಲುಗಳು, ಮಹಿಳೆಗೆ ಹಕ್ಕುಗಳೇನೋ ಇವೆ ಆದರೆ ಮುಂತಾದ ಕೃತಿಗಳನ್ನು, ಹೆಣ್ಣುಸಿರ ತಲ್ಲಣಗಳು, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಗಾಗಿ ಕವಿತೆ, ಸಂಪಾದನಾ ಕೃತಿಗಳು ಮುಂತಾದವು ಶ್ರೀಯುತರ ರಚನೆಗಳು. ಶ್ರೀಯುತರಿಗೆ ಶಿವಮೊಗ್ಗ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸಂಘದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಜಿಎಸ್ ಶಿವರುದ್ರಪ್ಪ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ, ಹರಿಹರ ಶ್ರೀ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ, ಮಾತೃಶ್ರೀ ರತ್ನಮ್ಮ ಹೆಗ್ಗಡೆ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ, ನೀಲಗಂಗಾ ದತ್ತಿ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ, ಅಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ, ಅತ್ತಿಮಬ್ಬೆ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ, ಕಾವ್ಯಾನಂದ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ ಮುಂತಾದ ಅನೇಕ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿಗಳು ದೊರಕಿರುತ್ತವೆ. ಶ್ರೀಯುತರು ತಮ್ಮ ಸಮಾಜ ಸೇವೆಯಿಂದಾಗಿ 2008ನೇ ಸಾಲಿನ ಶೈಕ್ಷಣಿಕ ಸಿರಿ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಕಲ್ಪವಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ, ಸದ್ಭಾವನಾ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ, ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ 2017, ಅಕ್ಕ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ 2018, ಸಮಾಜ ಸೇವಾ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ 2019, ಲಾಡ್ಲಿ ಮುದ್ರಣ ಮಾಧ್ಯಮ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ ಮುಂತಾದ ಅನೇಕ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿಗಳನ್ನ ತಮ್ಮ ಮುಡಿಗೇರಿಸಿಕೊಂಡಿರುತ್ತಾರೆ. ಪ್ರೇರಣಾ ವಿಕಾಸ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಎಂಬ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಹಾಗೂ ಯುವಜನ ಪರ ಸ್ವಯಂ ಸೇವಾ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯೊಂದನ್ನ ಹುಟ್ಟು ಹಾಕಿದ ಶ್ರೀಯುತರು ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಹಕ್ಕುಗಳ ಪರವಾಗಿ 20 ವರ್ಷಗಳಿಂದ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡುತ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಂಗವಿಕಲ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿತ್ವ ವಿಕಸನ, ವೈಶ್ಯಾಟಿಕೆಯ ಜಾಲಕ್ಕೆ ಬಿದ್ದ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಪುನರ್ವಸತಿ, ಲೈಂಗಿಕ ದೌರ್ಜನ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಒಳಗಾದ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಮಹಿಳೆಯರ ನ್ಯಾಯ, ಹೀಗೆ ವಿವಿಧ ಹಕ್ಕುಗಳ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆಗಾಗಿ ಹೈಕೋರ್ಟ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕ ಹಿತಾಸಕ್ತಿ ದಾವೆಯನ್ನ ಹೂಡಿರುತ್ತಾರೆ. ಶ್ರೀಯುತರ ಕವಿತೆಗಳು ಕುವೆಂಪು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ಪದವಿ ತರಗತಿಗಳಿಗೆ, ಹಾಸನದ ಸರ್ಕಾರಿ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಕನ್ನಡ ಐಚ್ಛಿಕ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳ ಪಠ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ, ಕೇರಳದ ಪ್ರೌಢಶಾಲೆಯ ಕನ್ನಡ ವಿಷಯ ಪಠ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ, ರಾಜ್ಯದ 9ನೇ ತರಗತಿಯ ತೃತೀಯ ಕನ್ನಡ ವಿಷಯ ಪಠ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಗೂ ಅಕ್ಕ ಮಹಾದೇವಿಯ ಮಹಿಳಾ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ಕನ್ನಡ ಭಾಷಾ ಪುಸ್ತಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಪಠ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಸೇರ್ಪಡೆಗೊಂಡಿರುತ್ತದೆ. ತಮ್ಮ ಅನೇಕ ಕವನಗಳು ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್, ಹಿಂದಿ, ತೆಲುಗು, ಮರಾಠಿ, ಉರ್ದು, ಮಲಯಾಳಂ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಸ್ಪ್ಯಾನಿಷ್ ಹಾಗೂ ಡಚ್ ಭಾಷೆಗೆ ಅನುವಾದಗೊಂಡ ಕೀರ್ತಿ ಶ್ರೀಯುತರದ್ದು. ಪ್ರಸ್ತುತ ಹಸಿರು ಭೂಮಿ ಪ್ರತಿಷ್ಠಾನದ ಟ್ರಸ್ಟಿಯಾಗಿರುವ ಶ್ರೀಯುತರು ಪರಿಸರ ಸಂಬಂಧಿತ ಕೆಲಸಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸಂಘಟಿತರಾಗಿ ಕೆರೆ, ಕಲ್ಯಾಣಿಗಳ ಪುನಶ್ಚೇತನ, ಮಳೆ ನೀರು ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ, ಜಲಾಂದೋಲನ, ಗ್ರಾಮ ಸ್ವಾವಲಂಬನೆ ಮುಂತಾದವುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸಕ್ರಿಯರಾಗಿರುತ್ತಾರೆ. ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಶ್ರೀಯುತರಿಗೆ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕವಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸುತ್ತಾ ಶ್ರೀಯುತರಲ್ಲಿ ಪಾರಂಪರಿಕ ಜಲಮೂಲಗಳ ರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಏಕೆ, ಹೇಗೆ ಎನ್ನುವ ವಿಷಯದ ಕುರಿತು ಹೇಳಬೇಕಾಗಿ ವಿನಂತಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದೇನೆ.
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ?
ಎಸ್ ಮೇಡಮ್.
ನನ್ನ ಮಾತು ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ?
ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ.
ಓಕೆ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಣ್ಯರಿಗೆ, ತಜ್ಞರಿಗೆ, ಹಿರಿಯರಿಗೆ ಮತ್ತು ಸೌಹೃದಯರಿಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರೀತಿಪೂರ್ವಕ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರಗಳು. ಸೆಂಟರ್ ಫಾರ್ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಇನ್ ವಾಟರ್ ರಿಸೋರ್ಸ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಲಾ, KSLU ಹುಬ್ಬಳ್ಳಿ ಮತ್ತು ದ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಆಫ್ ಮೈನರ್ ಇರಿಗೇಷನ್ ಇವತ್ತು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ನೀರಿನ ನಿರ್ವಹಣೆ ಕುರಿತು ಇಂಥದ್ದೊಂದು ತುಂಬಾ ಮಹತ್ವದ ಸೆಮಿನಾರ್ ಅನ್ನ, ವೆಬಿನಾರ್ ಅನ್ನ ಏರ್ಪಡಿಸಿರೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಮೊದಲನೇದಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಸಂಬಂಧಿಸಿದ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕವಾದಂತಹ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನ ಈ ಮೂಲಕ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಅತ್ಯಂತ ತುರ್ತಾಗಿ ಈ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡಿ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡ್ಲೇಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ನಾನು ಆರಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಂತ ನನ್ನ ಇಷ್ಟದ ಅಥವಾ ನಾನು ತೊಡಗಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಂತ ವಿಷಯ ಅದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಮಾತಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಪಾರಂಪರಿಕ ಜಲಮೂಲಗಳ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಏಕೆ, ಹೇಗೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ನನ್ನ ವಿಷಯ. ಕೋಟ್ಯಾಂತರ ಜೀವಜಾಲಗಳ ಆಗರ ನಮ್ಮ ಭೂಮಿ, ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಮನೆ ಇವತ್ತು ವಿನಾಶದ ಅಂಚನ್ನ ತಲುಪಿ ನಿಂತಿದೆ. ಇದು ನನ್ ಮಾತಲ್ಲ, ಜಗತ್ತಿನ 11,000ಕ್ಕೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಪರಿಸರ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನಿಗಳು ಒಗ್ಗೂಡಿ ಇತ್ತೀಚೆಗಷ್ಟೇ ಆತಂಕದಿಂದ ಈ ಹೇಳಿಕೆಯನ್ನ ನೀಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದು ನಾವು ಮನುಷ್ಯರು ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಯ ಬಕಾಸುರ ದಾಹಕ್ಕೆ ತಂದಿಟ್ಕೊಂಡಂತಹ ಗಂಡಾಂತರ. ಹೀಗಾಗಿನೇ ಇವತ್ತು ಭೂಮಿಗೆ ತುರ್ತು ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಬಂದೊದಗಿದೆ. ಮನುಷ್ಯರನ್ನೂ ಒಳಗೊಂಡು ಇಡೀ ಜೀವ ಜಗತ್ತು ಇವತ್ತು ಅಪಾಯಕಾರಿ ಹಂತವನ್ನ ತಲುಪಿದೆ. ಇತ್ತೀಚೆಗಿನ ವರ್ಷಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹವಾಮಾನ ವೈಪರೀತ್ಯದಿಂದಾಗಿ ಜಗತ್ತಿನಾದ್ಯಂತ ಪ್ರಕೃತಿ ವಿಕೋಪದ ಹಲಬಗೆಯ ರುದ್ರತಾಂಡವ ಮಿತಿ ಮೀರಿರೋದನ್ನ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕಾಣ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅದನ್ನ ನಾನಿಲ್ಲಿ ವಿವರಿಸಕ್ ಹೋಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಬಾ ಪ್ರಮುಖವಾಗಿದ್ದು ಮತ್ತು ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಜೀವಹಾನಿಯನ್ನ, ಆಸ್ತಿಪಾಸ್ತಿ ನಷ್ಟವನ್ನ, ತೀವ್ರ ಪ್ರತಿಕೂಲ ಪರಿಣಾಮವನ್ನ ಉಂಟು ಮಾಡ್ತಿರೋದು ತೀವ್ರ ಬರ ಮತ್ತು ಅಕಾಲಿಕ ಅನಿರೀಕ್ಷಿತ ಮಳೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲೂ ಚಂಡಮಾರುತಗಳ ಅಡ್ಡ ಪರಿಣಾಮದಿಂದ ಉಂಟಾಗ್ತಿರುವಂತಹ ಅನೂಹ್ಯ ಬಿರುಮಳೆ ಮತ್ತು ಪ್ರವಾಹಗಳು ಇತ್ತೀಚೆಗಿನ ವರ್ಷಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ ಸಂಭವಿಸ್ತಿದೆ. ಅದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಗುಡ್ಡ ಭೂಕುಸಿತಗಳು, ಹೊಲ, ತೋಟ, ಮನೆ ಮಾರುಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ರೈತರ ಆತ್ಮಹತ್ಯೆ ಇಂಥವು ಕೂಡ ತುಂಬಾ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಸದ್ದಿಲ್ದೆ ಹಿಮನದಿಗಳು, ಹಿಮಬಂಡೆಗಳು ಕರಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾವೆ. ಸಿಹಿ ನೀರಿನ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತಷ್ಟು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಮತ್ತು ಸಮುದ್ರದ ವಿಸ್ತೀರ್ಣ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಹೀಗೆ ಇಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಗೆ ಗೋಚರಿಸ್ತಾ ಇರೋ ನೀರು, ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆನೂ ನೀರು 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 ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಕಾಣ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಲ್ಲ, ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಹಿ ನೀರಿನ ಪ್ರಮಾಣ ಎಷ್ಟಿದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕೇವಲ 2.5%. ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿರೋಂಥದ್ದೇ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ 0.3% ಮಾತ್ರ ದ್ರವ ರೂಪದಲ್ಲಿ ಭೂಮಿ ಮೇಲಿದೆ. ಒಂದ್ ಕಡೆ ಮಿತಿಮೀರಿ ಜನಸಂಖ್ಯಾ ಸ್ಫೋಟವಾಗ್ತಿದ್ರೆ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದ್ ಕಡೆ ಸೀಮಿತ ಲಭ್ಯತೆಯ ಕುಡಿಯೋ ನೀರು. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನೀರನ್ನ ಚಿನ್ನಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಜೋಪಾನವಾಗಿ ಬಳಸ್ಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಎಚ್ಚರ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಜನರಿಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಮತ್ತು ಅದು ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಅಲ್ಪ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಮತ್ತು ನೀರಿನ ನಿರ್ವಹಣೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಪರಮ ಅಜ್ಞಾನದಿಂದಾಗಿ ಕುಡಿಯೋ ನೀರಿನ ಅಭಾವ ದಿನದಿಂದ ದಿನಕ್ಕೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗ್ತಾನೆ ಇದೆ. ಜಗತ್ತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಅಂದಾಜು 8,000 ಕೋಟಿ ಜನರಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ 220 ಕೋಟಿ ಜನರಿಗೆ ಶುದ್ಧ ಕುಡಿಯುವ ನೀರನ್ನ ಒದಗಿಸ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನೋದು ವಿಪರ್ಯಾಸ. ಇನ್ನು ಪ್ರಾಣಿ ಪಕ್ಷಿ ಜಾನುವಾರುಗಳ ಮಾತನ್ನಂತೂ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಡಿ. ಮುಂದೆ ದೇಶಗಳ ನಡುವೆ ಜಾಗತಿಕ ಯುದ್ಧ ಸಂಭವಿಸಿದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಕುಡಿಯೋ ನೀರ್ಗಾಗಿನೇ ಅಂತ ವಿಶ್ವಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ತೀವ್ರ ಕಳವಳ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಪಡಿಸಿದೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನಿಗಳಂತೂ ಈ ಮಾತನ್ನ ದಶಕಗಳಿಂದ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈಗಾಗ್ಲೇ ನೀರಿನ ಹಂಚಿಕೆಗಾಗಿ ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳ ಮಧ್ಯೆ, ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗಳ ಮಧ್ಯೆ, ಮನೆಗಳ ನಡುವೆ ಕದನಗಳು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭವಾಗಿರೋದು ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕಾಣ್ತಾನೆ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಈಗಲೂ ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಮನೆ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಇರಲಿ, ಮನೆ ಮುಂದೆ ಕೂಡ ನಲ್ಲಿಗಳಿಲ್ಲ. ಕೆಲವು ಕಡೆ ಕೊಳವೆ ಬಾವಿಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಸ್ಥಗಿತ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾವೆ, ಕೊರೆಸಿದ್ದಂಥವು. ಪಾರಂಪರಿಕ ಜಲಮೂಲಗಳು ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಭಾಗ ಹೂಳು ತುಂಬಿಕೊಂಡು ಇವತ್ತು ಬತ್ತು ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ಒಂದು ಕೊಡ ನೀರ್ಗಾಗಿ ಗಂಟೆಗಟ್ಲೆ ನಡೆದು ಮೈಲಿಗಟ್ಲೆ ದೂರದಿಂದ ಅದನ್ನ ಹೊತ್ತು ತರುವ ಹೊಣೆಗಾರಿಕೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಾಡಿನ ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಕಾಣ್ಬೋದು. ಹೀಗಾಗಿನೇ ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳು ಕೌಟುಂಬಿಕವಾಗಿ, ಶೈಕ್ಷಣಿಕವಾಗಿ, ಆರ್ಥಿಕವಾಗಿ, ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕವಾಗಿ, ರಾಜಕೀಯವಾಗಿ ಒಟ್ಟಾರೆ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯಿಂದ ಅಂಚಿಗೆ ತಳ್ಳಲ್ಪಟ್ಟಿರೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ನೀರಿನ ಜೀತ ಕೂಡ ಬಹುದೊಡ್ಡ ಕಾರಣ. ಯುನಿಸೆಫ್ ಈ ಕುರಿತು ಅಧ್ಯಯನ ನಡೆಸಿ 2016ರಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿಡುಗಡೆ ಮಾಡಿರುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ವರದಿ ಒಂದು ಭೀಕರ ಸತ್ಯಗಳನ್ನ ಹೊರಗಡೆದಿದೆ. ಯುನಿಸೆಫ್ನ ವಾಟರ್ ಗ್ಲೋಬಲ್ ಹೆಡ್ ಸಂಜಯ್ ವಿಜಯಶೇಖರ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಭಾರತದಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರತಿದಿನ ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳು 200 ಮಿಲಿಯನ್ ಗಂಟೆಗಳು ಅಂದ್ರೆ 22,800 ವರ್ಷಗಳನ್ನ ನೀರಿನ ಸಂಗ್ರಹಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ವ್ಯರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಪ್ರತಿದಿನ. ಇದು ಒಂದ್ ರೀತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಶಿಲಾಯುಗದ ಮಹಿಳೆ ಖಾಲಿ ಬಕೆಟ್ ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ನೀರು ಸಂಗ್ರಹಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಹೋದವಳು 2016ರಲ್ಲೂ ವಾಪಸ್ ಬರ್ದೇ ಇರೋ ಹಾಗೆ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಭಾರತ ಮಾತ್ರ ಈ ವಿಷಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಹಿಂದೆ ಉಳಿದಿದೆ. ಜಗತ್ತಿನ ಬಹುತೇಕ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರಗಳು ಇಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಸಮಯವನ್ನ ನೀರಿನ ಸಂಗ್ರಹಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ವ್ಯರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಈ ಸಮಯವನ್ನ ಮಹಿಳೆಯರು ಸದುಪಯೋಗ ಪಡಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ರೆ ಏನೆಲ್ಲ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಆಗ್ತಿತ್ತು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ತುರ್ತಾಗಿ ಭಾರತ ಯೋಚಿಸ್ಬೇಕಿದೆ. ಮಹಿಳೆಯ ಸಾಧನೆಯ ಹಾದಿಗೆ ಈ ನೀರು ಸಂಗ್ರಹಣೆಯ ಕೆಲಸನೇ ಅಡ್ಡಿಯಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತಾರೆ. ಇದು ನಿಜಕ್ಕೂ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಎಚ್ಚೆತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕಾರ್ಯತತ್ಪರರಾಗಬೇಕಾಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಸಮಯ. ಈಗ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಸದ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ 39,179 ಕೆರೆಗಳನ್ನ ಹಾಗೂ 14,000 ಪಾರಂಪರಿಕ ನೀರು ಸಂಗ್ರಹಣಾ ಸಂರಚನೆಗಳನ್ನ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಮತ್ತು ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನ ಮಂಡಳಿ 3 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಹಿಂದೆ ಗುರುತಿಸಿ ದಾಖಲಿಸಿದೆ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಅವುಗಳ ಭೌತಿಕ ಸ್ಥಿತಿ, ಜಲ ಸಂಗ್ರಹಣಾ ಸಾಮರ್ಥ್ಯ, ಜಿಲ್ಲಾವಾರು ಮತ್ತು ಅದರ ಸಂಗ್ರಹ ಆಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಹೂಳಿನ ಪ್ರಮಾಣ ಮತ್ತಿತರ ದತ್ತಾಂಶಗಳನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಕ್ರೋಢೀಕರಿಸಿ ಇವುಗಳ ಸಮಗ್ರ ಪುನರುಜ್ಜೀವನ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಜಿಲ್ಲಾವಾರು ವರದಿಗಳನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ತಯಾರಿಸಿದೆ. ಅದನ್ನ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಮತ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲ ಜಿಲ್ಲಾ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ನೀಡಲಾಗಿದೆ. ಇದನ್ನ ಆ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯ ಪಾರಂಪರಿಕ ಜಲಮೂಲಗಳ ದಾಖಲೀಕರಣ ವಿಭಾಗದ ಮುಖ್ಯಸ್ಥರಾದಂತಹ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ UT ವಿಜಯ್ ಅವರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಈ ಆಕರಗಳನ್ನ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ಗಳು ಸಮರ್ಪಕವಾಗಿ ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದೇ ತುಂಬಾ ನಿರಾಸದಾಯಕವಾಗಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು. 100 ಎಕರೆ ಸಾಮರ್ಥ್ಯಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಇರುವಂತಹ 28,000 ಕೆರೆಗಳನ್ನ ಆಯಾ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ಗಳ ನಿರ್ವಹಣೆಗೆ ವಹಿಸಲಾಗಿದೆ. ನೀರು ಸಂಗ್ರಹಣೆಗಿಂದಲೇ ಲೆಕ್ಕವಿಲ್ಲದಷ್ಟಿರುವಂತೂ ಪಾರಂಪರಿಕ ಜಲಮೂಲಗಳು, ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ತಲುಪರಿಕೆ, ಬಾವಲಿ, ಬಾವಿ, ಕಟ್ಟೆ, ಕೊಳ, ಕಲ್ಯಾಣಿ, ಮದಗ, ಕಟ್ಟ ಹೀಗೆ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಹೆಸರುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಭಾಗಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕರೀತಾರೆ. ಈ ರೀತಿ ಅನೇಕ ಪಾರಂಪರಿಕ ಜಲಮೂಲಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಮಳೆ ನೀರಿನ ಸಂಗ್ರಹಣೆ ತಲೆತಲಾಂತರದಿಂದ ನಡೀತಾ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಕೆರೆಯಿಂದ ಕೆರೆಯನ್ನ ಜೋಡಿಸುವಂತಹ ನೀರ್ಗಾಲುವೆಗಳು, ಹರಿಯೋ ನೀರನ್ನ ಇಂಗಿಸಿ ಅಂತರ್ಜಲ ವೃದ್ಧಿಸುವಂತಹ ಇಂಗುಗುಂಡಿಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಅಡ್ಡಗಟ್ಟೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಈ ಚೆಕ್ ಡ್ಯಾಮ್ಗಳು, ಇವುಗಳನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಇತ್ತೀಚಿನ ವರ್ಷಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಬಾ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ರಚಿಸಲಾಗಿದೆ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಇವುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಜಲಮೂಲಗಳನ್ನ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಹೆಸರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಒತ್ತುವರಿ ಮಾಡಲಾಗಿದೆ. ಮನುಷ್ಯನ ಆಧುನಿಕ ಸೌಲಭ್ಯಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ನಿರ್ಲಕ್ಷ್ಯ ಕೂಡ ಈ ನಾಶಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಮುಖವಾದಂತಹ ಕಾರಣವಾಗಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ತೀವ್ರ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಉಂಟಾದಂತೆಲ್ಲ ಅಂದಾಜು 6 ಕೋಟಿಗೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಚಾಲಿತ ಕೊಳವೆ ಬಾವಿ, ತೆರೆದ ಬಾವಿಗಳನ್ನ ಕೂಡ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊರೆಯಲಾಗಿದೆ. ಈ ರೀತಿ ಅಂತರ್ಜಲಕ್ಕೂ ಕನ್ನ ಹಾಕಿ ಕೂಡಿಟ್ಟ ಸಿಹಿ ನೀರಿಗೆ ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಲಗ್ಗೆ ಹಾಕಿದೀವಿ. ಇವತ್ತಿಗೂ ಇದು ವ್ಯಾಪಕವಾಗಿ ಮುಂದುವರೆದೇ ಇದೆ. ಇದರ ಫಲವಾಗಿ ರಾಜಸ್ಥಾನದ ನಂತರ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ 2ನೆಯ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಬರಪೀಡಿತ ಪ್ರದೇಶ ಅಂತ ಗುರುತಿಸಲಾಗಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಆತಂಕಕಾರಿಯಾಗಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಹಿಂದಿನ ಮಳೆಯ ಪ್ರಮಾಣಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಲಿಸಿದ್ರೆ ಈಗಿನ ಮಳೆಯ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ವ್ಯತ್ಯಾಸ ಏನೂ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಮಳೆ ಬೀಳೋ ಸಮಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತು ಪ್ರದೇಶಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಂತಾರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಪರಿಸರ ತಜ್ಞರು. ಅಸಮರ್ಪಕವಾದಂತಹ ನೀರಿನ ಹಂಚಿಕೆ, ಅಸಮಾನ ಮತ್ತು ಅಕಾಲಿಕ ಮಳೆ ಸುರಿತ, ಲಂಗು ಲಗಾಮಿಲ್ದೆ ನೀರಿಗಾಗಿ ಕೊಳವೆ ಬಾವಿ ಕೊರೆದ ಕಾರಣದಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತರ್ಜಲದ ಕೊರತೆ ಉಂಟಾಗಿದೆ. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ಇವತ್ತು ನೀರಿನ ಈ ತೀವ್ರವಾದಂತಹ ಅಭಾವ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿಯಾಗಿದೆ. ಮಳೆ ಪ್ರಮಾಣ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಇದ್ದ ಬಯಲುಸೀಮೆಯ ಪ್ರದೇಶಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಕೆಲ ವರ್ಷ ಪ್ರದೇಶಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಪರೀತ ಮಳೆ ಪ್ರವಾಹ ಉಂಟಾಗ್ತಿರೋದನ್ನ ಕಾಣ್ತಿದೀವಿ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಇದಾದ ಕೆಲವೇ ತಿಂಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಜಲಮೂಲಗಳು ಒಣಗಿ ಖಾಲಿಯಾಗಿ ಕೃಷಿ ಕೆಲಸಕ್ಕೆ ನೀರಿಲ್ದೆ ಕುಡಿಯೋಕೆ ನೀರಿಲ್ದೆ ಹಾಹಾಕಾರ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಹಾಗಿದ್ರೆ ಆ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿದ್ದ ಮಳೆ ನೀರು ಏನಾಯ್ತು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವದನ್ನ ಪರಿಣಾಮಕಾರಿಯಾಗಿ ಹಿಡಿದಿಡುವಂತಹ ತಯಾರಿಯನ್ನೇ ತಕ್ಕ ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿಲ್ಲ. ಕೆಲ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಣೆಕಟ್ಟುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನೀರನ್ನ ಹಿಡಿದಿಡ್ತಾ ಇರಬಹುದು ಇವತ್ತು. ಆದ್ರೆ ಹಾಗೆ ಅಣೆಕಟ್ಟೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೀರನ್ನ ಕೂಡಿಡುವಂತಹ ವಿಚಾರ ಕೂಡ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅನೇಕ ಬಗೆನಲ್ಲಿ ಗಂಡಾಂತರಕಾರಿ ಆಗಿ ಪರಿಣಮಿಸ್ತಾ ಇರೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಅನೇಕ ಉದಾಹರಣೆಗಳು ಇವತ್ತು ಜಗತ್ತಿನಾದ್ಯಂತ ನಾವು ಕಾಣ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಕಾಣ್ತಿದೀವಿ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಕಾಲಾಂತರದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಶೇಖರವಾಗುವಂತಹ ಅಗಾಧ ಹೂಳಿದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಇದು ಕೂಡ ತುಂಬಾ ಪರಿಹಾರ ಕಾಣದೇ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ಜಗತ್ತಿನ ಹಲವು ದೇಶಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಬೃಹತ್ ಅಣೆಕಟ್ಟೆಗಳನ್ನ ಒಡೆದು ಬಿದ್ದ ಮಳೆ ನೀರನ್ನ ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾದಷ್ಟು ಸ್ಥಳೀಯ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಹಿಡಿದಿಡುವಂತ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನಗಳು ಹೆಚ್ಚುತ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾವೆ. ನಿಜವಾಗಿ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಇದೇನೇನೆ. ಆದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ನೀರಿನ ತೀವ್ರ ಸಂಕಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಪರಿಹಾರವಾಗಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಬೃಹತ್ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳನ್ನ ರೂಪಿಸ್ತಾ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನವು ಅವೈಜ್ಞಾನಿಕವಾಗಿದ್ದಾವೆ, ಪ್ರಾಕೃತಿಕವಾಗಿ ಶಾಶ್ವತ ಹಾನಿಯುಂಟು ಮಾಡುವಂತವು ಆಗಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ಇದೇ ತುಂಬಾ ವಿಪರ್ಯಾಸವಾಗಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಮತ್ತಿವು ಆರ್ಥಿಕವಾಗಂತೂ ತುಂಬಾ ದುಬಾರಿಯಾಗಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಬೃಹತ್ ಭ್ರಷ್ಟಾಚಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಕೂಡ ಇದು ದಾರಿ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕರ ಪಾಲಿಗೆ ನುಂಗಲಾರದ ತುತ್ತಾಗಿದೆ. ಈ ಅನಾಹುತಗಳಿಗೆ ಉದಾಹರಣೆಯಾಗಿ ಎತ್ತಿನಹೊಳೆ ಯೋಜನೆ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಭದ್ರಾ ಯೋಜನೆ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಶರಾವತಿ ಯೋಜನೆ, ಅಣೆಕಟ್ಟುಗಳಿರ್ಬಹುದು, ಅಥವಾ ನೀರು ತಿರುಗಿಸುವಂತಹ ನದಿಯನ್ನು ತಿರುಗಿಸುವಂತಹ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಸದ್ಯದ ಮೇಕೆದಾಟು ಯೋಜನೆ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಇಂಥೆಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಗಮನಿಸಬಹುದಾಗಿದೆ. ಯಾವುದೇ ನದಿಗೆ ಅಣೆಕಟ್ಟು ಕಟ್ಟೋದಿರ್ಲಿ, ನದಿಗಳನ್ನ ತಿರುಗಿಸಿ ಅವುಗಳಿಂದ ನೀರೆತ್ತಿ ಅಥವಾ ನದಿಗಳ ಹರಿವಿನ ದಿಕ್ಕನ್ನ ಬದಲಿಸಿ ದೂರದ ಪ್ರದೇಶಕ್ಕೆ ನೀರು ಕೊಂಡೊಯ್ಯುವಂತಹ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳಿರ್ಲಿ, ಅದರಿಂದ ಕಷ್ಟ ನಷ್ಟಗಳೇನೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚು. ಇದರಿಂದ ಹಲವು ಗ್ರಾಮಗಳು ಮುಳುಗಡೆ ಆಗ್ತವೆ. ಜನರು ಮತ್ತು ಗ್ರಾಮಗಳ ಸ್ಥಳಾಂತರ ಮತ್ತು ಸ್ಥಿತ್ಯಂತರ ಅಗಾಧ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದ ಸಾವು ನೋವಿಗೆ ಕಾರಣ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಜನರ ಬದುಕನ್ನ ಮತ್ತೆ ಸಮಸ್ಥಿತಿಗೆ ತರಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗದಂತಹ ಸಂಕಷ್ಟ ಉಂಟಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಯೋಜನೆ ಅರಣ್ಯವನ್ನ ಒಳಗೊಳ್ಳುವಂತಿದ್ರೆ, ಅದರೊಳಗೆ ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನಗೊಳ್ಳುವಂತಿದ್ರೆ ದಟ್ಟ ಕಾಡು ನಾಶವಾಗಿ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ಕಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿಯಾಗೋ ಅಲ್ಲೋಲ ಕಲ್ಲೋಲದಿಂದಾಗಿ ಇಡೀ ವನ್ಯಜೀವಿ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆನೆ ದಿಕ್ಕಾಪಾಲಾಗ್ಬಿಡತ್ತೆ. ನಾವು ಅನೇಕ ಸಾವು ನೋವುಗಳನ್ನ ಕಾಣ್ತಾನೆ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ ಈ ಸಂಬಂಧವಾಗಿ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಅರಣ್ಯದ ಪ್ರಮಾಣ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಹೋದಾಗೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬದುಕಲಾಗದ ವನ್ಯಜೀವಿಗಳು ನಾಡಿಗೆ ನುಗ್ತವೆ. ಇದರಿಂದ ಅನೇಕ ಬಗೆನಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗ್ತಿರುವಂತಹ ವನ್ಯಜೀವಿ ಮತ್ತು ಮನುಷ್ಯರ ಸಂಘರ್ಷ ಹಾಗೆ ಜೀವಹಾನಿಯನ್ನ ನಮಗೆ ತಡೆಯೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯವೇ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಇವತ್ತು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಪರಿಹಾರನೇ ಕಾಣ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಇದರಿಂದ ಇಡೀ ಪರಿಸರ ಮತ್ತು ಜೀವ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯ ಮೇಲೆ ಲೆಕ್ಕ ಹಾಕಲಾಗದಂತ ಶಾಶ್ವತ ಮತ್ತು ವ್ಯತಿರಿಕ್ತ ಪರಿಣಾಮಗಳು ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಆಗಿ ಹೋಗಿವೆ, ಆಗ್ತಾನೂ ಇದ್ದಾವೆ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಇವತ್ತು ತೀವ್ರವಾದಂತಹ ಹವಾಮಾನ ವೈಪರೀತ್ಯದಿಂದ ಭೂಮಿ ಮತ್ತು ಸಕಲ ಚರಾಚರಗಳು ಅಳಿವಿನಂಚಿಗೆ ಬಂದಿರುವ ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂತಹ ಪ್ರಕೃತಿ ನಾಶದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳನ್ನ ಶತಾಯ ಗತಾಯ ಸರ್ಕಾರಗಳು ಕೈಗೊಳ್ಳದ ಹಾಗೆ ಶಪಥ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಿದೆ. ಈ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಯನ್ನ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಸೂಕ್ಷ್ಮವಾಗಿ ಪ್ರಕೃತಿಗೂ ಜೀವ ಇದೆ ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಂದು ಉದಾತ್ತ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಕೋನದಿಂದ ನೋಡುವಂತಹ ಕಣ್ಣು ಕಾನೂನಿಗೂ ಬರ್ಬೇಕಿದೆ ಮತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಜನಪ್ರತಿನಿಧಿಗಳಿಗೂ ಬರ್ಬೇಕಿದೆ. ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಆ ರೀತಿ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳನ್ನ ರೂಪಿಸ್ಬೇಕಿದೆ. ಇಲ್ದಿದ್ರೆ ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗಿ ಜೀವ ಸಂಕುಲಕ್ಕೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಉಳಿಗಾಲ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಹಾಗೆ ಕೊಳವೆ ಬಾವಿಗಳನ್ನ ಸಾವಿರಾರು ಗಟ್ಟಲೆ ಅಡಿ ಆಳದವರೆಗೆ ಕೊರಿತಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಅಂತರ್ಜಲ ಪ್ರಮಾಣ ಕೂಡ ತೀರಾ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಸಾಯನಿಕ ವಿಷಯುಕ್ತ ನೀರು ಉತ್ಪತ್ತಿ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದು ಅದನ್ನೇ ಬಳಸ್ತಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಜನರ ಆರೋಗ್ಯದ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೂಡ ತುಂಬಾ ವ್ಯತಿರಿಕ್ತವಾದಂತ ತೀವ್ರವಾದಂತ ಪರಿಣಾಮ ಬೀರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ಹೊಸದಾಗಿ ಕೊಳವೆ ಬಾವಿ ಕೊರೆಯೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಅನುಮತಿ ನೀಡೋದನ್ನ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ತುರ್ತಾಗಿ ಶಾಶ್ವತವಾಗಿ ನಿರ್ಬಂಧಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ತಜ್ಞರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನದಿ ಜೋಡಣೆಯಂತಹ ವಿಧಾನಗಳ ಕುರಿತು ಸರ್ಕಾರಗಳು ಚರ್ಚೆ ನಡೆಸ್ತಿರೋದು ಕೂಡ ಆತಂಕಕಾರಿಯಾಗಿದೆ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಇದು ಕೂಡ ಪ್ರಕೃತಿಯ ಚಲನೆಗೆ ವಿರುದ್ಧವಾಗಿರುವಂತದ್ದು. ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಅನೇಕ ದೇಶಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂತಹ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳು ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನಗೊಂಡು ಯಶಸ್ವಿ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನಂಶ ಈ ಪ್ರಯೋಗಗಳು ಗಂಡಾಂತರಕಾರಿಯಾಗಿ ಕೂಡ ಪರಿಣಮಿಸಿದೆ. ಇದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಗಮನದಲ್ಲಿರಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು. ಶತಾಯ ಗತಾಯ ಪ್ರಕೃತಿಯನ್ನ ಉಳಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೇಬೇಕಿರುವಂತಹ ಈ ವಿಷಮ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಂತೂ ಇಂತಹ ಪ್ರಕೃತಿಗೆ ವಿರುದ್ಧವಾದಂತಹ ಎಲ್ಲ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳನ್ನ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಕೈ ಬಿಡುವಂತಹ ಕಠಿಣ ನಿರ್ಧಾರವನ್ನ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು ತುಂಬಾ ಉಚಿತವಾಗಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಅದ್ರ ಬದಲಿಗೆ ನೈಸರ್ಗಿಕವಾದಂತಹ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಖರ್ಚಿನ ಹಾಗೆ ಪರಿಸರಕ್ಕೆ ಶಾಶ್ವತವಾಗಿ ಹಾನಿ ಆಗದಂತಹ ಪ್ರಕೃತಿಯಿಂದಲೇ ಪ್ರಕೃತಿಯನ್ನ ಪುನರ್ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿಸುವಂತಹ ಪರಿಹಾರಗಳನ್ನ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳನ್ನ ಮಾತ್ರ ನಾವಿವತ್ತು ಅಳವಡಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕಿದೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾದಷ್ಟು ಮಳೆ ನೀರು ಬಿದ್ದಲ್ಲೇ ಸ್ಥಳೀಯ ಜಲಮೂಲಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸಂಗ್ರಹ ಮಾಡೋದು ನೀರಿನ ಸಂಕಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪರಿಹಾರ ಅಂತ ಎಲ್ಲ ಜಲತಜ್ಞರು ವಿಜ್ಞಾನಿಗಳು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಜೊತೆಗಿದು ಬರ ಮತ್ತು ನೆರೆಯನ್ನ ಏಕಕಾಲಕ್ಕೆ ಸಮರ್ಪಕವಾಗಿ ವೈಜ್ಞಾನಿಕವಾಗಿ ನಿರ್ವಹಿಸುವಂತಹ ವಿಧಾನ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಕೂಡ ಪ್ರಾಜ್ಞರ ಗಟ್ಟಿ ನಿಲುವು. ಖ್ಯಾತ ಅರ್ಥಶಾಸ್ತ್ರಜ್ಞ ಪರಿಸರ ಚಿಂತಕ E.F. ಶೂಮಾಕರ್ ಅವರು ಪ್ರಕೃತಿಯನ್ನ ಕೇಂದ್ರೀಕರಿಸಿ ರೂಪಿಸುವಂತಹ ಸಣ್ಣ ಮಟ್ಟದ ಯೋಜನೆ ಕೆಲಸಗಳು ಮಾತ್ರ ಸುಂದರ ಮತ್ತು ಅರ್ಥಪೂರ್ಣ ಅಂತ ತಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಇಸ್ ಬ್ಯೂಟಿಫುಲ್ ಎ ಸ್ಟಡಿ ಆಫ್ ಎಕನಾಮಿಕ್ಸ್ ಆಸ್ ಇಫ್ ಪೀಪಲ್ ಮ್ಯಾಟರ್ಡ್ ಕೃತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ವೈಜ್ಞಾನಿಕವಾಗಿ ನಿರೂಪಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದು ಇವತ್ತು ನಮಗೆ ದಿಕ್ಸೂಚಿ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಜಲತಜ್ಞರು ಹೇಳೋ ಹಾಗೆ ಓಡೋ ಮಳೆ ನೀರನ್ನ ನಡೆಯೋ ಹಾಗೆ, ನಡೆಯೋ ಮಳೆ ನೀರನ್ನ ನಿಲ್ಲೋ ಹಾಗೆ, ನಿಂತ ನೀರು ಇಂಗೋ ಹಾಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಇಷ್ಟೇ. ಇದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಅನಿಯಮಿತವಾಗಿ ಸುರಿದು ಹೋಗೋ ಮಳೆ ನೀರನ್ನ ತಡೆದು ಪಾರಂಪರಿಕ ಜಲಮೂಲಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹಿಡಿದಿಡುವಂತಹ ಅಂತರ್ಜಲ ಮರುಪೂರಣ ಮಾಡುವ ಕೆಲಸಗಳು ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ವ್ಯಾಪಕವಾಗಿ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಇದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಕಾಲ ಕಾಲಕ್ಕೆ ಜಲಮೂಲಗಳ ಒತ್ತುವರಿ ತೆರವುಗೊಳಿಸಿ ಹೂಳೆತ್ತಬೇಕಿದೆ. ಬಿದ್ದ ಮಳೆ ನೀರನ್ನ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಸಂಗ್ರಹಿಸಬೇಕಿದೆ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಹವಾಮಾನ ವೈಪರೀತ್ಯದಿಂದಾಗಿ ಇನ್ನು ಮುಂದಿನ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ನಷ್ಟು ಅಕಾಲಿಕ ಮಳೆಯನ್ನ ಎದುರಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿರೋದಂತೂ ಕೂಡ ಶತಸಿದ್ಧ. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ಯಾವುದೇ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲಿನೇ ಮಳೆ ಬೀಳಲಿ ಅದನ್ನ ವ್ಯರ್ಥವಾಗೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಬಿಡದೆ ಕಡ್ಡಾಯವಾಗಿ ತಕ್ಷಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಹಿಡಿದಿಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಎಲ್ಲೆಡೆ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಮಟ್ಟದ ಸಿದ್ಧತೆಗಳೇ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ನೀರಿನ ವೈಜ್ಞಾನಿಕ ಮತ್ತು ವಿವೇಕಯುತ ಬಳಕೆಯ ಜಾಗೃತಿ ಪ್ರತಿ ಹಂತದಲ್ಲೂ ಮೂಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಸದ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಇದೇ ಕ್ಷೇಮವಾದ ಶಾಶ್ವತವಾದ ಪರಿಹಾರ. ಈ ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಹಲವು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನಗಳು ಆಗಿವೆ, ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾವೆ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಹಲವು ಇಲಾಖೆಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಘಟಕಗಳ ಮೂಲಕ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಮೂಲಕ ವಿಕೇಂದ್ರೀಕೃತ ನೆಲೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂಥ ಕೆಲಸಗಳಾಗಿದೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆರೆ ಸಂಜೀವಿನಿ, ಮನ್ನರೇಗಾ, ಜಲಾಮೃತ, ಜಲಶಕ್ತಿ, ಜಲ್ ಜೀವನ್ ಮಿಷನ್, ಅಂತರ್ಜಲ ಚೇತನ ಹೀಗೆ ಅನೇಕ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳ ಹೆಸರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಜಲ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಇತ್ತೀಚೆಗಿನ ದಶಕಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆದಿದೆ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಕೆಲಸಗಳು ಸಮಗ್ರವಾಗಿ ಮತ್ತು ಇನ್ನಷ್ಟು ವ್ಯಾಪಕವಾಗಿ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕಿದೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಪಾರಂಪರಿಕ ಜಲಮೂಲಗಳನ್ನ ಈ ವಿಧಾನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅದರ ಮೂಲ ಮಟ್ಟದವರೆಗೆ ಅಥವಾ ಸಾಧ್ಯವಿರುವಷ್ಟು ಆಳದವರೆಗೆ ಹೂಳೆತ್ತಲಾಗ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ತುಂಬಾ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಕೊರತೆ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಭಾವಿಸ್ತೀವಿ. ಇದರಿಂದ ಜಲ ಸಂಗ್ರಹಣೆಯ ಸಾಮರ್ಥ್ಯ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಹಣ, ಸಮಯ, ಶ್ರಮ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಖರ್ಚಾದ್ರೂ ನಿರೀಕ್ಷಿತ ಮಟ್ಟದ ಗುಣಾತ್ಮಕ ಬದಲಾವಣೆಗಳು ಇದರಿಂದ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಹೂಳೆತ್ತಿದ ಕೆರೆಯ ನಿರಂತರ ನಿರ್ವಹಣೆ ಇಲ್ದಿದ್ದಾಗ ಮತ್ತೆ ಕೆರೆ ಹಾಳಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಥವಾ ಹೂಳು ತುಂಬಿಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತೆ. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ಥಳೀಯ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆರೆ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣಾ ಸಮಿತಿ ರಚನೆ ಆಗೋದು ತುಂಬಾ ಅವಶ್ಯಕವಾಗಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಮತ್ತು ಅವುಗಳಿಗೆ ನಿರ್ವಹಣೆಯ ತರಬೇತಿಯನ್ನ ಕೊಡಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಈ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಜಲಮೂಲ ಹೂಳೆತ್ತೋ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಕೆಲಸಗಳನ್ನ ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಮಹಾತ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಉದ್ಯೋಗ ಖಾತ್ರಿ ಯೋಜನೆಯಾದ ಮನ್ನರೇಗಾ ಮೂಲಕ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರೋದು ಒಳ್ಳೇದೆ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಕಡಿಮೆ ವೇತನದ ಕಾರಣದಿಂದಾಗಿ ಮಲೆನಾಡಿನ ಭಾಗಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಯೋಜನೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಯಶಸ್ವಿ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಜನರ ಬದಲಿಗೆ ಯಂತ್ರಗಳನ್ನ ಬಳಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಭ್ರಷ್ಟಾಚಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಕೂಡ ಯೋಜನೆ ದುರುಪಯೋಗ ಆಗಿದೆ. ನರೇಗಾ ಯೋಜನೆಯನ್ನ ಕೆರೆ ಹೂಳೆತ್ತುವ ಕೆಲಸಗಳಿಗೆ ಬಯಲುಸೀಮೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಪರಿಣಾಮಕಾರಿಯಾಗಿ ಬಳಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಆದ್ರೆ ನರೇಗಾ ಮೂಲಕ ಇತ್ತೀಚಿನ ವರ್ಷಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆರೆ, ಕಟ್ಟೆ ಪುನಶ್ಚೇತನದಂತಹ ನೈಸರ್ಗಿಕ ಆಸ್ತಿ ರಕ್ಷಣೆಯ ಮತ್ತು ಸಾಮುದಾಯಿಕ ಕೆಲಸಗಳಿಗಿಂತ ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕ ಕೃಷಿ ಭೂಮಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೃಷಿ ಹೊಂಡ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ, ಇಂಗುಗುಂಡಿ, ಬದು ನಿರ್ಮಾಣಗಳಿಗೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಆದ್ಯತೆ ನೀಡಲಾಗ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು ತುಂಬಾ ವಿಪರ್ಯಾಸ. ಸಾಮುದಾಯಿಕ ಕೆಲಸಗಳಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಆದ್ಯತೆಯನ್ನು ಕೊಡಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ಇಂತಹ ಸರ್ಕಾರಿ ಯೋಜನೆ ಕೆಲಸಗಳ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಜನಸಮುದಾಯ ಕೂಡ ಸೇರಿ ಸಾಂಘಿಕವಾಗಿ ನಾಯಕತ್ವ ಸಂಘಟನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ತೊಡಗಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಇದು ಈಗಾಗ್ಲೇ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ ಹಲವು ಕಡೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ. ಆ ಮೂಲಕ ಯೋಜನೆಯನ್ನ ವ್ಯಾಪಕಗೊಳಿಸುವಂತಹ ಮತ್ತು ಗುಣಾತ್ಮಕತೆಯನ್ನ ಖಾತ್ರಿಗೊಳಿಸುವಂತಹ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿಯನ್ನ ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕರು ವಹಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು ಮತ್ತು ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಅನುವು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಾದಂತಹ ತುರ್ತು ಇವತ್ತು ಕಾಣ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ನೆರವಿಗೆ ಕಾಯ್ದೆ, ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳ ನೇತೃತ್ವದಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಗೂ ಖಾಸಗಿ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳ ಮುಂದಾಳತ್ವದಲ್ಲಿ ಜಲ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆಯ ಹಲವಾರು ಮಹತ್ವದ ಕೆಲಸಗಳು ಆಗ್ತಿವೆ. ಅಂತಹ ಕೆಲಸದ ಕೆಲವು ಉದಾಹರಣೆಗಳನ್ನ ಗಮನಿಸಬೇಕಿದೆ. ಮಂಡ್ಯ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆ ದಾಸನದೊಡ್ಡಿಯ ಕುರಿಗಾಹಿ ಕಾಮೇಗೌಡರದ್ದು ಈ ರೀತಿಯ ಒಂದು ಶ್ಲಾಘನೀಯವಾದಂತ ಮಾದರಿ. ಸಾಲ ಮಾಡಿ ಕಾಡಂಚಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಇದುವರೆಗೆ ತಾವೇ ಸ್ವತಃ 8 ಕೆರೆಗಳನ್ನ ತೋಡಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹೊಸ ಕೆರೆಗಳನ್ನ ತೋಡಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬಿರು ಬೇಸಿಗೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸಮೃದ್ಧ ನೀರಿನ ಲಭ್ಯತೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಗದಗ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯ ಕಪ್ಪತಗುಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೃಷಿ ಪಂಡಿತ ಶಿವಕುಮಾರ ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿ ಬರದ ನಾಡಿನಲ್ಲೂ ಮಳೆ ನೀರು ಸಂಗ್ರಹ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ತನ್ಮೂಲಕ ಹಸಿರು ಸೃಷ್ಟಿಸಿ ಸುತ್ತಲಿನ ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಜೀವ ಚೈತನ್ಯ ತಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಶ್ರೀ ರವಿಶಂಕರ್ ಗುರೂಜಿಯವರ ಆರ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಲಿವಿಂಗ್ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಚಿಕ್ಕಮಗಳೂರು, ಹಾಸನ ಮತ್ತು ಚಿತ್ರದುರ್ಗ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗಳ ವೇದಾವತಿ ಕೊಳ್ಳದ 1097 ಗ್ರಾಮಗಳನ್ನ ಒಳಗೊಂಡಂತೆ ಕೆರೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ 6786 ಇಂಗುಗುಂಡಿಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಅಡ್ಡೆಕಟ್ಟೆಗಳನ್ನ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಚೆಕ್ ಡ್ಯಾಮ್ಗಳನ್ನ ನಿರ್ಮಿಸಲಾಗಿದೆ. ಇದರಿಂದ ಆ ಭಾಗಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತರ್ಜಲ ಪ್ರಮಾಣ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿರೋದನ್ನ ಗಮನಿಸಬಹುದು. ಖ್ಯಾತ ಜಲತಜ್ಞರಾದಂತಹ ಶ್ರೀ ಪಡ್ರೆ ಅವರು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮತ್ತು ಕೇರಳದ ಗಡಿ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಡ್ರೆ ಸುತ್ತಮುತ್ತ ಜಲ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆಯ ಮಾದರಿಗಳ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ತೊಡಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಪಾರಂಪರಿಕ ಮದಗಗಳು ಹಾಗೂ ಮರಳು ಚೀಲಗಳನ್ನ ಬಳಸಿ ನೀರಿನ ಸಂಗ್ರಹ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಸುವಂತಹ ಕಟ್ಟಗಳ ಮರು ನಿರ್ಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಇತ್ತೀಚಿನ ವರ್ಷಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ ಸಾಮುದಾಯಿಕವಾಗಿ ಇವು ನಡೆಯೋದಿಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರೇರಣೆ ಮತ್ತು ಜಾಗೃತಿಯನ್ನ ಮೂಡಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದು ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಖರ್ಚು ಮತ್ತು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಶ್ರಮದ ವಿಧಾನ, ಈ ಕಟ್ಟ ಮತ್ತು ಮದಗಗಳ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ದಕ್ಷಿಣ ಕನ್ನಡದ ರೈತರಾದ ನಿಟಿಲೆ ಮಹಾಬಲೇಶ್ವರ ಭಟ್ ಮತ್ತಿತರ ಒಂದಿಬ್ರು ರೈತರು ಕಬ್ಬಿಣದ ರಿಂಗ್ ಬಳಸಿ ಹೊಸ ಮಾದರಿಯ ದೀರ್ಘ ಬಾಳಿಕೆ ಬರುವಂತಹ ಕಟ್ಟಗಳನ್ನ ನಿರ್ಮಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಪ್ರಯೋಗ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಹೊಸದಾಗಿ. ಇದರಿಂದ ಪ್ರೇರೇಪಿತರಾದಂತಹ ಕೇರಳದ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು ಕಾಸರಗೋಡು ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯ 1000 ಕಡೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂತಹ ರಿಂಗ್ ಬಳಸಿ ಕಟ್ಟಗಳ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ನಿರತರಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಇವತ್ತು. ಇದರಿಂದ ಕುಡಿಯುವ ನೀರನ್ನ ಟ್ಯಾಂಕರ್ಗಳ ಮೂಲಕ ಸರಬರಾಜು ಮಾಡೋದು ತಪ್ಪಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಆಡಳಿತಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಹೊಸ ಭರವಸೆ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ಕೆರೆ ಪುನಶ್ಚೇತನ ತಜ್ಞರಂತಲೇ ಹೆಸರಾಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಶಿರಸಿಯ ಶಿವಾನಂದ ಕಳವೆಯವರು ಮಳೆ ನೀರಿನ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆಯ ಕುರಿತು ರಾಜ್ಯಾದ್ಯಂತ ಓಡಾಡಿ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಮಾಹಿತಿಯನ್ನ ಸಂಗ್ರಹಿಸಿ ದಾಖಲಿಸ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ 7-8 ವರ್ಷಗಳಿಂದ ಜನಸಮುದಾಯಕ್ಕೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿಗಳು, ರಾಜಕಾರಣಿಗಳು, ಚಲನಚಿತ್ರ ನಟರು, ಉದ್ಯಮಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಪ್ರೇರಣೆ ನೀಡಿ ಅವರನ್ನ ಸಂಘಟಿಸಿ ಧನ ಸಂಗ್ರಹಣೆಯನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿ ಜಲ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆಯ ಕಾರ್ಯಗಳು ಅವ್ರ ಮೂಲಕ ರಾಜ್ಯಾದ್ಯಂತ ವ್ಯಾಪಕವಾಗಿ ನಡೆಯೋದಿಕ್ಕೆ ಮುತುವರ್ಜಿ ವಹಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದರಿಂದ ಬರದ ನಾಡಾಗಿದ್ದಂತಹ ಉತ್ತರ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ, ಹೈದರಾಬಾದ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಭಾಗಗಳಲ್ಲಿ 20 ರಿಂದ 60 ಎಕರೆಗಳಷ್ಟು ಬೃಹತ್ ವಿಸ್ತೀರ್ಣದ 80ಕ್ಕೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಕೆರೆಗಳ ಪುನಶ್ಚೇತನಗೊಂಡಿವೆ ಇವರ ನೇತೃತ್ವದಲ್ಲಿ. ತಮ್ಮದೇ ಉತ್ತರ ಕನ್ನಡ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆನಲ್ಲಿ ಜನರನ್ನ ಪ್ರೇರೇಪಿಸಿ ಇದುವರೆಗೆ 36 ಕೆರೆಗಳು ಪುನಶ್ಚೇತನಗೊಳ್ಳ ಹಾಗೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದ್ರ ಹಿಂದೆ ಅವರು ನಿರಂತರವಾಗಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಜಲ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಕುರಿತ ಅರಿವಿನ ಕಣಜದ ರೀತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಅವರ ಮಾಹಿತಿಯಂತೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲವು ವಿವರಗಳನ್ನ ನೀಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಈ ರೀತಿಯಾದಂತಹ ಕೆಲಸಗಳ ವಿವರಗಳು: ರಾಣಿಬೆನ್ನೂರು ತಾಲೂಕು ಕಾಕೋಳದ ಚನ್ನಬಸಪ್ಪ ಕಂಬಳಿ ಗುಡ್ಡದಿಂದ ಹರಿದು ಬರುವಂತಹ ನೀರನ್ನ ಒಣಗಿ ನಿಂತಹ ಹಲವು ಬಾವಿ ಕೆರೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಹರಿಸಿ ಜಲ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹಿಂದೆ ಘನಮಠ ಶಿವಯೋಗಿ ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿಗಳು ವಚನಗಳ ಮೂಲಕ ಜಲಜಾಗೃತಿಯನ್ನ ಜನಸಮುದಾಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಮೂಡಿಸಿ ಜಲ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಮಾಡಿದ ಕಾಯಕವನ್ನ ಈಗ ರಾಯಚೂರು ಬಾಗಲಕೋಟೆ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಮಲ್ಲಣ್ಣ ನಾಗರಾಳ ಅವರು ಅವರ ಕುಟುಂಬದವರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ಹಲವಾರು ಕೆರೆಗಳನ್ನ ಕೂಡ ಪುನರ್ಜೀವನಗೊಳಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬೆಳಗಾವಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಬತ್ತಿ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದ ಅನೇಕ ಬಾವಿಗಳನ್ನ ವ್ಯಾಸ ಅನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಪುನರ್ಜೀವನಗೊಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಗವಿಮಠದ ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿಯವರು ಅನೇಕ ಕೆರೆಗಳ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ತುಂಗಭದ್ರಾ ನದಿಯ ಉಪನದಿ 21 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ್ ಉದ್ದದ ಹಿರೇಹಳ್ಳದ ಹೂಳನ್ನ ಆಮೂಲಾಗ್ರವಾಗಿ ಜನರ ಸಂಘಟನೆ ಮತ್ತು ದಾನದಿಂದ ಉಳಿಸಿದರೆ ಇದು ದೇಶದಲ್ಲೇ ಒಂದು ಮಾದರಿಯ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ ಅಂತ ಜಲತಜ್ಞರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ಕುಷ್ಟಗಿಯ ದೇವೇಂದ್ರಪ್ಪ ಬಳುಟಕಿಯವರು ಹಲವು ಕೆರೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಮರುಜೀವ ನೀಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇವರು ಕೆಲಸದಿಂದ ಪ್ರೇರೇಪಿತರಾಗಿದ್ದಂತಹ ಕೆಲವು ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಕೆರೆಗಳ ಪುನಶ್ಚೇತನದಲ್ಲಿ ತೊಡಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಗಣಿ ಸಚಿವರಾಗಿದ್ದಂತಹ ಹಲಪಚರ್ ಅವರು ಕೊಪ್ಪಳ ಯಲಬುರ್ಗಾ ಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಹಲವಾರು ಬ್ಯಾರೇಜ್ಗಳನ್ನ ನಿರ್ಮಿಸಿ ನೀರನ್ನ ಮಳೆ ನೀರು ಸಂಗ್ರಹವನ್ನ ಒಂದು ಹೊಸ ಮಾದರಿಯನ್ನೇನೆ ಅವರು ನಿರ್ಮಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಚಿತ್ರನಟ ಯಶ್ ಅವರು ತಲ್ಲೂರು ಕೆರೆಯ 60 ಎಕರೆಯನ್ನು ಹೂಳೆತ್ತಿಸಿದ್ದು ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿರುವಂತ ವಿಷಯ. ಹಾಗೆ ಚಿತ್ರನಟ ಪ್ರಕಾಶ್ ರಾಜ್ ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ಹಲವು ಕೆರೆಗಳ ಹೂಳನ್ನ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಧರ್ಮಸ್ಥಳ ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣಾಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಸೇವಾ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯ ಮೂಲಕ ವೀರೇಂದ್ರ ಹೆಗ್ಗಡೆ ಅವರ ನೇತೃತ್ವದಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಜ್ಯಾದ್ಯಂತ ಎಲ್ಲ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗಳಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಇದುವರೆಗೆ 425 ಕೆರೆಗಳ ಹೂಳೆತ್ತಿರೋದು ಇತಿಹಾಸವನ್ನೇ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿಸಿದೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ಮಾಜಿ ಸಚಿವರಾದಂತಹ RV ದೇಶಪಾಂಡೆ ಅವರು ಹಳಿಯಾಳದ ಸುತ್ತಮುತ್ತ 113 ಕೆರೆಗಳ ಹೂಳೆತ್ತಿಸಿ ಜಲ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆಗೆ ಹೊಸ ಭಾಷ್ಯವನ್ನೇ ಬರೆದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಶಿವಮೊಗ್ಗ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆ ಸಾಗರದ ನಿಚ್ಚಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಗ್ಗೋಡು ಸುತ್ತಮುತ್ತ ಯಲ್ಲಾಪುರದ ಶಿವರಾಮ್ ಹೆಬ್ಬಾರ್ ಅವರು ಮತ್ತವರ ತಂಡದಿಂದ ಹೀಗೆ ಕೆಲವು ಕೆರೆಗಳು ಅಲ್ಲಲ್ಲಿ ಪುನಶ್ಚೇತನ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ಗದಗ, ನರೇಗಲ್, ಹಿರೇಕೆರೂರು, ಗಂಗಾವತಿ, ಹುನಗುಂದ, ರಾಯಚೂರು, ಕೊಪ್ಪಳ, ಸೊರಬ ತಾಲೂಕು ಈ ಭಾಗಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅನೇಕ ಕೆರೆಗಳನ್ನ 15ರಿಂದ 20 ಅಡಿಗಳಷ್ಟು ಆಳ, ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಎಷ್ಟು ಆಳಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ತಗೊಂಡು ಹೋಗೋಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯನೋ ಅಷ್ಟು ಆಳದವರೆಗೆ ಹೂಳೆತ್ತಲಾಗಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು ನಿಜಕ್ಕೂ ತುಂಬಾ ಒಂದು ಮಾದರಿಯ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಭಾವಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. 2016ರಿಂದ ಈಚೆಗೆ ಉತ್ತರ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಜಲ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆಯ ವ್ಯಾಪಕ ಕೆಲಸಗಳು ಆಗಿ ಜಲ ಸಂವರ್ಧನೆಯ ಚಿತ್ರ ಬದಲಾಗಿದೆ. ಜಲಪಾತ್ರೆಗಳನ್ನ ಹೂಳೆತ್ತಿ ಸಿದ್ಧ ಮಾಡಿಟ್ಟುಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಮಳೆ ಬಂದಾಗ ಅವು ತುಂಬಿ ಶಾಶ್ವತ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾಗುತ್ತದೆ ಅಂತಾರೆ ಕೆರೆ ಪುನಶ್ಚೇತನ ತಜ್ಞರಾದಂತಹ ಶಿವಾನಂದ ಕಳವೆ ಅವರು. ಇನ್ನು ಹಾಸನದ ನಮ್ಮ ಹಸಿರು ಭೂಮಿ ಪ್ರತಿಷ್ಠಾನದ ಕತೆ. 2017ರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಬರ ಅಧ್ಯಯನ ಸಮಿತಿ ಹಾಸನ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯಾದ್ಯಂತ ಅಧ್ಯಯನ ನಡೆಸಿ ರಾಜ್ಯದ 16 ಶಾಶ್ವತ ಬರಪೀಡಿತ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಸನ ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ಅಂತ ಘೋಷಣೆ ಮಾಡಿತು. ಅಷ್ಟೊಂದು ನೀರಿನ ಹಾಹಾಕಾರ, ಬೆಳೆ ನಾಶ, ರೈತರ ಆತ್ಮಹತ್ಯೆ, ಟ್ಯಾಂಕರ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಲ್ಲಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನೀರು ಸರಬರಾಜು ಇಂಥದ್ದು ನಡೀತಾ ಕಳೆದ 5 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಹಿಂದಿನಿಂದ ಬರ ಆವರಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿತ್ತು. ನಾವೊಂದಿಷ್ಟು ಪರಿಸರ ಕಾಳಜಿ ಉಳ್ಳಂತಹ ಸಮಾನ ಮನಸ್ಕರು ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಪರಿಹಾರವಾಗಿ ಏನಾದ್ರೂ ಮಾಡ್ಲೇಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಚರ್ಚಿಸಿ ತೀರ್ಮಾನಿಸಿದ್ವಿ. ಪರಿಸರ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಲೇಖಕರಾದಂತಹ ನಾಗೇಶ್ ಹೆಗಡೆ, ಕೆರೆ ಪುನಶ್ಚೇತನ ತಜ್ಞರಾದ ಶಿವಾನಂದ ಕಳವೆ, ಜಲತಜ್ಞ ಶ್ರೀ ಪಡ್ರೆ, ಹಿರಿಯ ಭೂ ಮತ್ತು ಅಂತರ್ಜಲ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನಿ ಎಸ್ ಜಿತೇಂದ್ರ ಕುಮಾರ್, ಹೀಗೆ ಇಂತಹ ಮುಂತಾದವರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಿರಂತರವಾಗಿ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕ ನೆಲೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅಧ್ಯಯನಗಳು ಆಯ್ತು. ಅದರಿಂದ ಪಾರಂಪರಿಕ ಜಲಮೂಲಗಳನ್ನ ಹೂಳೆತ್ತಿ ಮಳೆ ನೀರಿನ ಸಮರ್ಪಕ ಸಂಗ್ರಹಣೆಗೆ ಅಣಿಯಾಗೋದೇ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಅಂತ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತು. ಇದೊಂದೇನೆ ಇವತ್ತು ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿದ್ದ ಕೆಲಸ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತು. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಚಿತ್ರನಟ ಅಮೀರ್ ಖಾನ್ ನೇತೃತ್ವದ ಮಹಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರದ ಪಾನಿ ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್ನಿನ ದಿ ಬ್ಯಾಟಲ್ ಅಗೇನ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಡ್ರಾಟ್ ಅನುಭವ ಕಥನವನ್ನ ಆಸಕ್ತರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಸೇರಿ ನೋಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಇದು ಮತ್ತಷ್ಟು ನಮಗೆ ಪ್ರೇರಣೆ ನೀಡಿತು. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಬಾ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಹಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಪಾನಿ ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್ ಮೂಲಕ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಅದರ ಡಾಕ್ಯುಮೆಂಟರಿಯನ್ನ ನಾವು ನೋಡಿದ್ದು. ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಿರಂತರ ಚರ್ಚೆಗಳ ನಂತರ ಪರಿಸರದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸದಲ್ಲಿ ತೊಡಗಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಜಲ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಕೆಲಸದಲ್ಲಿ ತೊಡಗಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನಾವು ಸಂಘಟಿತರಾಗಿ ತೊಡಗಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಹಸಿರು ಭೂಮಿ ಪ್ರತಿಷ್ಠಾನ ಸ್ಥಾಪನೆ ಆಯಿತು. ಹಾಸನದ ಆಗಿದ್ದಂತಹ ಕ್ರಿಯಾಶೀಲ ಉಪವಿಭಾಗಾಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳಾಗಿದ್ದಂತಹ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ HL ನಾಗರಾಜ್ ಅವರ ವಿಶೇಷ ಆಸಕ್ತಿಯಿಂದ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಕೆಲಸಗಳ ನೇತೃತ್ವ ವಹಿಸಿದ್ವಿ. ಸಂಘಟನೆ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಡಾಕ್ಯುಮೆಂಟೇಶನ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಹೀಗೆ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಕೆಲಸಗಳಲ್ಲಿ, ಹಣ ಸಂಗ್ರಹಣೆ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಹೀಗೆ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಕೆಲಸಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ತೊಡಗಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡ್ವಿ. ಸಾಮುದಾಯಿಕ ನಾಯಕತ್ವದ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಕೆಲ್ಸಕ್ಕೆ ಇಳಿದ್ವಿ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇದು ಇಂಡಿವಿಜುವಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಮಾಡುವಂತ ಕೆಲಸ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಇದನ್ನ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಒಗ್ಗಟ್ಟಾಗಿ ಒಟ್ಟುಗೂಡಿ ಸಾಮುದಾಯಿಕವಾಗಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಯಶಸ್ಸು ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ಪರಿಕಲ್ಪನೆಯನ್ನ ನಾವು ಬಳಸ್ಕೊಂಡ್ವಿ. ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾದಷ್ಟು ಕೆರೆ, ಕಟ್ಟೆ, ಕಲ್ಯಾಣಿಗಳು, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಸನ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆನಲ್ಲಿ ಕಲ್ಯಾಣಿಗಳು ತುಂಬಾ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೊಯ್ಸಳರ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ ಆಗಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ, ಬೃಹತ್ ಕಲ್ಯಾಣಿಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಇಲ್ಲಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಅವನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಹೂಳೆತ್ತಬೇಕು. ಈ ಜಲಪಾತ್ರೆಗಳನ್ನ ಕನಿಷ್ಠ ನಾವು 8-10 ಅಡಿಗಳಾದ್ರೂ ಆಳಕ್ಕೆ ಇಳಿಸಿ ಹೂಳೆತ್ತಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ರೆ, ಸಿದ್ಧತೆ ನಡೆಸಿದ್ರೆ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ನಡೆಸ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ತೀರ್ಮಾನಿಸಿದ್ವಿ. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಶ್ರಮದಾನ ಹಾಗೆ ಯಂತ್ರಗಳ ನೆರವು ಎರಡನ್ನೂ ಕೂಡ ಬಳಸ್ತಾ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀವಿ. 2017ರ ಮೇ 1ನೇ ತಾರೀಕು ಹಾಸನದ ಹತ್ತಿರದ ದೊಡ್ಡಕೊಂಡ್ಗಳ ಗ್ರಾಮದ ದಶಕದಿಂದ ಒಣಗಿ ನಿಂತಿದ್ದ 3 ಕಲ್ಯಾಣಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಶ್ರಮದಾನದ ಮೂಲಕ ನಾವು ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭಿಸಿದ್ವಿ. ಸರ್ಕಾರಿ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು, ಊರಿನ ಜನ, ಜಲ ಸಂವರ್ಧನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಆಸಕ್ತರಾಗಿದ್ದಂತಹ ಸ್ವಯಂ ಸೇವಕರಾದಂತಹ ನಾವು 100 ಜನ, ಮತ್ತೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಸೇರಿ ಅವತ್ತು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡತ್ವಿ ಬೆಳಗಿನಿಂದ ಸಂಜೆವರೆಗೂ. ಊರವರ ಸಹಕಾರ ಪಡೆಯೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಮೊದ್ಲೇನೆ ನಿರಂತರವಾಗಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸಭೆಗಳನ್ನ ನಡೆಸಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಅದರ ಕೆಲಸದ ಮಹತ್ವವನ್ನ ಮನವರಿಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ವಿ. ಹೂಳೆತ್ತಿದ ಸಂಜೆ ಒಳಗೆ 3 ಕಲ್ಯಾಣಿ ನಾವು ಹೂಳೆತ್ತಿದ್ವಲ್ಲ, ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆಯಿಂದ ಸಂಜೆವರೆಗೆ ನಾವು ಹೂಳೆತ್ತದ್ರೊಳಗೆ 3 ಕಲ್ಯಾಣಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಚ್ಚಿದ್ದ ಅಂತರ್ಜಲದ ಕಣ್ಣುಗಳು ತೆರೆದುಕೊಂಡು ನೀರಿನ ಚಿಲುಮೆ ಕಂಡಿದ್ದು ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ತಂಡದವರ ಉತ್ಸಾಹವನ್ನ ಇಮ್ಮಡಿಗೊಳಿಸ್ತು. ಆನಂತರ ಅದೇ ಊರಿನ ದಶಕದಿಂದ ಒಣಗಿ ನಿಂತಿದ್ದ ಕೆರೆಯನ್ನ ಯಂತ್ರದ ಮೂಲಕ 20 ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹೂಳೆತ್ತಿಸಿದ್ವಿ. ಅರ್ಧ ಹೂಳು ತೆಗಿವಾಗ್ಲೇನೆ ಜಲದ ಕಣ್ಣುಗಳು ತೆರೆದುಕೊಳ್ತು, ಕೆರೆನಲ್ಲಿ ನೀರು ಉಕ್ಕಿ ಬಂತು. ಆ ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ನೂ 5 ಅಡಿ ಆಳ ಬಗ್ದು, ಯಾವ ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ನೀರು ಜಲದ ಕಣ್ಣುಗಳು ತೆರೆದುಕೊಳ್ತಿದವೋ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ನೂ 5 ಅಡಿ ಆಳ ಇಳಿಸಿ 5 × 5 ಅಡಿ ಆಳ ಮತ್ತು ಅಗಲವಾದಷ್ಟು ಮಾಡಿ ಅದನ್ನ ಡೆಡ್ ಸ್ಟೋರೇಜ್, ಅದನ್ನ ಜಲ ಚಿಲುಮೆ ತಳ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಅನ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀವಿ, ಅದನ್ನ ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಕೆರೆನಲ್ಲಿ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಆ ನಂತರ ಬಂದ ಮಳೆಯಿಂದ 10 ಅಡಿ ಆ ಕೆರೆ 10 ಅಡಿ ಆಳ ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಅದಷ್ಟು ಕೂಡ ತುಂಬಿಕೊಂಡಿದೆ. 5 ವರ್ಷಗಳಾಯ್ತು. ಇವತ್ತಿನವರೆಗೆ ಆ ಕೆರೆ ಹಾಗೆ ತುಂಬಿದ ಹಾಗೇನೆ ಇರುವಂತದ್ದು ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ಉತ್ಸಾಹವನ್ನ ಸದಾಕಾಲ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಹೀಗೆ 5 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಹಿಂದೆ ಹಾಸನ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆನಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭವಾದಂತಹ ನಮ್ಮ ಹಸಿರು ಭೂಮಿ ಪ್ರತಿಷ್ಠಾನ ಜಲಮೂಲಗಳ ಹೂಳೆತ್ತಿ, ಅರಣ್ಯೀಕರಣ, ಗ್ರಾಮ ಸ್ವರಾಜ್, ಪರಿಸರ ಕೇಂದ್ರಿತ ಕೆಲಸಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅವಿರತವಾಗಿ ತೊಡಕೊಂಡಿದೆ. ಸದ್ಯ ನಮ್ಮ ಹಸಿರು ಭೂಮಿ ಪ್ರತಿಷ್ಠಾನದ ಪ್ರೇರಣೆ, ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನ, ಅಲ್ಲಲ್ಲೇ ಮಾಡಿದಂತಹ ಕೆರೆ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಸಮಿತಿ ಮತ್ತು ಜನ ಸಮುದಾಯದ ಮುಂದಾಳತ್ವದಿಂದಾಗಿ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯ 14 ಕೆರೆಗಳು ಮತ್ತು 60ಕ್ಕೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಕಲ್ಯಾಣಿಗಳನ್ನ ಹೂಳೆತ್ತಿ ಪುನಶ್ಚೇತನಗೊಳಿಸಲಾಗಿದೆ. ಇದುವರೆಗೆ ನಾವೇ ಒಂದಿಷ್ಟು ದುಡ್ಡು ಹಾಕಿ ಸೌರಧೈರ್ಯದಿಂದ ಚಂದ ಹಣ ಎತ್ತಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಕೆಲಸಗಳನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿದೀವಿ. ಸಹಾಯಾರ್ಥವಾಗಿ ನಾಟಕ ಮತ್ತು ಸಂಗೀತ ಸಂಜೆಗಳ 2 ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಮಾಡಿದೀವಿ. ಹೂಳೆತ್ತಿದ ಕೆಲವು ಜಲಮೂಲಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ತಕ್ಷಣಕ್ಕೆ ನೀರು ಕಾಣಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿದೆ. ಕೆಲವುದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ 2-3 ದಿನಗಳ ನಂತರ ಅಥವಾ ಮಳೆ ಬಂದ ನಂತರ ಆ ಕೆರೆ ಕಟ್ಟೆ ಕಲ್ಯಾಣಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನೀರು ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಮಳೆನೇ ಇಲ್ಲದ ಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲವು ಕಲ್ಯಾಣಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಹೂಳೆತ್ತಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ನೀರು ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ, ಒಣಗೆ ಇದೆ. ಒಟ್ಟಾರೆ ನೀರಿನ ಮೂಲಗಳನ್ನ ಹೂಳೆತ್ತಿ ಮಣ್ಣು ಸಡಿಲಿಸಿ ಮುಚ್ಚಿರೋ ಜಲದ ಕಣ್ಣುಗಳನ್ನ ತೆಗೆದು ಸ್ವಚ್ಛ ಮಾಡಿಟ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಮಳೆ ಬಂದಾಗ ತುಂಬಿಕೊಳ್ಳುವಂತಹ ನೀರು ವರ್ಷಗಳು ಕಳೆದ್ರೂ ಆರೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಅರಿವು ನಿಧಾನವಾಗಿ ನಮಗೂ ಆಗಿದೆ ಮತ್ತು ಜನರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ, ಸಮುದಾಯಕ್ಕೂ ಕೂಡ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಇದೆಲ್ಲದರ ಪರಿಣಾಮದಿಂದ, ನೀರು ನಿಂತ ಪರಿಣಾಮದಿಂದ ಏನಾಯ್ತು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ಹೂಳೆತ್ತಿದ ಕೆರೆ ಕಲ್ಯಾಣಿಗಳ ಸುತ್ತಮುತ್ತಲ 5 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ್ ವ್ಯಾಪ್ತಿಯ ಒಣಗಿ ನಿಂತಿದ್ದ ಕೊಳವೆ ಬಾವಿಗಳು ತಾವಾಗಿನೇನೆ ಮರುಜೀವ ಪಡೆದಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ದೊಡ್ಡಕೊಂಡುಗಳ ಕೆರೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ದಿನವೊಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಕ್ಕಪಕ್ಕದ ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳ ಜಾನುವಾರುಗಳು ಸೇರಿ ಸುಮಾರು 400-500 ಜಾನುವಾರುಗಳು ಇವತ್ತು ನೀರು ಕುಡಿತಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ಅದು 3.25 ಎಕರೆ ಕೆರೆ, 10 ಅಡಿ ಆಳ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಕೆರೆ ಅದು. ಮತ್ತು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಗ್ರಾಮಸ್ಥರು ತಾವೇ ಸಮಿತಿಯನ್ನ ರಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು, ಯುವಕರು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತಾವೇ ಹಣ ಹೂಡಿ ಮೀನಿನ ಮರಿಗಳನ್ನ ಕೆರೆಗೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಮೀನು ಸಾಕಣೆ ಕೂಡ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಮೀನು ಮಾರಾಟದಿಂದ ಲಕ್ಷಕ್ಕೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಹಣವನ್ನ, ಲಾಭವನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದನ್ನ ಮತ್ತೆ ಊರಿನ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಗಾಗಿನೇ ಅವರು ಬಳಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹೀಗೆ ತುಂಬಿದ ಕೆರೆ ಕಲ್ಯಾಣಿಗಳ ಸುತ್ತಮುತ್ತಲಲ್ಲಿ ಮರಗಿಡಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ವಿವಿಧ ಪಕ್ಷಿಗಳು ಸಂಸಾರ ಹೂಡಿವೆ, ಮರಗಿಡಗಳು ಹುಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ಗಿಡ, ಗಂಟಿ, ಬಳ್ಳಿ, ಹುಳು, ಹುಪ್ಪಟೆ, ಕಪ್ಪೆ, ಹಾವು, ಮೀನು, ಜಲಚರ, ಪಕ್ಷಿ, ಹೀಗೆ ಇಡೀ ಒಂದು ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ನೀರಿಲ್ದೇನೆ ಸತ್ತು ಹೋಗಿತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಆ ಸತ್ತು ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಂತಹ ಪರಿಸರ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ನಿಧಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಸಮಸ್ಥಿತಿಗೆ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಹಸಿರು ನಳನಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಜೀವ ಸಂಕುಲ ಮತ್ತೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮರು ಚೈತನ್ಯವನ್ನ ಪಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು ನಮ್ಗೆಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಒಂದು ಯಾವಾಗೂ ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಮತ್ತೆ ಇಂತಹ ಕೆಲಸಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರೇರೇಪಿಸ್ತಾ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಅದೇ ಹೂಳೆತ್ತಿಲ್ದೆ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಅಕ್ಕಪಕ್ಕದ ಹಳ್ಳಿಯ ಕೆರೆಗಳಿದಾವೆ, ಕಲ್ಯಾಣಿಗಳಿದಾವೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಳೆ ಬಂದ ನಂತರ 1-2 ತಿಂಗಳು ಅಥವಾ 4 ತಿಂಗಳು ಮೇಲ್ಮೇಲ್ ನೀರ್ ನಿಂತಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ನಂತರದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಣಗ್ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ ಆ ಕೆರೆಗಳೆಲ್ಲಾನು. ಹೂಳೆತ್ತಿದ ಕೆರೆ ಕಲ್ಯಾಣಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸಂಗ್ರಹವಾದಂತಹ ಮಳೆ ನೀರು ಅಂತರ್ಜಲ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗೋದಿಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾರಣವಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಮೇಲಿನ ನೀರು ಕೂಡ ಆರದೆ ಜನಬಳಕೆಗೆ ಉಪಯೋಗ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಇದು ನಾವು ಕಲ್ತಂತಹ ಮಣ್ಣು ಮತ್ತು ನೀರಿನ ಸಾವಯವದ ಒಂದು ನಿಜವಾದಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಪಾಠ. ಇದರಿಂದ ನೀರಿನ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಕುರಿತು ವ್ಯಾಪಕ ಜಾಗೃತಿ ಮೂಡಿಸ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಮಗೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾಗಿದೆ. ಜ್ವಲಂತ ಉದಾಹರಣೆಗಳು ನಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಇದೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ಒಂದು ಹಳ್ಳಿಯ ಒಂದಾದ್ರೂ ಜಲಮೂಲಕ್ಕೆ ಜೀವ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಇಡೀ ಪರಿಸರ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆನೇ ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗಿ ಮರುಜೀವ ಪಡೆಯುತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ನಮ್ಮ ಅನುಭವದ ಸಾರ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಕೊನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಮತ್ತು ಅಲ್ಲಲ್ಲಿ ಮಳೆ ನೀರಿನ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆಗಾಗಿ ಜಲ ಸಂವರ್ಧನೆಯ ಕೆಲಸಗಳು ರಾಜ್ಯಾದ್ಯಂತ ನಡೆದಿದ್ರು ಯುದ್ಧೋಪಾದಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ವ್ಯಾಪಕವಾಗಿ, ಸಾಮುದಾಯಿಕವಾಗಿ ಮತ್ತು ವಿಕೇಂದ್ರೀಕೃತವಾಗಿ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಪ್ರತಿ ಗ್ರಾಮದಲ್ಲೂ ಇದು ನಡಿಬೇಕಿದೆ. ಸರ್ಕಾರಿ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಮತ್ತು ಜನಶಕ್ತಿಯ ಸಮ್ಮಿಲನದಿಂದ ಇಂತಹ ಕೆಲಸ ನಡೆದಾಗ ಶಾಶ್ವತವಾದಂತಹ ಬದಲಾವಣೆಗಳನ್ನ ಕಾಣಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗಿ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇದೆ. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಕೋಟ್ಯಾಂತರ ಹಣ ಸುರಿದೆ. ಸ್ಥಳೀಯವಾಗಿ ಶಾಶ್ವತ ಜಲ ಸ್ವಾವಲಂಬನೆಗೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಮನಸ್ಸು ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಿದೆ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಕೃಷಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ವಾಣಿಜ್ಯೋದ್ಯಮ ಬೆಳೆಗಳಿಗಿಂತ ಕಡಿಮೆ ನೀರು ಬೇಡುವಂತಹ ಆಹಾರ ಭದ್ರತೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಸುವಂತಹ ಬೆಳೆಗಳನ್ನ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಬೆಳೆಯೋದಿಕ್ಕೆ ಯೋಜನೆ ರೂಪಿಸ್ಬೇಕಿದೆ. ಎಲ್ಲಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ನೀರಿನ ಪ್ರತಿ ಹನಿಯನ್ನು ವ್ಯರ್ಥಗೊಳಿಸದ ಹಾಗೆ ಮಿತವಾಗಿ ಬಳಸುವಂತಹ ನಿರ್ವಹಣಾ ವಿಧಾನಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಜನರಿಗೆ ಕಡ್ಡಾಯವಾಗಿ ತರಬೇತಿಯನ್ನು ನೀಡಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ, ಅರಿವನ್ನ ಮೂಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಆಗ ಮಾತ್ರ ಜಲ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆಗೆ ನಿಜವಾದ ಅರ್ಥ ಬರೋದಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಭಾವಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ಸಮಯ ಇದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಈ ಜಲಾಂದೋಲನಗಳಿಂದ ನಾವು ಅನುಭವದಿಂದ ಕಲ್ತಂತ ಕೆಲವು ಮುಖ್ಯ ಅಂಶಗಳನ್ನ ಮಾತ್ರ ನಿಮ್ ಮುಂದೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇಡೋದಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಅಥವಾ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಅಥವಾ ನಿಮ್ದೇನಾದ್ರು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗಳಿದ್ರೆ ಆ ಮೂಲಕ ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನ ಮಾತಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅನ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀವಿ. ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ.
Swati, are there any questions?
No, ma'am.
Madam, ತಾವು ತಮ್ಮ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸಸ್ ನ ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬಹುದು.
ಓಕೆ, ನಾನು ಒಂದಷ್ಟು ಬರೀ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಸ್ ವೈಸ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇದು ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಕಡೆಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಅನ್ವಯಿಸಬಹುದಾದಂತದ್ದಾಗಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನಾವು ಕಂಡುಕೊಂಡ ನಮ್ಮ ಅನುಭವಗಳನ್ನ ಒಂದಷ್ಟು ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ವೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ನಮ್ಮ ಜಲಮೂಲಗಳ ಹೂಳೆತ್ತಿ ದಶಕಗಳೇ ಕಳೆದಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ, ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೆರೆ ಕಟ್ಟೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಜಲಮೂಲಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹೂಳು ತುಂಬಿಕೊಂಡಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಪ್ರತಿ ಹಳ್ಳಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಪಾಳು ಬಿದ್ದಿರುವಂತಹ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಪಾರಂಪರಿಕ ಜಲಮೂಲಗಳಾದಂತಹ ಕೆರೆ, ಕಟ್ಟೆ, ಕುಂಟೆ, ಕಲ್ಯಾಣಿ, ಬಾವಿ, ಈ ತರದ ಯಾವುದೇ ಜಲಮೂಲಗಳಿರ್ಬೋದು ಇತ್ಯಾದಿ ಇವುಗಳನ್ನೆಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಒತ್ತುವರಿಯನ್ನ ತೆರವುಗೊಳಿಸ್ಬೇಕು. ಕಡ್ಡಾಯವಾಗಿ ಅವುಗಳ ಮೂಲ ಸ್ವರೂಪ ಗೋಚರಿಸುವವರೆಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಅಥವಾ ಅದು ಜಲದ ಒಸರು ಅದ್ರ ಜಲದ ಕಣ್ಣು ಓಪನ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತವಲ್ಲ, ಅಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನ ಹೂಳೆತ್ತಬೇಕು. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಮಳೆ ನೀರು ಹರಿದು ಬರುವಂತಹ ದಾರಿಯನ್ನ ಕೂಡ ತೆರವುಗೊಳಿಸ್ಬೇಕು. ಜಲಮೂಲಗಳ ದಾರಿ, ಮಳೆ ನೀರು ಹರಿದು ಬರುವಂತಹ ದಾರಿಗಳನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ತೆರವುಗೊಳಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ಮತ್ತು ಅವುಗಳನ್ನ ಸ್ವಚ್ಛವಾಗಿ. ಹೂಳೆತ್ತದ ಯಾವುದೇ ಜಲಮೂಲಕ್ಕೂ ನೀರನ್ನ ಬಹಳ ಕಾಲದವರೆಗೆ ಹಿಡಿದಿಟ್ಟುಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಮಳೆ ಬಂದು ತಾತ್ಕಾಲಿಕವಾಗಿ ನೀರು ತುಂಬಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಭಾಗ ಭೂಮಿಯೊಳಗೆ ಹಿಂಗಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಉಳಿದ ನೀರನ್ನ ಹೀರಿಕೊಳ್ಳಲಾಗದೆ ಕೆಲವೇ ತಿಂಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಆವಿಯಾಗ್ಬಿಡತ್ತೆ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹೂಳೆತ್ತದೇ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಮಣ್ಣು ಗಟ್ಟಿಯಾಗಿ ಅದು ಸಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಕಾಂಕ್ರೀಟ್ ತರ ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಅದ್ರೊಳಗಡೆಯಿಂದ ನೀರು ಒಳಗೆ ಹೋಗೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಹೂಳೆತ್ತಬೇಕಾಗಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು ತುಂಬಾ ಕಡ್ಡಾಯವಾಗಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಹೂಳೆತ್ತದ ಯಾವುದೇ ಜಲಮೂಲಕ್ಕೂ ನೀರನ್ನು ಬಹಳ ಕಾಲದವರೆಗೆ ಹಿಡಿದಿಟ್ಟುಕೊಳ್ಳಲಾಗುವುದಿಲ್ಲ. ಮಳೆ ಬಂದು ತಾತ್ಕಾಲಿಕವಾಗಿ ನೀರು ತುಂಬಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಭಾಗ ಭೂಮಿಯೊಳಗೆ ಹಿಂಗಿದರೂ ಉಳಿದ ನೀರನ್ನು ಹೀರಿಕೊಳ್ಳಲಾಗದೆ ಕೆಲವೇ ತಿಂಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅದು ಆವಿಯಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಪಂಚಾಯಿತಿ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಪಾರಂಪರಿಕ ಚಿಕ್ಕದಿರ್ಬೋದು ದೊಡ್ಡದಿರ್ಬೋದು ಎಲ್ಲ ಜಲಮೂಲದ ಸಮೀಕ್ಷೆಯನ್ನ ನಡೆಸಬೇಕು, ಅದನ್ನ ದಾಖಲಿಸ್ಬೇಕು. ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ದಾಖಲೆ ಇದೆ, ಅದನ್ನ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಅವರು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಜಿಲ್ಲಾ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ಗೆ. ಅದನ್ನ ಇವತ್ತು ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನಗೊಳಿಸ್ಬೇಕು. ಹೂಳೆತ್ತಿಸುವಂಥದ್ದು ದಾಖಲೀಕರಣ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಸಂಬಂಧಿಸಿದಂತ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಆಡಳಿತ, ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಮತ್ತು ಜನಸಮುದಾಯ ಒಗ್ಗೂಡಿ ಇದನ್ನ ನಿರ್ವಹಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಮನವಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಈ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನ ನಿರಂತರವಾಗಿ ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನಗೊಳಿಸೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಒಬ್ಬ ಪ್ರತ್ಯೇಕ ನೋಡಲ್ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳನ್ನ ಮತ್ತೆ ತಜ್ಞರ ತಂಡದೊಂದಿಗೆ ನೇಮಿಸ್ಬೇಕು. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇದನ್ನ ಮೇಲ್ವಿಚಾರಣೆ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ಕೆರೆ ಕಟ್ಟೆಗಳು ಪುನಶ್ಚೇತನ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದಾವ ಇಲ್ವಾ, ಎಷ್ಟು ಪ್ರಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಾಗಿದೆ, ಎಷ್ಟು ಅದರ ಸಾಮರ್ಥ್ಯ, ನೀರು ಹಿಡಿದಿಡುವಂತ ಸಾಮರ್ಥ್ಯ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಇದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಗಮನಿಸಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತಾನೆ ಒಬ್ಬ ನೋಡಲ್ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳನ್ನ ತಜ್ಞರ ತಂಡದೊಂದಿಗೆ ನೇಮಿಸುವಂಥದ್ದು ತುಂಬಾ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿರೋದು. ಅವರು ಪ್ರತಿ ಹಳ್ಳಿಗೂ ತೆರಳಿ ಜಲಮೂಲಗಳ ಪರಿಶೀಲನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಸೂಕ್ತ ಮತ್ತು ಶಾಶ್ವತ ಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನ ಕೈಗೊಳ್ಬೇಕು. ಶಾಶ್ವತವಾದಂತಹ ನೀರಿನ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಯನ್ನ ಅನುಭವಿಸ್ತಿರುವಂತಹ ಗ್ರಾಮಗಳ ಪ್ರತ್ಯೇಕವಾದಂತಹ ಪಟ್ಟಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಅವುಗಳನ್ನ ಡಾರ್ಕ್ ಝೋನ್ ಅಂತ ಗುರುತಿಸ್ಬೇಕು. ಅಲ್ಲಿನ ಜಲಮೂಲಗಳ ಪುನಶ್ಚೇತನಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಥಮ ಆದ್ಯತೆಯನ್ನ ನೀಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಯಾಕೆಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದನೋ ನೀರನ್ನ ತಂದು ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಸಪ್ಲೈ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ನಾವು ಏನು ನೀರನ್ನ ಜಲಸಂವರ್ಧನೆ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಏನ್ ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆಗಳಿದೆ ಅದೆಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಆ ಗ್ರಾಮಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಗ್ರಾಮದಲ್ಲಿ ನೀರಿನ ಕೊರತೆ ಆದಾಗ ಪಾರಂಪರಿಕ ಜಲಮೂಲಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಮಳೆ ನೀರು ತುಂಬಿಸಿದ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಆ ಜಲಮೂಲಕ್ಕೆ ಮೋಟರ್ನ ಅಳವಡಿಸಿ ಗ್ರಾಮದ ಮನೆಗಳಿಗೆ ನೀರು ಒದಗಿಸೋದಕ್ಕೆ ತುಂಬಾ ಸುಲಭವಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ನೂತನ ಬೋರ್ವೆಲ್, ಕೊಳವೆ ಬಾವಿ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ, ನದಿಯಿಂದ ಕೆರೆಗಳಿಗೆ ನೀರು ತುಂಬೋದು, ನದಿಗಳನ್ನ ತಿರುಗಿಸೋದು, ಟ್ಯಾಂಕರ್ಗಳ ಮೂಲಕ ನೀರು ಒದಗಿಸೋದು, ಇದೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಜನಸಮುದಾಯಕ್ಕೆ, ಪ್ರಕೃತಿಗೆ ಹಾನಿ, ದುಂದುವೆಚ್ಚಕ್ಕೆ ದಾರಿ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇವೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಕೂಡ ತಾತ್ಕಾಲಿಕ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಗಳಾಗಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಹೊಸದಾಗಿ ಕೊಳವೆ ಬಾವಿ ಕೊರತೆಗೆ ಕಡಿವಾಣ ಹಾಕ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿರೋದು ಅತ್ಯಂತ ತುರ್ತಿನ ಕೆಲಸ. ಈ ಕುರಿತು ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟ ಸರ್ಕಾರಿ ಆದೇಶ ಇವತ್ತು ಜಾರಿ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕಿದೆ. ಪ್ರತಿ ಹಳ್ಳಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಬೀಳುವ ಮಳೆ ನೀರನ್ನ ಅದೇ ಗ್ರಾಮದ ಪಾರಂಪರಿಕ ಜಲಮೂಲಗಳಲ್ಲಿ, ಇಂಗುಗುಂಡಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ, ಕೃಷಿ ಹೊಂಡಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಮಳೆ ನೀರು ಕೊಯ್ಲಿನ ಮೂಲಕ ಒಣಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಬಾವಿ, ಬೋರ್ವೆಲ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ಜಲ ಮರುಪೂರಣ ಮಾಡುವಂತ ಮೂಲಕ ಹಿಡಿದಿಡುವಂತಹ ಸಾಧ್ಯವಿರುವಂತಹ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಗೆಯ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳನ್ನ ಬಳಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಆಯಾ ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿದ್ದಂತ ನೀರನ್ನ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಹಿಡಿದಿಡುವಂತಹ ವ್ಯಾಪಕ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮತ್ತು ಯೋಜನೆಗಳನ್ನ ರೂಪಿಸ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಯಾವುದೇ ಜಲಮೂಲದ ಒಳಗೆ ಹಾಗೂ ಅದರ ಸುತ್ತಮುತ್ತ ಜೊಂಡು, ಕಳೆ, ಕುರ್ಚಲು ಗಿಡ ಬೆಳೆದ ಹಾಗೆ, ಬಯಲು ಶೌಚ, ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಬಯಲು ಶೌಚ ಮಾಡಿದ ಹಾಗೆ, ಯಾವುದೇ ತ್ಯಾಜ್ಯವನ್ನ, ರಾಸಾಯನಿಕಗಳನ್ನ ಸುರಿದ ಹಾಗೆ ಮತ್ತಿವನ್ನ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನದ ಹಾಗೆ ಸ್ವಚ್ಛವಾಗಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂತ ಪರಿಕಲ್ಪನೆಯನ್ನ ಜನರಲ್ಲಿ ಜಾಗೃತಿಯನ್ನ ಮೂಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿರೋದು ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ಗಳ ಮೂಲಕ ತುಂಬಾ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಈ ಹಿಂದೆ ಗ್ರಾಮಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ವಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ದಿನ ಊರೊಟ್ಟಿನ ಕೆಲಸ ಅಂತ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಅದೊಂದು ತುಂಬಾ ವರ್ಷಗಳಿಂದ ರೂಢಿಯಲ್ಲೇ ಬಂದಿತ್ತು. ಈಗ ಕೆಲ ವರ್ಷಗಳಿಂದ ಅದು ನಿಂತು ಹೋಗಿದೆ. ಅದನ್ನ ಮತ್ತೆ ಪುನಃ ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನಕ್ಕೆ ತರಬೇಕು. ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕ ಆಸ್ತಿಯ ನಿರ್ವಹಣೆಗಾಗಿ ಗ್ರಾಮದ ಜನರಿಂದ ಪ್ರೀತಿಯಿಂದ ಶ್ರಮದಾನದ ಮೂಲಕನೇ ಈ ಕೆಲಸಗಳು ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗೋ ಹಾಗೆ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು. ದೊಡ್ಡ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಕೆರೆಗಳಿಗೆ ನಾವು ನರೇಗಾ ಮೂಲಕ ಮತ್ತಿತರ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳ ಮೂಲಕ ಹಣವನ್ನ ಹಾಕ್ಬೋದು. ಪ್ರತಿ ಹಳ್ಳಿಯ ನೀರು ಶುದ್ಧೀಕರಣ ಘಟಕದಿಂದ ವ್ಯರ್ಥವಾಗ್ತಿರುವಂತಹ ನೀರನ್ನ ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾದಷ್ಟು ಹಳ್ಳಿಯ ಸ್ವಚ್ಛತೆಗೆ ಪುನರ್ಬಳಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ತುರ್ತಾಗಿ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳನ್ನ ರೂಪಿಸ್ಬೇಕಿದೆ. ಇದು ಹರಿದು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ವ್ಯರ್ಥವಾಗಿ ನೀರು. ಯಾವುದೇ ಪ್ರದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಳೆ ಪ್ರಮಾಣ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಇರುವ ಮತ್ತು ಕೆರೆ, ಕಟ್ಟೆ, ಕಲ್ಯಾಣಿಗೆ ನೀರು ಹರಿದು ಬರುವ ದಾರಿಗಳು ಇಲ್ದಿದ್ದಾಗ ಜಲಮೂಲದ ಹತ್ತಿರದ ಗುಂಡಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಪಿಕಪ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಅಥವಾ ಚೆಕ್ ಡ್ಯಾಮ್ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣಗಳನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ನೀರು ತುಂಬಿದ್ರೆ ಜಲಮೂಲ ತಾನಾಗೆ ತುಂಬಿಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತೆ. ಈ ಪ್ರಯೋಗಗಳನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಕೆಲವು ಕಡೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿದೀವಿ. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ನೀರು ಬರೋಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಇದ್ರೆ ಜಲಮೂಲಕ್ಕೆ ಪಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಪಿಕಪ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಅಥವಾ ಚೆಕ್ ಡ್ಯಾಮ್ ಗಳನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ನೀರು ತುಂಬಿಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತೆ. ಅಂತರ್ಜಲದ ಮೂಲಕ ಈ ಜಲಮೂಲಕ್ಕೆ ಕೂಡ ನೀರು ಸಂಗ್ರಹಣೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಯಾವುದೇ ಕೆರೆ, ಕಟ್ಟೆ, ಕಲ್ಯಾಣಿಗಳ ಹೂಳೆತ್ತುವಾಗ ಜಲದ ಪಸೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ ಒಸರುವಂತಹ ನಿರ್ದಿಷ್ಟ ಜಾಗಗಳು ಕಂಡ್ರೆ, ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಜಲದ ಕಣ್ಣು ಅಂತಂತೀವಿ, ಅದು ತೆರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ನೀರು ಒಸರಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭವಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಜಾಗಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ನಷ್ಟು ಆಳವಾಗಿ ಗುಂಡಿ ತೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಚಿಲುಮೆ ತಳ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಆಗ್ಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದೆ. ಡೆಡ್ ಸ್ಟೋರೇಜ್ ಗಳನ್ನ ನಾವು ಒಂದು 5 ಅಡಿ 6 ಅಡಿಯಷ್ಟು ಡೆಡ್ ಸ್ಟೋರೇಜ್ ಗಳನ್ನ ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರಗಾಲದಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ನೀರು ಆರೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಹ ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿರುತ್ತೆ. ವಿಸ್ತಾರವಾದಂತಹ ಕೆರೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂತಹ ಡೆಡ್ ಸ್ಟೋರೇಜ್ ಗಳನ್ನ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಕಡೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ 4, 5, 5, 6 ಡೆಡ್ ಸ್ಟೋರೇಜ್ ಗಳನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಬಹುದು. ಅದರಿಂದ ನೀರಿನ ಸಂಗ್ರಹದ ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚುತ್ತೆ. ಗುಂಡಿಯೊಳಗೆ ಜಾನುವಾರುಗಳು ಆ ಗುಂಡಿ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಡೆಡ್ ಸ್ಟೋರೇಜ್ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಬೀಳದ ಹಾಗೆ ತಡೆಯೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಮೇಲ್ಗಡೆಗೆ ರಿಂಗ್ ಅಳವಡಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಆ ಜಾಲರಿಯನ್ನ ಮುಚ್ಚಳನ ಹೊಂದಿಸಿ ಕೂಡ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಬಹುದು. ಯಾವುದೇ ಪಾರಂಪರಿಕ ಕೆರೆ, ಕಟ್ಟೆ, ಕಲ್ಯಾಣಿ, ಬೋರ್ವೆಲ್ ಮತ್ತು ಬಾವಿಯನ್ನ ಯಾವುದೇ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೂ ಮುಚ್ಚದ ಹಾಗೆ ನಾವು ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಇದನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೀವಿ. ಇನ್ ಮುಂದೇನಾದ್ರೂ ಇಂತಹ ಯಾವುದೇ ಪಾರಂಪರಿಕ ಜಲಮೂಲಗಳು ಮುಚ್ಚದ ಹಾಗೆ ಜಾಗ್ರತೆ ವಹಿಸ್ಬೇಕು. ಆ ರೀತಿ ಕಠಿಣವಾದಂತಹ ಕಾನೂನು ಜಾರಿಯಾಗಬೇಕು. ಹಾಗೂ ಅವುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಮಳೆ ನೀರು ಸಂಗ್ರಹಿಸಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾಲಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಹುಳು ಎತ್ತಬೇಕು, ಶುಚಿನೂ ಮಾಡಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇರ್ಬೇಕು. ಆ ಜಾಗೃತಿಯನ್ನ ಜನಸಮುದಾಯದ ಮೂಲಕ ಮೂಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಇದರಿಂದ ಜಲ ಮರುಪೂರಣಕ್ಕೆ ಸಹಕಾರಿಯಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಪ್ರತಿ ಹನಿ ಮಳೆ ನೀರು ವ್ಯರ್ಥವಾಗದ ಹಾಗೆ ಮತ್ತು ಪೋಲಾಗದ ಹಾಗೆ ನ್ಯಾಯಬದ್ಧವಾಗಿ ಸದ್ಬಳಕೆ ಮಾಡುವಂತಹ ತಿಳುವಳಿಕೆಯನ್ನ ಎಲ್ಲರಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ತುರ್ತಾಗಿ ಮತ್ತು ಕಡ್ಡಾಯವಾಗಿ ಮೂಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ತುರ್ತು ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಭಾವಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ನನ್ನ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಅನುಭವ ಮತ್ತು ಕಳಕಳಿ ಮತ್ತು ಪರಿಸರ ಪ್ರೀತಿಯ ಕೆಲವು ವಿಷಯಗಳನ್ನ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರೊಂದಿಗೆ ಹಂಚ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಂತಹ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇದರ ಹಿಂದೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿರುವಂತಹ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಹೃದಯರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ನನ್ನ ಹೃದಯಪೂರ್ವಕವಾದ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರಗಳನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ.
ಜಲ ಅಭಾವದ ಭೀಕರ ಸತ್ಯಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ, ಪಾರಂಪರಿಕ ಜಲಮೂಲಗಳ ಆಕರಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ, ಸಿಹಿ ನೀರಿನ ರಕ್ಷಣೆಯ ಅಗತ್ಯತೆಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ, ಮಾನವನ ಮಿತಿ ಮೀರಿದ ಬಳಕೆಯ ಪರಿಣಾಮದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ, ಅತಿಯಾದ ಆಧುನಿಕತೆಯ ಪರಿಣಾಮದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ, ಅರಣ್ಯ ನಾಶದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹಾಗೂ ಜಲಮೂಲಗಳ ರಕ್ಷಣೆಯ ಬಗ್ಗೆ, ಅಲ್ಲದೆ ಪರಿಸರಕ್ಕೂ ಜೀವವಿದೆ ಎನ್ನುವುದನ್ನ ಹೇಳುತ್ತಾ ಕೆರೆ ಕಲ್ಯಾಣಿಗಳ ಪುನಶ್ಚೇತನದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ತಮ್ಮ ಅನುಭವದ ಅನಿಸಿಕೆಯನ್ನ ತುಂಬಾ ಸುಂದರವಾಗಿ ಸರಳವಾಗಿ ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡಿಸಿದ ಶ್ರೀಮತಿ ರೂಪಾ ಹಸನ್ ರವರಿಗೆ ತುಂಬು ಹೃದಯದ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಮುಂದಿನ ಸಂಪನ್ಮೂಲ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳಾದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಪ್ರಕಾಶ್ ರವರನ್ನ ಪರಿಚಯಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ವಿಶ್ವನಾಥ್ ಇವರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳಿಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It gives me an immense pleasure to introduce and welcome today's resource person, Dr. Prakash M. Kulkarni. Dr. Prakash M. Kulkarni did his civil engineering from BVB College of Engineering, Hubballi, and MTech in environmental engineering from SJCE, Mysore. Later on, he obtained his PhD in Techno-Legal Interdisciplinary in Water Law from National Law School of India University, Bengaluru. Dr. Kulkarni is a water and sanitation specialist with over 36 years of experience in rural and urban areas, both under public and with the involvement of private sector. He has assisted in Integrated Rural Water Supply and Sanitation Project in 1994 and also the World Bank assisted Karnataka Urban Water Sector Improvement Project in Karnataka from 2003 to 2007, to name a few accomplishments. Dr. Kulkarni has vast experience in structuring public-private partnerships, delegations of management, the related financial, economical, regulatory, and the legal aspects of transforming public to private service provisions of water services. He is also involved in preparation of city sanitation plan in Karnataka, working with about 15 districts for the solid and liquid waste management, including Bengaluru, covering wastewater management, water bodies, and stormwater drains from 2018. He is the founder and the director in the following organizations: Jalavahini Management Services Private Limited, an infrastructure consulting and operating company since 2003, JMS Biotech Private Limited, which manufactures and markets organic inputs for waste treatment and management in polluted water bodies since 2011, and also in Mysore Water Services Private Limited since 2009. With this brief introduction, I will now welcome Dr. Prakash M. Kulkarni sir for this plenary session where he addresses the legal and technical aspects of pollution in water bodies. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. At the outset, let me thank the Karnataka State Law University, organizers, Minor Irrigation Department, and I have I'm happy that I'll be able to share a few of my experiences, concerns, and thoughts on the subject of contaminating water and the pollution thereof. Can I have the first slide? Can you take the first slide?
Aditya, can you please share the slides?
So what I'll be doing is to speak on pollution of water bodies, covering aspects of legal and technical. My predecessors, Dr. Udesh, Dr. Poddar, and Dr. Sairam Bhatt have already spoken about the water sector in general, the policy making, what government of India is trying to do, and what is the cooperative societies, agriculture. And Dr. Sairam Bhatt was saying issues relating to water governance and management. And he identifies one area called management, which is extremely critical. What I will do is not to repeat anything that has been spoken till now, but wherever possible, we'll just add a few perspectives to it. So I will focus more on the crisis which is imminent now. We have all established the background. Crisis is imminent and management is the key issue. And let's look at enabling laws and see what we could possibly do. I have structured my presentation. Next slide, please. Next slide. I have structured my presentation initially is to look at water, a little bit on water, because if I don't understand water, understanding pollution will be a little difficult. So what we'll do is little bit of water background, how we did manage water previously and what went wrong. What do the law and policies state and what's the current scenario? We look at water quality regulatory regime and identify some issues and challenges that the sector faces. And let's look at what government and CSR have been doing recently so as to save the water body from being polluted and what's the way ahead. So this is what I will do. What I will not be covering is the contamination pollution due to industries. That's another big area. Each industry is different and the contaminants are different. So what I will do is, since bulk of the contamination, bulk of the pollution is happening because of domestic sewage in India, we'll focus on the domestic sewage, the domestic wastewater, and also the water bodies when even the garbage is another big issue that we face. The next slide, please. Now the basics again. Rain happens to be the primary source for all the water that we get, and it's a finite resource. It's not unlimited. And we have an option to use it, misuse it, abuse it, overuse it, excessively extract water. So we have a lot of freedom. And one difficulty is it has no substitute. In its main uses, there are no substitute. So while other resources we make use in daily life have some form of an alternative, in this case, you don't really have. And it's not priced, so that makes it still difficult. So let's look at the basic hydrology. The water that flows above the ground ultimately reaches the lake. It can be a man-made lake, it can be an artificial recharge structure, but then there is something called a storage, which happens above the ground. And ultimately goes through the streams, rivers, and joins the ocean. The second part is the groundwater, which is not visible. And for a very long time, we were used to tapping water for the open wells, which we had in plenty till 1980s. And that met our requirement for drinking. It also, in a limited way, met the requirement for agriculture whenever there was a very dire need of water. We never practiced intense agriculture or intense horticulture at that time. And we did not know that so much of a large reservoir is there also beneath the ground. So it was only in the 1980s when we first time put a bore, and that 6-inch bore gave us a lot of water, and the aquifers which held water for decades and decades. And we were very happy that we were able to extract this water. And we did not realize that it's a finite resource again. Once having mined that water like a gold mining, unless you replenish it, there's no water available there. So what initially was 100 feet, 200 feet, now in Karnataka, we have gone up to 1200, 1400 feet, and we do not know how long this yield is going to be sustainable. What happens to the quality of water? As the water trickles down, it picks up the salts. So as you go down, the yield also goes down, and you have excess salts. To remove that, you put RO system again expensive proposition. What to do with the RO reject is another question that we have to deal with. So we understand this basic hydrological cycle, which is The water that flows above the ground, the water flows that below the ground. And when there is a contamination, we also talk of surface water contamination, we talk of groundwater contamination, we also talk of soil contamination. Soil contamination is something that we'll not be able to touch now. We'll focus more on the surface water contamination. The next one. Now let's look at the way we traditionally did water management now. We recognize rivers and groundwater, and we are a groundwater civilization. And whether for agriculture or for drinking water need livestock, we are dependent on the groundwater itself. Except areas where it had access to a nala or a stream, river, rest everywhere it was the artificial tanks that we created, the kings created, communities did works, and thereafter governments also did. The basic concept was wherever the rainfall, just catch it and keep it for the period when there are no rains and you're able to make use of it. And each geographic area was different. We call them by different names. So something like Tala, Bavari, Kund, Kalyani, Kuls, Kalyani, Kunte, Katte, Devara Katte. So ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಹೆಸರಿಂದ ನಾವು ಕರ್ಕೋತ ಹೋದ್ವಿ ನಾವು, but essentially it was a community-led participation which the governments of those times facilitated them, and they also took care of them. There was nothing like contamination, nothing like wastage, nothing like encroachment, nothing of that sort was ever there. Floods and droughts were there, and we know how to handle them. It's not that all of a sudden there are floods. Floods were there previously. If you look at 100 years of rainfall and look at the hydrological damage that have happened, floods and droughts being two extreme ends of hydrological, ends, they have been of regular occurrence, and we know how to do it in ancient times. And let's see some photos just to understand what went wrong. The next one, please. Now let's look at the past and the present now. We dug wells, we built tanks, and we planted a lot of trees. So this issue of desilting again and again, and the dams being built, and we did not have proper catchment treatment. We made a DPR, we constructed schemes, we took money from World Bank, we did a lot of state funding, Government of India funding, but a small item called catchment treatment, where when it rains, that rain also brings along with that a large amount of silt. So unless you have a protection measures on the upstream side, it was always prone to desilting, and today we have dams where 50-60% of the capacity is lost because of silt. So this is what our ancient India, whether Vaisalas, Chanakya, Arthashastra, if you go through all of them, they had a better system of managing this resource locally. Now look at what happened post-independence. So when you got political independence, Britishers left us without any law. Whatever they wanted to snatch away, they snatched away. But it was all the Green Revolution in 1960 that we started using a lot of chemical fertilizers and hybrid seeds. Now the problem with these seeds and fertilizers is they demand more water. So we started building dams. Karnataka took loans from World Bank in the 60s to build Upper Krishna project, supposed to be the biggest project in Asia. And we took pride in saying that we are able to get awards and we are able to store water. The whole purpose was to store water, and it was a long-term project, involves a lot of rehabilitation, a lot of capital investment, acquisitions. So it was part of that post-independence in the first 2 to 3 decades. When it came to post-economic reforms in the 90s, the bankers of the government forced reforms, and it was a time when increased urbanization, then liberalization policies were undertaken up. Then people started moving to urban centers, and we had a lot of private sector, like energy was opened up, power sector was opened up, airlines were opened up, and people were thinking water sector will also be opened up, but it was not so easy. Even Karnataka got the first 2 French companies open their office in the late 90s, and it took them 3 years to understand it's not easy to privatize waters. So does not matter who manages water, then it's a monopoly. The difficulty with water and wastewater is it's a monopoly. Whoever manages will be a monopoly. It can be a French company, it can be the water board, it can be the local municipality. And all the private sector was trying to do was to break this monopoly. And it was in this time that people started asking for their rights. We wanted to prioritize the water allocations, and we said industry is more important, drinking water is more important. So we had the national water policies 1987, 2002, 2012, saying what is a priority: drinking water first, then agriculture, then industry, then recreation. So we had all of them, and this is what we have fairly seen as the background to the water as a whole sector. Now the next slide, please. Now, if you look at water from the human rights dimension, I think which is the crux now, we're trying to subscribe certain rights to water. Now, we started talking about this internationally since 1970s, and India was one of the first countries which also enacted its Water Prevention and Control Act. So what started in 1970s, the Water Act, and then we had the Millennium Development Goal, again trying to achieve a lot of objectives, but I think water again stood as a basis for it. And it was only 2005 to 15 we declared water for life. And then we also started talking about right to water in India and interpretation of Article 21. So this is a fair background to our understanding. Next slide, please. So if you look at our constitution, it is divided between the state and center, but bulk of the decisions that matter to us will be that of the state itself, except those relating to valleys, those relating to interstate river, because river does not recognize boundaries. So should there be a dispute, should there be allocation issues, so we go there. Barring that, bulk of our issues will relate to what a state decides to do with water sector. The next one. Now, in summary, now, if I have to understand what do all this mean for us in common language, it means what is the fundamental right? Maybe we have derived this right through judgments, legal pronouncement, and it's fine. So it's a public trust, cannot be commodified, cannot be privatized. It remains a critical natural resource, and it cannot be a private commodity. Nobody can try to sell this resource. Maybe you can delegate management to a private party, but as far as ownership is concerned, it still remains a public commodity. It is a scarce natural resource, and we are talking of integrated management, which is a new word. Maybe 20, 30 years, we had already compartmentalized water. You had department for drinking water, you had one for sanitation, one for agriculture, one for watershed, one for wastewater, one for sewage. So there are a lot of compartmentalized happened. We also appropriately named water also. We called something as drinking water, bore water, wastewater, sewage water, septage water. So we had our own different storm water. So we had different names also. And what was very important is we recognize the need for community participation, involvement, and whoever is dealing with water sector should be transparent and accountable to what they do. So you have a service recipient and you have a service provider. So we talked about these as the basics, and the importance that we gave water was also declaring World Water Day, which was the 22nd March. So since 2005, we have been celebrating with different themes. So this is the summary of what we understand as the human right, and this is a basic entitlement. The next one, please. National Water Policy 2012, for the first time, subscribed economic good. It says it has some economic value, and we need to conserve and use it efficiently, else it may go as a wasted critical resource, which we don't have that luxury. Like in the morning, they were saying, if it is 1,000 meter cube per person per year, if that is the water stress level, we are just close to that. Europe, America, all those countries will not have problem because they're large geographies and less population. We're exactly the reverse. We are more populated, less geographical area. And we talked about setting up a water regulatory authority, and we said it's not, whenever you build a dam, you cannot prevent flow. Like we all have certain rights. Rivers also have rights. We'll come back to that a little later on. And one of the rights of a river is to flow freely. It has to flow freely, and you can always build a dam, but make sure there is some minimum ecological flow which supports the flora and fauna of the region. The next one, please. Next one. Okay, so now we start with our topic of the day, which is to look at the sanitation, which is the contamination, and which is the bulk of the issues that we face today. It all starts with open defecation, which we practiced maybe 40 years back, and now we are all against open defecation. And although a few part in the villages, the practice still remains. We tend to build toilets. And second is to look at septic tanks. Large population still has a septic tank, and we have not laid a sewer line. We don't have a unity network, nor we have a treatment plant. So we have ended up with sucking machines which will go empty the septic tanks. And where does this go and get dumped? It can be a treatment plant, but it can also be a open land. It can also be a river. It can be a stream. Anywhere they will go and dump. The other one is the utility network, which is supposed to treat and then discharge water. So there are standards for discharge before we let into a water body, be it a lake, tank, river, ocean, whatever. And what we find, if this is what is South Asia, look at India. only 10 to 20% we have covered sewerage connection. Many times it is partially coverage, and many times there are a lot of issues with operation maintenance. So you may have laid a drain, you may have laid a UGD, you have done everything, but not necessarily that the sewage will flow in the sewer. It can still flow outside. Let's see some photos later on. And we have understood that more than 90% is unsafe, which is the South Asia, and India should be something around the 70-80%. The next one, please. Next one. We also built treatment plants. We have spent a lot of money, and if that was the past and present, now let's look at the forecast now. This is something we saw before 2020 when they said no, 21 Indian cities will run out of water, and Bengaluru could be one of them. And 80% of India's water is severely polluted, and it's not just the contamination arising out of a liquid waste, but it's also the solid waste which people tend to dump. And it's across board. Some 351 rivers across India are polluted as per some statistics, which has gone to the court already, Supreme Court, and before NGT. And in Karnataka itself, we have 17 rivers which are declared as polluted, and something should be done, and we have NGT directions on that. But interestingly, we had huge rains now, and whenever there are no rains, people get very scared. They're very thoughtful, who want to contribute, who want to do something on conservation. It's a very serious topic for discussion. The moment it rains, we all forget. We all forget when it rains, and we again go back to our normal living. So it did not happen that way. We thought we'll run out of water, but that did not happen. We have excess rains. People in Karnataka, wherever we thought rains would not happen to such an extent, Bijapur, we see rains there. So maybe it's the climate change. It's the global warming impact, which remains something not relevant to us when it was spoken a decade ago, but today seems real. Both global warming as well as climate change, and the impacts are there to see. Next one. So this is the present problem now. So I will focus on Karnataka. All the photos that you will see are from Karnataka, and many of the photos that I will show you are those ones which we have been involved personally, so that it brings more value to these discussions. Now look at the problem. This is the flooding now. And you also see a river which is dry, and you can see the cracks in the soil. And what is the problem now? Urbanization, industrialization is, and infrastructure gaps are real. We do spend a lot of public money, but the way the public infrastructure is laid, the way the planning happens, I think leaves a lot to be desired. Contamination of water sources, multiple institutions. This is something which even the state water policy had already stated in 2002. You have the water board, you have the parastatal agencies, you have the Gram Panchayat, you have the 73rd, 74th Constitutional Amendment Act, whereby the lower forms of government have been enabled. A lot of mandates have been thrust on them, but you have been silent on the finances to be able to meet that kind of expectations. So on the other hand, you have competing users for this scarce resource. Financial constraints are real. Like somebody was saying in the morning sessions also, environment compliances requires the state to spend money, and that kind of money the state does not have. And unless the allocations are higher, you may build assets, but in terms of our ability to operate, manage the scheme, extract services from these assets, I think would remain a serious challenge. People do not pay. If we spend 100 rupees for water related infrastructure maintenance, hardly we recover about 10 rupees. So it is the state which again chips in the required finance through various subsidies. Some are known, some are very difficult to know them. So financial constraints would remain. Inefficient delivery of services is again a very serious concern, and often we keep asking a question: will people pay for water? The other side is asking, and there are enough empirical evidence which suggests if you give proper service, people are willing to pay for it. But the issue is, will you be able to deliver services which are affordable, which are efficient, and which are highly reliable? Like private service provision, we pay for it, but when it comes to public services such as water, irrigation service, garbage service, would remain a serious challenge. This pollution, what we are now going to see in the next slides, is also leading to climate change and global warming, which we have fairly understood, because it's a methane gas. Methane gas is 22 times more harmful than the carbon dioxide, and the nitrous oxide is also equally harmful. So if you look at the consequences of not managing wastewater leading to a serious pollution is far larger than, not only the Water Act, it also means what happens to the Air Act as well. The next one, please. Now, these are some of the photos, what will tell us as to the way we have built infrastructure and what is the water that is ultimately going to the lakes, tanks that we built earlier, which was the source of drinking water for both humans as well as the cattle, where basically a rural villages, India lived in rural villages, and the concept of urbanization, the small towns, we never anticipated them to grow like this. Although we agreed with the metro's growth, but it is something not anticipated. So when you have a development and you are able to lay roads on the stormwater drain, and the moment the habitations are coming up there, the one of the weakest point is to let this wastewater come into the drain, not only the wastewater, it was the garbage. So they think it is a public receptacle which the government has laid to dump whatever they don't want. So you'll end up with the construction debris, you'll end up with the garbage, you have direct toilet connections into the drain. And most of the times, if you go into any city, you'll always find them in the drains that it is flowing. Sometimes people have open defecation as well. So what is actually flowing in the drain is extremely difficult to decipher, because there are also commercial establishment, there are small shops, there are hotels. So everything they find that's the easier part to, rather than comply with environment norms which stipulate them to have some form of treatment, some form of local way of managing their waste. We don't do that. So there is lack of space, you will lay a road over it, and when there is a rainfall, even a normal rainfall, will end up with a flash flood, not flood, it's a flash flood. So the whole hydrological cycle, the runoff, the coefficients that all we engineers talk about doesn't work the way when you have a rain like that. Next one, please. Now this is the manhole again. Our manhole is supposed to facilitate a small repair when there is a blockage. It is supposed to, usually supposed to facilitate all sewer connections, the pipes which carry this wastewater. And look at, incidentally, they were laid in the, in a way the gradient facilitated. So we don't pump like drinking water, we always lay it with a small gradient. And there were natural valleys, and the same valleys carried drinking water earlier to the same lakes. And the moment we laid a sewer network, the manholes also came there. Then we had enough money, so we put two masonry drains walls to prevent from encroachment, to prevent from collapsing for easy maintenance. So this is what we find. And if our manholes and UGT were carrying the sewage, then we would not have the sewage overflowing in the drains. So it has to do with the management of these assets and our ability to treat, even if you have a treatment plant. So if you look at Bangalore, we're not able to treat more than 45% of the sewage that the city generates. And bulk of it flows in the drains, and it again goes to the lakes. The next one, please. Now, this is Kaveri, Nanjundeshwara temple, Nanjangud. And look at the drains. They're all choked now. They're all choked, and it's the same river where people take a holy dip. And possibly the best way to manage waste is always to separate the streams. That's what we are told. The wet waste, the dry waste, the hazardous biomedical waste, the sewage water from the kitchen, the toilet. Unless the waste streams are segregated, it's extremely difficult to manage. That's what technical they tell us now. But here you find a situation where all these waste gets clubbed into one receptacle, and we as engineers have to receive them to treat it, and makes it extremely difficult, both in terms of the technological option, in terms of the cost associated, and in terms of making people abide by certain practices and norms. So a lot of awareness is required. But in the end, this is the scenario. Maybe what appears to be Kaveri Nanjangud also happens in any other city. The next one, please. This is another lake. Again, the name of a place is not required, although this is Bangalore, Kamasandra. Any other place we go, we'll find the same. What is happening here? You can find in the first slide, there are some cattle there, and it's completely filled with weeds. Someone calls them as hyacinth, somebody calls them as weeds, somebody calls them as typha grass, algae, whatever is the name. But in the end, it is appearing mainly because of the sewage ingress, the wastewater ingress. The wastewater would include various sources from where it gets generated, ultimately finds way into the water body, either partially treated, fully, which is a gross wastewater which comes now. What happens is, due to buildup of nutrients, predominantly nitrogen, phosphorus, This is a natural response of a water body. It tries to protect itself, so it develops weeds. It knows how to remove nutrients in case they are within some permissible limits. The moment the nutrient load becomes excessively more, then it gives up. It gives up, and anoxic conditions start appearing. So you have anaerobic conditions. It starts to smell and it starts to deplete its oxygen levels. A point will come when the oxygen levels are completely depleted and its complete eutrophication has occurred. And no fish, or even if there is fish, it gets killed and it will float to the surface. So these are common things we see in the newspapers. It happens in Mysore, it happens in Bangalore, it happens in any other place. Now, this is a train which carries water to the lake, and we have certainly done a lot of work in terms of trying to divert this water from going into the lake, and we have transferred that problem from one to another lake, because these are the lakes which were built in series. If you look at Karnataka, we have a lot of tanks. That's the one which actually sustained us all along. And in southern Karnataka, Bangalore, Mysore, this part, you already have a cascading effect. So there is one tank, there is one downstream, the excess of one flows into the other one. So they are all in series. So once you have a contaminated lake, the overflow of this lake also happens to the next one. So all that hydrological calculations, carrying capacity of the drain, then what is the storage capacity, how much is supposed to have been a silt. Now it's no longer silt, it's silt plus the sewage and the wastewater. The next one, please. So this is the famous Belandur now. And it caught fire, and there already froth, which was common frothing. Subsequently, we had some other lakes also which saw some kind of frothing because of detergents. And it's not that people don't have an STP, apartments are there, sewage plants are also there. And money also has been spent both the private sector and by the government. But again, these were the tanks which actually met the drinking water needs at some point of time. But the moment habitations come all around, they're again prone for contamination, and this is what we found. So it's not here the violation of Water Act, but also the Air Act, whatever are the known provisions of law. The next one, please. This is another one where you have a huge amount of hyacinth, and now if you see some rivers, maybe at some places when you're traveling, you pass the bridges. Earlier we used to see this hyacinth only at the edges. We never found as a blanket. But today, increasingly in the last 10 years, what we are finding is it is forming some kind of a blanket, especially during non-monsoon days, and that's a worrying pattern. While the rest of the world is talking of algal toxins, they have moved so ahead. They talk of algal toxins, they talk of acute contaminants, they're trying to remove them. Here we are battling with the BOD, COD, these kind of issues. Interestingly, one of the tanks that was spoken about was another valley called Vrishvavati Valley, which is Arkavati. And recently had to go there to see the Arkavati Dam, and now the dam itself carries the water, which is wastewater of Bangalore now. So I was asking the engineer, what do you give in your canal network? He says the same water I'll give you. For how many days do you give? I give for 365 days. So now we have this sewage water, which is reasonably untreated, and now flowing not only flowing in the drains and the lakes, it also reaches the dam, which becomes the reservoir behind the dam, and that also finds an outlet. The problem with wastewater is, irrespective whether it rains or not, whether you have taken water from Kaveri River for drinking or you have taken the bore near, it doesn't make any difference. This quantum of flow in the nala, the drains, the lake, its excess wastewater flowing out of it, and then reaching Arkavati is fixed. So it has to find an outlet. So that goes in the canals. Next one, please. This was interesting. This another wastewater. We always feel contamination only happens from certain sources. No, this is an interesting one. This recently happened about 1.5 months back. There was a big police case. Then there was a lot of strikes in Bangalore. We also had a revocation assembly. This is from a garbage site, and we had a huge rain, and all of a sudden the leachate started flowing. It's a very black liquid, and has a huge contamination of not only the BOD, COD, but also other contaminants, which are lead, arsenic, all kinds of contaminants. Because the solid waste that a city like Bengaluru will produce, one can imagine what all can go into that. It's a mixed garbage that was dumped there. And it traveled almost 18 kilometers and entered a kerry built by Vishwesvaraya. So this is what we found just about 1.5 months back. So whenever you talk of contamination, it can come from various sources, not necessarily from industries. There can be other sources as well. Next one, please. Now, this is another interesting one. We thought at least we have left the oceans. Now, we have not left that also. The biggest culprit has been the plastic now. Now, plastic has a lot of uses. It has its own benefits, and we have accepted multiple uses of this beautiful commodity called plastic. But unless you are able to segregate it at source, unless you are able to recover a resource for recycling or reusing it, if it goes as a mixed waste and it either ends up in a landfill, either to burn, or it's dumped in a water body, the consequences are quite enormous. We had a year which was dedicated to awareness on plastic pollution itself, because it is something which the world is worried about. Amount of plastics that an developed economy produces, a developed city produces, quite enormous, because that's the kind of lifestyle we all live. Let's see the next photo. Next one, please. So this is what happened. There are huge fish and turtles, and it's not only the human health and but it is also the other aquatic life that gets impacted. And this pollution also can lead to soil contamination, and soil contamination is something we have not been able to lend so much of theory research over it, because we're still grappling with the problems of water. There is a generation of methane gas, which is a very, very powerful greenhouse gas and significantly contributes. So when we talk of wastewater and pollution, we also link it directly, not only to human health, but to the aquatic life, to greenhouse gas emissions and the resulting impact on environment. Next one, please. Next one. Now let's look at the facts now. If this is what we find as a reality. Now there are certain facts and our acknowledgement has been the crisis is real. If you look at India, the southern India, Telangana, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, we are water stressed, and we did a great job in terms of building dams, in terms of building local rainwater harvesting structures. That has been very, very good. Somewhere the community withdrew in the last 3-4 decades or so because of increasing involvement of the government, and we have some issues with management. Let's see some more photos. Water quality is a serious problem, and this is likely to impact development as a whole. And we are talking of economy, we are talking of environment, we can talk of health. If you look at water quality index, again worrying factor, India ranks 120th in the list of 122 countries. So we are not very, very good on the water quality index. World Health Organization has already cautioned us, saying that you carry a highest disease burden. Waterborne diseases are going to be quite huge, and you need a lot of money for healthcare. Barring a virus, barring a coronavirus, barring a war, the next limiting factor for growth and development is going to be water in the coming years. Niti Aayog also warned us about groundwater depletion. It's quite heavy in Karnataka. There are already 40 blocks which are in the red, and government is trying to prepare water security plans under Atal Bhujal Yojana, and we have accepted that water quality is deteriorating. While we have so much of plethora of laws and policies are there, ground realities seem to be little different. And whether the laws and policies have been able to reflect the ground realities, whether we have enough of resources to be able to tackle this problem, remains a question mark. Our regulatory regime itself has a plethora of binding water laws, and there are certain non-binding water quality standards that we will see separately. Now we are talking of integrating a human rights framework. So we feel if we are able to follow a rights-based approach, can that find a solution to better management, where as a consumer, whether I consume water for agriculture, for producing food or vegetable, or for drinking water needs, or any other cattle wash industry, commercial establishment, we are trying to ask a question: if we are truly consumers, what are our own rights and obligations with respect to its usage? While at the same time, where is rendering services? What are his obligations? And if we have to pay for a price for it, we are okay with, as long as the policy supports, and that's something that we also accepted. Next one, please. While these were the realities, we spent our time trying to debate, is water an economic good? Is it a free social good? ಏನ್ರಿ ನದಿ ಒಳಗ ನೀರ್ ಹರಿತದೆ, ಮಳೆ ದೇವ್ರು ಕೊಡ್ತಾನೆ, ನೀವ್ ಯಾಕ್ರಿ ಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಯಾರೋ ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನ್ರಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರ, ನೀರ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರ, ಡ್ಯಾಮ್ ಕಟ್ಟಿ ಕಾಲುವೆ ಹಾಕಿ ನಿಮ್ ಹೊಲದ ತನಕ ನೀರ್ ತಂದು ಕೊಡ್ತೇವಿ, ಡ್ಯಾಮ್ ಕಟ್ಟಿ ಪೈಪ್ ಹಾಕಿ ಮಲಪ್ರಭಾದಿಂದ ಮನಿ ತನಕ ನೀರ್ ತಂದು ಕೊಡ್ತೇವಿ. This service requires to be paid for. So while we were all debating on this issue, something else was happening on the other side. There was one word called safe. ಮೂಲ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಏನು? ಕುಡಿಯೋ ನೀರು ಸುರಕ್ಷಿತ ಇರಬೇಕು. Water has to be safe, and if water is unsafe, then I don't know what to do. The mandate is carried by the government. It can be the local panchayat, it can be the local body, it can be BBMP. the mandate is on them to provide its citizens a potable, safe drinking water. We all put our investment for treatment because of the word called safe. I wanted to make the water safe. If it was surface water, I had a treatment called turbidity removal and disinfection. If it was groundwater, I thought water having trickled down, having traversed the distance to join the groundwater table aquifer, we thought nothing happened. But today we find contaminants in the groundwater, which was not seen earlier. Surface water is all polluted. So where do we go? And this water does not recognize taluka boundary, doesn't recognize administrative jurisdiction. It simply flows. It only recognizes gravity. At the same time, Constitution did mention that your job is to provide safe drinking water. And if there is a waste, which is essentially the definition of sanitation, which is to safely dispose. Human being waste, whether it is fecal matter, urine or sweat, anything has to go safely. If there is a resource in a kitchen waste, our job was to economically recover the resource and safely dispose the waste. That is the very essence of sanitation. That's the definition of sanitation. But somehow, I think we forgot this word called safe and the consequences of having forgotten that word. We'll see further. Next one, please. So we thought the water scarcity is about less water, is about trying to fight for more allocation, etc. But somebody 20 years back quoted saying crisis of governance. It's not about water scarcity, and if there is no water, there is no future. So we tend to agree with that statement now, because that's going to be a limiting factor. And what is the price for this priceless resource now? How to subscribe a price for it? There are so many basic uses for it. And which brings us to a question called what is government and what is governance after all? Where morning also they spoke of governance and we speak of government. There's increasing role for government that we have delegated post elections. We vote once in 5 years and to make legislation what are good for the people. And something the community thought that's the right thing to do, and the political establishment also accepted that logic. And today we grapple with so many problems. And when somebody does not give me water, if I have money in my pocket, I'll go and take water from a private vendor, and some apartments take from a private vendor who supplies for their apartments, and I'll put a RO system in my house. But what is the public supply meant for? For the poor, the disadvantaged people, for people who can't afford. So we came up with Shuddha Jala for them. So we have been grappling with this problem. So this problem was there earlier also. When you talk of government, we recognize three governments. One is the king ruled government, which is the past. So we had a lot of kings who sacrificed, they gave their ornaments to build a dam. So we have a lot of history, and a lot of communities also came forward, not only to construct, but to preserve and conserve and manage the water as a resource very, very nicely. Then you had the dictatorship, another rule where a dictator will rule, and second form of government. The third one is a participatory democracy in which we all live now. And if you look at the way and look at governance through different specs, like I wear a spec called water. Somebody can wear health, somebody can wear power, and you can look at governance. Now we can look at water governance and look at role of government. For a long time, we were trying to find out where did the word government come from. It comes from a Greek root called kiber. What does kiber mean? It means to steer. The role of government is always to steer and not to row. And what I think progressively we did from the 70s, 80s onwards was to row, and we did not very democratically engage the communities, and we now feel it's extremely difficult. And morning Sairam Bhatt was saying, can PPP be a alternative? Can private sector bring in investment and bring in capacity? Like the power shortages, power cuts are no more there. There is a KRC which regulates suppliers, and there's a service provider with the private sector. So are we thinking something like that? So we understand there is likely to be a role for the private sector. So we look at various institutions now. Look at the institutions which are in water management. The next one, please. Now let's look at the water quality regulatory regime in India. We can broadly categorize them into three things. One is there are certain instruments which are addressing water quality standards. For example, BIS 10,500, which talks about drinking water standards for supplies. So if there is a nearby source, then what should be the permissible limit? And if you don't have a nearby source, what is allowed? So you have allowable limits, you have permissible limits. But they're not binding, they're not so binding. We don't have a system where we are able to check the quality of water on the service providers. And we also have a manual which is published by our Central Public Health Engineering Environment Organization, which is a guide for the engineers to design a water supply scheme. But they're not very binding on the municipalities or the boards, though assets are created. When it comes to operationalizing, has remained a serious problem. Second one is from the perspective of quality itself. We have categorized some water bodies based on what is the dissolved oxygen, for what purpose it is used. Is it used for bathing? Is it used for drinking? Is it used for recreational purpose? So on that purpose, we have certain standards for that usage and the source. The third one, which are very relevant to us, is the discharge standards of effluents. And what are the pollution control measures and what are the penalties associated? So we kept talking about polluter pays principle, and you have the Minister of Environment, Forest, Climate Change. You have the Central Pollution Control Board. You also have the State Pollution Control Board, who look into environmental law enforcement, who look into standards for discharge, who look into certain approvals, environmental clearances before a project is taken up. So this is broadly the water quality regulatory regime in India. The next one. Now, if you look at certain laws which are addressing water quality, the first one is 1974 Water Prevention Control. And what did we do there? We tried to control pollution and how to maintain the wholesomeness of water was our prime focus. Then it is undergoing revision now. The second one was a cess act, which was to make some form of revenue for the government, where somebody pollutes, he's supposed to pay money. When somebody is setting up a factory, he's supposed to take a consent for establishment, take a consent for operations, and there has to be some periodical submissions of statements of having complied with the law with respect to the waste management. So this was perfect up to 77. Then we had the 1986 Environment Protection Act, which was something like an umbrella act, which was trying to do a lot of regulation, lot of protection measures, setting up institutions for water-related issues. So we had these three, which were key. Then we had the National Green Tribunal, which came about trying to look at the way the environment issues are tackled by the government, by the various stakeholders, and if somebody were to put a PIL, they were properly addressed. So we had a system of legal redressal through setting up of the NGT through their benches. Interesting was the order in 2020 of the Ganga Yamuna rivers, where they declared a river is a living entity, and all the rights that are applicable to humans are also applicable to rivers. So it has to seek justice for itself. How can somebody contaminate me? How can somebody pollute me beyond a level to which I can clean myself? So there's something called self-cleaning velocity. There's something called ability of the river to clean itself when there is a pollution. But if our loading of the pollutants is far in excess of its natural ability to recover, then we have a serious consequence. And what we see in Ganga, Yamuna, and these are a testimony to the wrongs that we have done. Now, Bangladesh also granted rivers the same legal status as humans. New Zealand did it in 2017. So you have now countries who are saying rivers are living entities and they will carry the same rights which are carried by any other living being. And the next one, please. Next one. Next one. We had the National Green Tribunal saying discharge of untreated sewage into water bodies is a serious damage, and it's the duty of the state authority as trustees of the people. And if that is breached, then it calls for serious penalties. This is what NGT said. And based on that, we tried to take up a lot of projects trying to protect the water bodies and trying to set up sewage treatment plant. And when Supreme Court was hearing a case very recently, the Chief Justice was asking a question to Central Pollution Board. He was telling if 70% of your sewage treatment plants are not working in the country, it is the same people who came to us saying that if money is allocated by the state and we're able to put up latest technology sewage treatment plant, if the land is available, that will take care. And now we're coming back to us saying that they're not working. So what's gone wrong with the technology? Where did we go wrong? So are we not able to handle the situation? Was something that they were asking a question. And we're trying to look at different solutions which are innovative, which are cost effective, which are still meeting the required objectives. Let's go to the next slide. Next slide, please. Now, there are certain issues and challenges that we can fairly summarize. What is the role of government and other stakeholders? What about the decision making itself? There are policies and there are implementations. Good is to go to initial pilot and see if that is successful and then take it around. What happens in other countries is the policy making, the academia and the industry participates in making it, but in our case, it's slightly different. We always plan in a hurry, and competence efficiency is a question mark, and we try to redo things in execution, and that's very costly. Not all stakeholders are involved in planning implementation. That's why you find the Narmada Bachao Andolan recent agitation going on again. So look at the key parameters, quite interesting. We have stipulated certain parameters for discharge. Suspended solids, oil grease, BOD, the biochemical oxygen demand, the chemical oxygen demand, nitrogen, phosphorus. Look at these standards. NGT gave us standards which are extremely difficult to attain economically. They require a lot of money. If you have to treat 1 MLD of waste to achieve the target which is set out by NGT for all cities now, it's quite massive. It's almost 3+ crores per MLD. And look at the quantity of waste that we are generating in the cities. The second one relates to the standards itself. Phosphorus, take total phosphorus. It is 2 milligram per liter in America, and in India they want us to do for 1 milligram per liter. How come? Where is the money? So these issues will still remain. So someone has to really look into that. Inadequate finances and unwilling to charge. So it's not someone unwilling to pay, but unwilling to charge. There are enough empirical studies again where the people responsible for delivering service, who carry a mandate, who are supposed to cost for the services, appropriately charged, ensure delivery of reliable services, also do not cost them and do not wish to charge. So that remains an issue. So the real challenge is how do you comply with the environment and where are the technologies which are cost effective both in terms of their capital investment and also subsequently the operation and maintenance cost. The next one, please. Now, what to do now? Now let's look at some solution, and what we feel is there has to be some solutions which are sustainable. We need to have contracts which are performance based. Give it on a performance based contract, what Gujarat does. And there are a lot of good practices elsewhere in the world where they don't stipulate anything. They say this: what is our objective? Achieve this standard and take any technology, give them a time frame, and that is what is required. The next one, please. Next one. So when you have a polluted water body, it's a very, very complex ecosystem. Trying to dissect a water body, trying to understand what really led to pollution, who is responsible for it is one part. Now, having accepted that, what do you do with the pollution that I get in the water body? First thing is you will have to treat it. Don't let untreated. If you can treat upstream of the water body, extremely good. If you cannot, then find innovative of doing it within the land constraint that you have. Second one, don't dump garbage. And if the invasive weeds, just remove them. Silt sludge should not be deposited. You need to have proper structures to arrest silt. Encroachments are quite plenty. It's not, and you have agriculture lands bringing in a lot of pesticide. Those issues are there. I'm not saying anything about that one, but at least the encroachment must be removed. The original lake bed, original tank area must be there. Original regime flow for a river or a stream also must be respected. And if you have floating debris, just try and remove them. The next one, please. So let me take you to some of the good things that we found in the last 3-4 years that we worked on water bodies, and let's look at the entry of CSR. Interestingly, CSR identified reviving water bodies as one good area for them to make contribution and impact. And few of the examples I will show you. This is Hebbagode Lake, how the way it looked in 2016, completely covered with weeds, and this is what we saw in 2017, and this went into Linka Book of World Records. We received something around 7 MLT of flow. There is no place to build a sewage treatment plant. We try to implement the interventions in the lake itself. The next one. So this is how it looked like earlier. It looks today. Biocon, just behind Biocon on the Hosi Road, Bangalore. Next one. This is Hebbal Lake, Mysore, the costliest lake, which is a water body which is rejuvenated, which is contaminated lake. We spent almost 22 crores for treating about 6 MLD. Very expensive, but extremely good again. Next one. This is how the lake looked like 5-6 years back, and this is how it looks like today. But massive money spent. But the question is again, can you spend 25 crore for a small lake of some 40 acres in others? Will remain a question mark. But in terms of its impact and contribution that it made in treating water and then letting that water into the lake. And this remains a good example. Next one. This is Unkal Lake Hubli. We receive about 8 mld flow, sometimes up to 1 crore liter of wastewater coming from 3 inlet which flow Unkal. This lake was the main source of drinking water for the city then, but today it receives all wastewater from its catchment. Next one. This is how it looks today now. A lot of hyacinth gets generated and it's a regular affair to be able to remove the hyacinth, but we have put some aerators there. We have put other interventions which will improve the quality of water being done by smart city. The next one. This is another private lake, interesting lake. Again, talking of the water rights. Now, this is a private lake in Bangalore where it's owned by a family and for about last 80 years. And they have a small lake, about 10 acres, and they get 10 ml wastewater, which is coming from the area adjoining now. Poor fellows didn't know what to do with it. It simply enters them, and it's a recreation spot where people come for boating and they run a resort there. So this is being funded by them privately, but we are able to rejuvenate this water body as well. Next one. Interesting. This is something our Honorable Minister was telling us in the morning. This is the Kesi Valley, Kormangala Chalgata Valley, and about 440 mld of wastewater flows ultimately was a cause of concern and legal battle between Tamil Nadu and Karnataka. So what did we do? We took the wastewater which was treated by BWSSB and we started pumping it to the thirsty areas in Chikbalapur Kolar tanks, 100 odd tanks. So we use the water which is secondary treated from the tanks. The next photo, next one. So we set up a huge pump house and we started pumping them to fill the tanks one by one. So involved a lot of pumping machinery, a lot of pipelines, but we were able to fill those tanks and the people are extremely happy. They were able to take up agriculture, vegetable growing, and they're very hardworking people. But because there was no water, they couldn't do anything, and this came as a rescue for them. Next one. So we found this how it looked like before the tanks were filled, completely dry, and this is how it looks today. So you have a series of tanks like this, huge ones, and some are 600 acres, 700 acres, and now all the recharge happened. It's a natural. We don't have to worry more about the recharge. The moment the tanks are filled, all the adjoining borewells in the vicinity gets their water table higher. The next one. So if that is the in general understanding of what leads to contamination, what leads to pollution, what is its impact on health, what's its impact on economy and development as a whole, then the way forward. This is my last slide, so I'll finish on time. So what we need to do is to bridge the gap. We need to bridge the gap between the law, policy, and what's on ground as a real problem, and see how best we can bridge them. Building trust is extremely important. Water is one resource which can unite people. It's not supposed to create wars. It's not supposed to create divisions. Actually, it is a huge unifying factor. So building trust is extremely essential because you try to work with people, multiple users, multiple sectors, which also talk of priorities. And it has its own dignity. What is dignity of a water body? If it retains character as a water body, which is only on account of quality. Quantity is assured. If there is no quantity, there is no discussion. The moment there is water available in sufficient quantity or less quantity, the next immediate effect is its water quality. Why does a bird come? Why does the aquatic life comes to a water body? It's because of the water quality. If water quality is gone, then the very character of the water body is gone, and what we're trying to do is to restore its own dignity. We have spoiled something, let's restore dignity back to the water body. Human rights framework, extremely critical. I would strongly argue a rights-based approach to solving this management problem is absolutely needed. Whether it will end up with a national framework law on water or a new water policy that is being drafted at Delhi, we're absolutely okay. No matter who is going to provide service, but he must deliver a quality service duly conforming to environmental compliances at some reasonable cost, because we are not in a very rich economy that we can afford to spend like what it happens in the West. we should focus on the detrimental impact of water quality, which is again not spoken much. And when you talk to people asking them, ಏನ್ರಿ ಗುಣಮಟ್ಟ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಯಾರು ಮಾತಾಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಅವ್ರ ಅಂತಾರಲ್ರಿ ಸರ್ ನೀರ ಬರೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಏನ್ ಗುಣಮಟ್ಟ ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಬಂತು? You ask for any users, you ask, this is a common answer we get. I think time for us to focus on this detrimental impact. Interestingly, Karnataka state does not have a water policy. 2012 the state came up, 2002 national water policy came, state did it the same year. Subsequently 2012 national water policy came, but state did not do. Even now we don't have. I think we should do something before national water policy. The new one is being drafted in Delhi, so before that comes, we hope this happens. It's not that just because policy some place changes, but then that certainly sets the seriousness and the background to do something. CSR is a unique opportunity, and recently there was a High Court judgment again. Somebody went to Supreme High Court saying that, oh, ಏನ್ರಿ ಕೆರಿ ನೀವು ಮತ್ ಖಾಸಗಿಯವ್ರು ಹೆಂಗ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀರಿ, ಅವ್ರಂಗ್ರಿ ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಹಾಕ್ತಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರಂಗ್ರಿ ಫೆನ್ಸ್ ಹಾಕ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಯಾರೋ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ರು ಕೋರ್ಟಿಗೆ. ಏನ್ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು CSR ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರೊಳಗ ಅದು ನಿಂತು ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಾವ ಈಗ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ 1 ವರ್ಷ ಆಯ್ತು. ಏನಂದ್ರೆ now the new chief justice has come, honorable chief justice, so they need to look at it. And now even CSR, which was very keen, now they're saying, oh, now we have to spend this money before end of the year. If we cannot spend, we don't want to do water. So I think there is some problem, but I think it's a good opportunity to showcase innovative and impact works on water body restoration. Restructuring water governance institutions extremely required. We need to look at the institutions, look at the private sector, look at public-private partnerships to better manage this resource and make them accountable. If somebody performs, you pay them, you incentivize them. But if somebody does not, you could penalize them and kick them out. And transparency in decision making and costing for services are extremely critical. Otherwise, you cannot go to people asking for money if you don't cost for your services, and transparently declare what are you subsidizing and for what category of users. Innovative approaches, technology products are need of the hour, and many technology, I'm not as an engineer, I will never say any technology is bad. They're extremely good. They're good in a particular context. I cannot borrow them. If something has happened in US or Europe, I can't borrow them here. Our climates are different, our weather conditions different, our composition of wastes are different. So we cannot apply those technologies straight, but we have to be a little bit careful in terms of tweaking them, in terms of making them relevant to solving the local problem. Very interesting has been the Sustainable Development Goal, which will again end by 2030. Decade of ecosystem restoration is also 2030, and all the crises that we are talking today is again a time of 9 years. We get about 8-9 years we are going to get. And certainly 2030 is going to be a year by which a lot of action has to happen, keeping in mind the interest of economic development, the human life, the other living species, environment as a whole, the soil which actually supports life of all forms on earth. I think we need to take care of that. Karnataka has not been very lucky in terms of having a lot of rainfall, lot of water crisis in our case is real next to Rajasthan. So if we can do something, it will be great. So no more words and slogans, but action. And for action to happen, it needs an enabling environment, the legal support, the institutional support, the policy support, the people's support, more important, and the elected representatives. If we can all come on board, identify a local problem, identify local solutions, and if you can implement them, taking all stakeholders into confidence, there won't be any issue for a tussle later on. And keeping people away would also not be extremely wise idea. They must get involved. So how to make that happen is again something that the administration will have to take a look. All stakeholders, the NGOs, the academia, the research institutions, the public rescue welfare associations, we are all generating waste, and we are all in a way directly impacting environment and the pollution that we are talking. And the same soil again gives the food which again we consume, so it's again coming back to us. So it makes a lot of sense to understand this circular economy and contribute whatever best we can do. So I thank you very much for a patient listening. If there are any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer. Thank you.
That was very informative, sir. Thank you. We are grateful for the time and effort you took to share your thoughts and experiences. Thank you, sir.
Vishwanath, are there any questions?
No, ma'am.
So thank you very much.
Now we'll start with our technical sessions, ma'am. We have 2 technical sessions and 1 student session. I request all the participants and the paper presenters to stay here with us in this session. You might get a pop-up on your screen. You just have to press OK, and we'll direct you to your specific technical session and student session. I also request all the chairpersons to remain with us in this session. Professor V.G. Hegde, sir, I can see you have joined, sir. I welcome you, sir. So kindly stay in this session, sir. I'll take you to your technical session, sir. Professor Ishwar Bhatt, sir, kindly stay with us, sir. I'll take you to this technical session, sir. Girish Casey, sir. And so, and Professor Ratna Bharam Gowder, ma'am, will take you to your respective technical session and student session. Just kindly be with us for some time, sir. Thank you, sir.
Purva and Girish Kesi will be with me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I have noted that, sir. Girish Kesi, sir, will be with you, sir. Yes, yes. Yes.
Sir, Ishwar Bhatt, namaskar, sir.
Namaskara. ಮತ್ತೆ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದ್ದೀರಾ?
Delhi, it's very cold today.
Delhi, colder.
So I can see all of you in very.
Yeah.
So we need to.
Regulation officer also Savannah. Savannah Kalan sir also. Savannah Kalan order. So I mean, Paravi is not.
Paravi is removed. ಕೊಟ್ಟಿ ಅಂತ ಬರೆಯುವುದು
ದಿನಾಂಕ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಸರ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ.
All the participants present over here are requested to join the respective breakout rooms. There are 3 parallel technical and student sessions going on. So you can go to the specific technical session where you want to witness through the option of breakout room, which is coming at the bottom of your screen. So you can click there and join the technical session, specific technical session you want to go to.